Solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet am Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
On something growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, I didn't give it. Ooh, what are you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down, I'm falling. Hey, getting tired of this. Oh, what a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. Oh, what a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down.
Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, die ich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links. Ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, die ich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 808, das so laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, die ich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristas. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truckstop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yachtclub, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für 2. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider. Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Valencia. Vergiss, was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören.
could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. Voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain gripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of the Chinese qualifiers for ESL 1 Birmingham. It is MLP Dota and of course John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back. So we have another lovely day of some Chinese Dota action. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We had an exciting day yesterday. A lot of 2-0s outside of the lower bracket, kind of going pretty long for us last night. But it's going to be an interesting one to watch here for these two teams. G2IG up against Aster. Now, the last time these two teams faced off against each other was a lower bracket match, I believe, in Dream League qualifiers. And that did go 2-0 G2IG's way. So I'm pretty sure Aster's going to be coming in for a little bit of sweet revenge, trying to knock G2IG down to the lower bracket themselves. But G2IG certainly looking like the favorites here. Should be a pretty close matchup, though. I do believe the last time they played in Dream League, it was a 2-0, but they were slightly longer matches, leaning towards 35 and 45 minutes each. So I expect a slugfest from both sides, or at least very, very calculated play from both sides here.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a fun matchup, regardless of what does happen, and I just want a close matchup between these two teams. You know, we had some very one-sided series yesterday, so hopefully some close matchups here for today. G2IG versus Aster, probably the best matchup here today, I'd argue, based off the series we already know about, so looking forward to this one starting very, very soon, and looking forward to seeing who does proceed through to the upper bracket final. Of course, you do have another series happening simultaneously here between Team Bright and LGD Gaming. So the winner of that will naturally be versing the winner of this series in that upper bracket final, and the losers will be getting knocked down to the lower bracket, where they'll have to pray for their lives, in the danger zone. But for now, we're talking about the upper bracket, of course, G2IG versus Team Aster. Again, the draft should be underway rather soon. Can't wait to see exactly what drafts we're going to have to see here between these two teams, but again, I just hope we have a very close series between these two.
Yeah, it should be a pretty close matchup. In terms of picks, it's going to be a little bit interesting. Aster was leaning into some quirkier pause fours. They were running stuff like the Zeus support in the last time they played, if I do recall right, along with stuff like the Batrider and Gyrocopter support. So a little bit different compared to what we were seeing elsewhere, but not too far off the mark. Like, some teams still do really enjoy some of these more aggressive and greedy supports that can give you a lot of magic damage earlier on. I'm wondering if that's something that G2IG will be concerned about. Of course, for the side of G2IG, I mean, there's always something like the Magnus to fall back to here. And for the side of Aster, it's maybe time to consider again, like first phase ban Magnus. It just does a lot of work. It's been really successful in almost every single regional qualifier that we've seen, and it's really hard to deal with. I think the best answers we've seen to the Magnus have been like a Rubik and a Lion. Like, it's either the instant hex or the lift back to kind of stop, like anything to just stop that direct initiation is going to be the only key there. And we've seen a lot of teams lean into like double support picks early. We'll see what the case is, as we should have our draft ready here in just a moment, and we can start to take a look at what both sides will want to bring out here for our first series of the day here in the upper bracket. Again, G2IG up against Aster. Should be a fun one. We do see the Doom and NP being prioritized by G2IG. Nothing too different from what we've seen throughout the tournament in terms of bans. Techie's being taken out by Aster, along with Chen. Still within the marks of what has been in the first phase. It's maybe down to, say, a Batrider ban if you're concerned about that support. We've seen some teams do that. In fact, G2IG take care of the Magnus themselves. So we won't be seeing JT going ham in that hero, unfortunately.
No, it seems as though G2IG just not really interested in running this this Magnus for the first game. Perhaps just afraid that Team Aster would take it themselves. I think the Magnus ban is always kind of welcome right now, considering how strong it has proven to be. So we are going to see the Vengeful Spirit being picked up first, and this is a hero that's been extremely popular as a support as of late. So it does make its appearance once again. The G2IG, they are going to go back for a Phoenix. And the Phoenix has popped up here and there. I wouldn't say it's the most popular pick right now, but some teams are still favoring it.
That they are. I mean, the healing is still really strong. Laning presence for the Fire Spirits is nice, and the teamfight potential as well is really great with the egg, especially if the supports can't focus it down. The cores will have to try to get that job done. It ties in really great with a lot of the meta team fight. Like, it's been mainly stuff like Mars on the offlane, and Mars Phoenix is a very straightforward combination. To an extent, something like Centaur can also help out. Heck, the NP support, if it wasn't banned, would be a consideration as well. But it's a really safe opening from G2IG. Just, you see the Venge, the swap cancel save massively, but the Phoenix, he doesn't care. Like, Venge right-click isn't the best, so again, it's not a support that kind of handles the egg. I do like the bans from Aster taking care of the Ember along with that Mars. So you're going to be lacking that Mars to enable the Phoenix. Maybe something like a Puck on mid could be an option here for G2IG if they so wish, but it's fairly early days for a mid pickup to be considered anytime soon here.
Yeah, I suppose it is. G2IG, final ban out to come. They'll get rid of the Arc Warden. We're going to see the Kunkka coming out here from G2IG, so that could be the mid pickup coming out already here for Nothing to Say. See a bit of flexibility for the offlane as well if you wanted to throw the Kunkka there, but more than likely just going to be the mid Kunkka.
Yeah, it's pretty flexible for G2IG. Again, Nothing to Say, it's a prolific Kunkka player, but I think in the last times that they've picked Kunkka, it has actually gone to JT, probably depending on the matchup here for G2IG. Nonetheless, Kunkka plays nicely with that durability the Phoenix provides. You've got the Egg and Rum buff coming into play now. So Team Aster are going to have a little bit of a hard time. They're going to need some damage on their cores to take care of all of that durability. Maybe some ways of mitigating some of the healing coming out from Phoenix as well. We'll see what the solution will be. Aster taking their time and getting that next pickup. If they are just going to go for a support, again, Hoodwinks in the pool, been fairly popular. There's an Enchantress option here as well, if they so wish on Aster. If they want to deal with the egg, Snapfire is still there, but we haven't really seen too much Snapfire in recent days, although they will just pick it up. Straightforward answer to Phoenix, along with a DK, which lanes very stable, even into a Kunkka. So if they are expecting the mid Kunkka, DK just doesn't care. Sure, it's still really good damage from the Kunkka, but DK, Breathe Fire, Dragon's Blood, he's just going to farm.
I mean, absolutely. G2IG, third pickup for themselves. I don't think they'll be too concerned about these two pickups made by Team Aster. They don't really reveal too much here, the DK and the Snapfire. I mean, a pretty kind of obvious picks here against G2IG. Dragonite, one of the heroes that doesn't really care so much about the mid Kunkka, because you just kind of just tank through it and just heal up anyway through those Tidebringer hits. I wonder if G2IG would consider trading for another mid here, but that's probably unnecessary, as they are going to go for the position 1 Luna now. This is a hero we have been seeing a hell of a lot of, so Luna does make its reappearance. G2IG right into the Hoodwink as well, which was not banned out. the one carry we've been seeing a lot against Luna at the moment has been the Faceless Void, so it wouldn't surprise me too much if Team Asta wanted to go down that route.
Yeah, they've got Chrono damage already lined up with Kisses coming in from Snapfire. So they do have a really good way of just running down early on a Chrono and just playing around that. DK can also provide some damage in his Dragon form. So it's not too bad. I think another solution has been stuff like the Morphling, but could be maybe a little bit awkward here depending on how you want to set up your lanes. Something like the Morphling Snap. It can play, but it's also a little bit risky to just toss your Morphling forward, or Venge Morphling is a little bit more passive, which can work, but G2IG can probably look for an offlane to run that down as well. So there's some shortcomings to picking up something like the Morphling solution to Luna. They'll just go with a straightforward Clinks. So leaving it rather open, there's a few ways to flex this around. You've got the option for maybe a Clinks offlane. You can maybe shift the Venge onto a core position, go with a Clink support on 4 with a Snap 5. There are a few quirky ways to run this for Aster. I think the most straightforward, though, is just to run the Clinks as a core on the off lane, more than likely, or even, it's a little bit strange to say outside of, like, Chidori a few years ago, but safe lane Clinks, I don't think that's as popular, but it can still work. There are some good item timings for it, and it plays really up-tempo. But I am concerned about, like, flexing this Clinks into support and going with core Venge. We've seen the core Venge a couple of times, or at least once, and that was a mid lane Venge. This feels like if they were going to go core Venge, it would be off lane, and you last pick a safe laner here for Aster. I just don't feel like the off lane Venge does enough against like a Luna.
I mean, at the end of the day, if they are going to go core Venge, I'd much prefer it in the off lane than the mid lane. I can say that for sure. At least, you know, it's not... That mid Venge, I don't know, it wasn't very good in my opinion. So, offlane Venge, I mean, I agree with you, I don't think it's the greatest pick. I hope they don't go down that route for Team Aster's sake. We shall see what they do. The final ban to come from Team Aster's end of things. Still looking to ban an offlane here for G2IG. The Centaur ban, pretty standard. Centaur has been popping up practically every second game we watch. Has been extremely popular. Still one more to go.
G2IG is banning off lanes. They expect the safe lane to already be here for Aster, so maybe expecting Clinks 1. I think the better flex for Aster if they want to run Clink support is actually a Snapfire off lane. Scatterblast melee, the Scatterblast bonus range is within striking range of the Luna, so there is that to play with. Instead, it'll go with a Pango here on Aster. So what is this? Safe lane DK mid Pango off lane snap sounds like the most straightforward way to run that. Like, there is good scaling in DKs. The farm buildup we've seen anyways, like the Ags buildup with possibly the Manta or Mage Slayer, which you can do exactly the same on safe lane. Mid Pango matchup is pretty decent, but there goes the Meepo that we've been seeing banned out early on in games, and that is going to JT on the off lane. It does look like we will get the support snap instead, so we will get, well, I'm not quite sure. The names don't quite match up. YSR, Z4E. Sometimes I really wish that the names were just mapped directly, but it should be our mid Pango here. For our Echo matchup against Kunkka is not too bad, not particularly amazing. Kunkka still wins out in that, but the Pango does have play. I do wonder how they handle this Meepo. There is enough damage on G2IG. This is actually the ideal sort of Meepo draft where you've got your hard damage dealing hitter on the safe lane instead of the Meepo safe, and then you have this Meepo that can play off lane, play for the Ags, diffusal build up into Ags, and just be this big, really tanky target that you can't kill, but you have to focus down. So JT can take all of that attention away if his lane goes well, and it should. You've got the Hoodwink Meepo lane, very stable ways to just lock in and try to harass out, depending on the matchup. Overall, I would lean towards G2IG's draft. I think it's hard to kill. I mean, think about Mega Meepo, Sunray, and Boat Buff. I don't think you have enough burst on Aster to deal with that.
It's pretty rough, I must admit. It is going to be, I think, a bit of a tough time here for Team Aster to try and deal with the draft that G2IG has mustered up. Nevertheless, I mean, it should be a fun game here between these two teams. I can't wait to see exactly how this one pans out. But I do certainly agree. It does feel like Team Asta might be lacking some damage against the draft of G2 IG. But we'll have to wait and see. You never really know. We shall find out rather soon exactly what is going to happen in this game number 1. It's always important to get off to a good start. You know, you're in a best of 3 series in the upper bracket semi-final. Winner of this gets straight through to the upper bracket final. Very important to get yourself off on the right foot here for this best of 3. We'll see how it all pans out as game 1 is now officially underway.
Step lively now.
I'm rather curious how Erica actually does this safe lane clinks, and that is Erica. That's apparently his other username that he likes, YSR04E. I wonder what that's a reference to. It's an interesting one. Sounds like a, I don't know, it sounds like a mecha kind of thing. Like a Gundam or something.
That's so cringe.
It's not a Gundam. I'm pretty sure it's not. How dare you? Mechs are cool, Mike.
No,
what do you mean?
No, they're not. Every time every time you bring up mechs, I honestly start cringing. I can't stand it.
You are the lamest person I know in reality here, Mike.
JT.
Neff would be so disappointed in you.
Break the smoke. I never could watch one mech anime. Honestly. Couldn't do it.
Seriously, Gurren Lagann is legitimately the exact same kind of anime that you would love. It's the most Mike LaPhoenix anime that I think I enjoy. Gurren Lagann. I think you'd love it.
Highly doubt.
Okay. Alright. You don't need to reveal your trash taste to the world, Mike, but that's on you.
No Level 1 team fight to break out yet, these two teams. They're just chilling out for now. I did Google the name, by the way, John. I did want to check to see exactly where it does come from. An anime profile comes up, but I believe that is his anime profile picture, so... I still don't know where the name comes from. JT?
The battle begins.
You okay? Echoes, Super going to say hello to Baboka. It is going to be what appears to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes anyway. X-Nova going to go ahead and collect the last one, which was actually just left alone completely. So he'll go ahead and take that for his team. Will end up being a 2-for-2. Of course, that mid lane, you've got nothing to say. He's going to be up against the Pango of Echoes. The mid lane, I mean, it does feel like it should still favor nothing to say, but overall, probably just going to be pretty even.
Yeah, this one tends to end up being even. You're just relying on your Tidebringer here as the Kunkka, unless Echoes misplays and uses all of its mobility early. Torrent harassment into just additional damage isn't going to be quite the reality here for nothing to say. It is playable for the Pango. I don't think it's a complete washout for the Kunkka, but certainly just easier for the Kunkka without any mana cost for his harassment. So just going to be riding through that for nothing to say. It should be nice and stable. Echo is just going to have to work a little bit harder to try to secure his own lane. Can take a look at the other lanes here as well. I'm rather interested to see what Erica and Pichu end up doing on this Clinks and Venge lane. It's a really good synergistic lane with Tar Bomb and the Wave of Terror. So there's actually a lot to worry about here for JT early on. Baboka's going to have to zone them out really well on that Hoodwink, because the minus armor stacking and the bonus damage things will get with Tar Bomb, it is oppressive for both of these heroes if you're not careful. And we've seen Meepos go off to slow starts. It needs a pretty decent start here to hit those timings.
Yeah, I mean, I think JT will be fine anyway. We'll see if they can kind of pressure with this duo of the safe lane here for Team Asta. They are going to try now, in fact. JT take a bit of damage with that Wave of Terror. Baboka also taking a fair bit of damage here from Erica. Both heroes are going to be fine, but the harassment is just not slowing down whatsoever here at the top lane. How's the bottom lane going? You've got Super and Shengxi against X-Nova and Monet. For now, it seems like it's going pretty well here for Monet. No real contest. X-Nova is successfully able to just force Super out of the lane. It does feel like the Luna should have a relatively easy time here down at the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's not going to be too rough for Monet, but Shengxi does have the Breed Fire, and he's always within firing range of the Luna when she's coming in to right-click down the wave. You potentially, down the line, do have this double stun combination as well from Super and Shengxi. If they can go on top, it is just a little bit tricky. Phoenixes do punish pretty close movements out with Fire Spirits, so there's a lot of value here for X-Nova. X-Nova would be the ideal target, but again, gap closing onto him as a DK is not the simplest thing unless Super can somehow just self-set up with the cookie himself. It's going to be a little bit more passive. Farm does end up favoring Monet overall, so you're not going to mind that slower lane coming out here. But Aster, they are just going to have to line up probably for that level 6. The one big thing for Super is, with the DK off, eventually you'll be able to leave that lane, try to look elsewhere, maybe start to make that rotation onto mid to contest runes, and potentially look for a kill opportunity down the line here.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely should be able to do so. That's classic DK. You know, you can leave these guys alone in the lane. They'll still push it out quite easily with the older dragon form. There's not really much the other team can do about it unless they just commit numbers to take him down. Mid lane, Echo's going to make the play onto Nothing to Say, but he will be able to survive through it. The Kunkka, top of the CS board right now. A little bit low on the HP pool, but again, I think is going to be perfectly fine. Didn't opt to get a bottle for himself, but that won't matter too much. He's got the double braces going. Can just X himself back to the fountain, so he will be just fine to reset. But yeah, overall, I think things are still going extremely well for G2IG. Like, the only lane that's really struggling right now from their end is JT's lane on the Meepo, which is somewhat to be expected. But it does feel like you can always just go to the jungle and catch up anyway.
There's recovery here. I'm a little bit surprised they opt to leave that lane alone for Erica, like just not coming in, playing with that complete harassment. They do manage to secure both water runes as well on G2IG, so the movement onto mid doesn't pan out. This is when the lane gets painful for Echoes. Like, without the bottle refill, without mana, you don't have any play against this Kunkka, so Nothing to Say has complete control over the lane. Gonna be able to just farm safely, hit that level 6 spike, and start threatening. It gets a little bit scary for Echoes at this point here.
I suppose it does. Echo's now really taking quite a bit of damage on the Pango. Rotation is incoming from JT. This is a very early rotation from a Meepo of all things. But he does have the other Meepo just sitting in the lane, so he can move in. Does get the Torrent off here from Nothing to Say, and the nets are there. So it seems as though the Pango is in dire straits as they will secure the first blood. Nothing to Say able to pick that one up. Meanwhile, they do lose their DK to boot, but JT will go down. So 2-for-1 trade in the favor of G2IG. You do lose your offlane Meepo in the process, but it is well worth it.
It's pretty interesting to make that move. You're leaving free farm coming out for Erica. I suppose that doesn't change whether or not the Meepo's there. So it does pan out. Look at the positioning here from Aster, though.
They're surrounding Nothing to Say, and he is just gone. And Nothing to Say getting completely just pins it in from both sides, and they get some sweet revenge here against the Kunkka. Meanwhile, top lane.
Really worthwhile.
Well, they've got the Clinks now. He was free farming, not so much anymore, but they do run out of disables. Just no Earthbinds left, so the Clinks will be able to back his way out. But the pressure can certainly be applied here from this Meepo, it seems.
And it does. You've got the backup of the secondary Meepo, so there is enough HP to spread around if you just juggle them right, and a lot of good damage with the level 2 poof ready. So there's some presence coming out here from JT early on. Overall, I would say this is still a pretty good map state for G2IG despite some movements down bot, though.
They have found Monet. A very long-range cookie from Super gonna land. Sheng Tzu, I mean, he was right on the edge with that cookie, but it does end up connecting in the end, and Monet, that is a much bigger kill for Team Aster to secure.
Yeah, pressuring this Luna. This is the right target to gun down. You are still in a really good position here for Monet. So it doesn't hurt the most, but it is gold. It's a good gold influx here for the side of Aster, and that is something that will allow them to start to get some levels out into Sheng Tzu. Still stuck at level 4 as the movement comes in.
Bottom lane, Sheng Tzu is just gone. Monet able to get a bit of revenge for himself. The bottom tier 1 tower now with the siege creep available will not be lasting too long here for Team Aster. There's really nothing they can do about it. They'll just let it go. There will be no defense to be had. That's a 3-3, but it does feel like G2IG is still coming out on top. The one big saving grace right now is the fact that this Clinks is still top of the CS board, so Erica is farming extremely well. But apart from that, it does feel like G2IG is slowly taking map control.
That they are, and it's a little bit concerning. This is one synergy I didn't really think about, but Lunar Blessing with Meepo is just so much additional damage. 15 over 2 Meepos, 15 over 3. It becomes oppressive for the push. They'll try to make a move onto mid.
Nothing to say is going to be alright. The Rolling Thunder completely kind of whiffed here. They will still be able to perhaps... No, they get unlucky with the power in as well. The Team Master will not pick that up. However, they do pick up JT. JT with one of the Meepo clones does just kind of run through the river. Is caught with his pants down and he will die.
They're slowing down that Meepo's timings. The defusal can be a little bit slower. Once that's up, maybe the chase down becomes a lot more effective here for JT. For now, he is that sacrificial core, right? He's buying space for Nothing to Say. And for Monet. Monet still having the freest time of his life down bot. Not even any presence now from Shang-Tse. Just opting to just farm up on his own as well. I think the concerning thing is that the connections for Erica on the Clinks, right? This is one thing with the Clinks. He is going for the Desolator build-up, so he is going to be looking for some early kills and to push. It's going to be hard to connect with your DK, who, again, doesn't have anything to boost his durability just yet. Opts for the 3-1-1 build as well in the offlane DK, which I don't mind for Shang-Tse. But it does mean that he isn't the safest here to actually leave alone, as we've seen time and time again. So there is always a running risk here. Smoke out from G2IG. Nothing to say. He's got the boat ready. He wants to go hunting.
Yeah, up towards the top lane. They might find Erica. And they will. Erica caught out with the X. Torrent and boat will be thrown out, but he does have help around the corner. Echoes, nice swap out as well to ensure the Clinks does not take too much damage. Nothing to say. Just trapped up here by the Rolling Thunder, and with the permastuns coming out, he is going to die. Team Asta. They do rotate very effectively to ensure that that Clinks does remain safe. And nobody ends up dropping here from Team Asta.
Just a lot of durability on the area at this point in the game. We talked about G2IG being tanky, and you've got the swap in the barrier, you've got the DK, you've got a Pango up front without any way of stopping that roll through spell immunity. So you have a lot of ways of playing this early tempo and early durability out here for the side of Aster. Going to be sieging onto top, but there's enough time for the TPs here.
Well, there is, but can they actually defend? Doesn't really feel like it. In fact, Nothing to Say now. Being chased down again. Swashed through. They know the Kunkka just respawned and just TP'd in, but he's gone. Oh, what a play from Team Asta, just rushing right in. Anticipating the TP. And they still get the T1 tower. They'll find some ancient stacks for themselves. That's a real mess for G2IG, just losing so much.
I think the main issue for G2IG right now is that your offlane Meepo for JT, I mean, it didn't do too badly considering the circumstances. It has a couple of deaths, but the real issue is just the fact that you have to wait for so much item timings on this offlane Meepo. Like, after the defusal, still not going to be able to chase down fully. You don't have the best jump initiation on G2IG outside of just X-Mark, maybe a good bushwhack from Baboka. Like, there's not a lot of fast play you can get done. Whereas Aster at this moment with very minimal farm, swap saves a lot, Rolling Thunder from Echoes is easy enough to set up. Cookie gives you a little bit more range for that initiation as well. Nothing to say again.
Oh no, mid lane, Nothing to Say. He gets the boat run buff out, but wow, he is dead again.
Jesus.
My goodness.
I mean, that's 3 in a row for him. Back to back.
That's a problem.
Just respawn,
that is a big
TP,
problem.
die. That's not a good sign. And it's again down to the fact that G2IG just can't respond or won't respond. They're not mass TPing in. They've got the egg ready. Again, JT has the fusel, but isn't quite that tanky Meepo just yet without the Ags. They're still hunting here.
Baboka not safe. Team Asta just completely running over the side of G2IG. My goodness, just such aggression with this draft. They'll take the mid-tier 1 tower, they'll smoke again. Rotating down towards the bottom side of the map where they may find Monet, but no, Monet's going to TP away. Does get a nice scan off here onto Team Asta, seeing them roaming through the Radiant jungle. But I love it, like their Clinks is online now and they just want to play with it. In fact, Erica's currently stalking JT again. TP's coming in, JT top lane. Oh, he just used the poof as well. He poofed onto the creep wave, not expecting these rotations, and he will pay for it. Bottom, Baboka, he'll be alright. They won't catch him. Yet. Though Echoes is still having a look around. Like, he might find him with the Diffusal Blade in a moment, but no, he's out of range.
Again, for G2IG, it's this farm-heavy reliance on these two cores that are hurting them. Like, even Nothing to Say doesn't quite have enough to be fully online. Double Bracer does allow him to frontline, but there's just no backup for this Kunkka, right? Like, he gets the boat off. We're not seeing the egg commitment from X-Nova just because, like, who else is going to do damage? Right? Meepo is not ready, Luna's not ready, so you just have to cop these losses. Aster playing to this early timing really well, not having to deal with that durability stacking up yet. They've got the damage early on. Again, with very minimal farm. Going to be able to find a bot tier 1 for their trouble. No contest coming out from the side of G2IG. And clearing out all these tier 1 towers. Aster, they're already crossing that river many times. This will allow them to really start to finely hunt Monet and constantly try to punish JT if he tries to sneak into the creep wave a little bit too far from his tier 1s. Still Nothing to Say is the one spreading out on mid.
Oh boy, again. They catch him out from the side. Magic Missile's going to land. Kisses to fly in, and Nothing to Say is being smothered by Team Aster. They are not giving him any space on this map.
Certainly aren't. 3-10, 2k lead. Aster, they've done a phenomenal job of just playing to this tempo. And G2IG just, again, no response. Just waiting for farm, waiting for Ags on JT, for a BKB on Monet. And I don't know, even like the Meepo Ags might not be enough at the current levels. Right? It only feels really great once you have more stats. The burst damage that Aster will have is probably still enough to take care of a Mega Meepo here. They'll have to find a response at some point, G2IG. We need to see a play with the Ghost Ship and the Egg with the Sunray. Like, this durability has to kick in at some point.
Well, mid lane, they've got Echoes. Problem is they do have a swap out from the vent, so he's going to be just fine as now the Rolling Thunder does come in. Echoes wants to go for the fight, but he's alone. He needs to get out. He will go for the run. Nothing to Say, still on the chase, looking for an X-Back, but is not going to quite find it. They will be able to secure a mid-tier 1 tower while they're here.
It helps equalize the map a little bit, and they do finally get some action going their way in G2IG. And all things considered, you know, it's 4-10. The lead from Aster has not been massive. It peaked at what, maybe 2k advantage for the side of Aster. G2IG have been able to keep up in farm. So they have been able to just keep parity in terms of working the map despite the shrunken map space, and that's really important with this lineup that, again, needs this build-up. So it's on Aster, actually, to just keep this tempo up. Right, they've got the Desolator up on Erica. Probably wants to start hunting some heroes down. Maybe threaten Roshan off the back of a good team fight. And just try to play off the back of that. Because despite all these kills, I mean, it's been on Nothing to Say. Sure, he's bottom network core. But he's a Kunkka. He's still going to be effective with just Boat and X Torrent. Like, that's more than enough to just give you a lot of control here. Aster will try to get that hunt going. See if they manage to spot anything out. They don't have the best forward vision considering all the plays they made, so a little bit dark here.
It certainly is. Oh, Monet, though, does narrowly avoid them. He takes the Ancient Camp and just runs. Oh, very close call. Had he been a second or two later, he may have just been caught. But he will make it out for now.
Dire's courier has been killed.
It seems as though Team Aster, they're not going to find anything for this rotation yet. G2IG now looking very well aware that they are quite aware of where they are. G2IG, they're going to go for their own smoker. Keep in mind, they do have the Ags now up on JT, so a bit of a power spike here for G2IG. We're looking at Shang Tzu. He's going to get caught out by a torrent. Still fine, but not for long. He is just melting. The Dragon Knight is down. Super going to try for the TP play out, but oh, they don't catch him. Not reacting quite quick enough. They'll have to leave with just a Dragon Knight kill, but they could look towards Roshan.
This is going to be a really quick Rosh with 4 Meepos up, maxed out Lunar Blessing. That's plus almost 80 damage if all of the Meepos just commit, and it's not going to take long for this Roshan to fall. That's the beauty of the Luna Meepo. Just Lunar Blessing on each individual one is pretty impressive. It's a nice quick take here for G2IG. They get the advantage now off the back of that kill. And it's Aster that are falling behind. I mean, they have a really good first 10 to what, 14 minutes of the game where they're just hyper aggressive, but they kind of slow down that pace. Like, I think it stems back to Erica just farming, right? He was joining a lot of these early engagements and then tries to go back, gets the Desolator, and then once the Deso was up, they don't find the openings. Like, they need to snowball off of this Clinks, because you're reaching that point where the connections are coming from G2IG, and again, even in a wider team fight, the durability is going to be an issue here.
Yeah, absolutely. The Team Master certainly slowing down with the momentum they had.
Gold for my chest.
G2IG
Radiant are scanning.
now just suddenly swinging the whole net worth graph their way. I mean, it's a Team Master, they are still trying to go for a fight, it seems. They have grouped up down on the bottom side of the map. That is a weird number from Dota Plus, 100% for Team Master apparently.
Tower is under attack.
A little bit early, I would say.
Flatline from the start.
That's alright. You know,
It's been a...
Gaben has his ways, Jonathan. You know, he
He
might be
knows.
right. He knows.
He knows
he
something,
might be
Mike.
right.
He's
But
read
the
the
Team Master
script.
win or G2IG will disappear after this game. It's you know, one way or the other. Team Master's winning.
That's some next level analytics right there. Still, G2IG will be able to just take this top tier 2. They know something we don't, Mike. That's what I wish we knew. What do they know? Erica, she's seizing bot. I mean, this can go fast with the Clinks, but again, it's a 0 charge Desolator.
They want the fight.
Yeah.
G2IG, they want the fight. They've rotated through the twin gates down towards the bottom side of the map. Oh, Erica, don't show on the map, sir. He's going to get X'd up. They've got the big target in the Clinks right now. They're going to try and save the Clinks with the swap out, and he is going to be safe for now. They'll lose their Venge instead. Onto Super they go. Super copping the brunt of the Eclipse from Monet. Will also drop as JT picks up a double kill. In fact, make that a triple by the seams of it. They have found the Dragon Knight. JT will take a triple. Such an easy fight for G2IG. Just as soon as they picked up the Ags on the Meepo, that was it. Apparently the whole game just turned.
That gives JT the confidence to just show up with all of the Meepos in hand, with how durable he knows he is. He's got the shard as well to take additional risks up front for the team. And this is where we see some of that damage and durability issues come out for Aster. They are fairly durable. Their damage not going to be enough to eat through the full complement coming out here from G2IG. Inside of G2IG, just find a free tormentor for themselves here. Get that shard now on Nothing to Say. Probably the best shard you could have hoped for at this point. Maybe the Phoenix shard, which you already have in X Nova, would have been a little bit better if that didn't exist yet. Still, tidal wave for the pullback now. Just more ways to make these team fights chaotic. Ags up on Nothing to Say as well. Your options are growing limited for Aster. They really shined on the pickoff game, but again, just a little bit of a slowdown. And with the fact that despite all the losses, G2IG has been farming very efficiently across the map. Now you're at 7k deficit, 8 to 10, it doesn't matter. Smoke out from Aster, but no, they have to isolate one. They can't take the wider team fight right now.
We're gonna go bottom lane. JT, Copper Rolling Thunder here from Echoes. Again, he does have the Mega Meepo form, so he can always go to that if necessary. They'll still just stun lock him at the moment. There's your Mega Meepo coming out. The Sunray will heal him up as well. JT willing to just go frontline and tank all the damage they are throwing out, as now the boat will fly in. Nothing to say, he'll land too with the Torrent Storm. They are all just trapped in the water park. There is no escape. Echoes trying to get his way out, will be ensnared by JT, and he is gone. It's too much. There's just too much utility on G2IG. Too many ways to just stun lock people. And the Team Asta, they are just drowning here at G2IG.
Yeah, they are. And there's no backline jump to cancel off the Sunray in the middle. The percent healing onto the Mega Meepo is just phenomenal. Then you still have Dig to play with. Like, JT does not care. He is the front line. He was vulnerable without these items, but we're at the point where you start to see the reasons why Meepo is a first phase ban. It is scary. JT?
What are you doing, sir? JT's running right towards the fountain. JT, be careful.
All right.
What are you doing?
All right.
What's he doing? He's just been left alone. They don't even want him.
He wants a reset. Okay.
What?
All right, JT.
He's gone.
I mean, Aegis was set to expire, you know, and like
Okay.
I think he had like a second on it, right at that 3-minute mark. So gets really smart usage out from the Aegis.
Calm
I
down,
guess.
JT.
Uh,
I can only wish we had a camera on JT right now. I can imagine the face he'd have on. Yeah, he's got that classic trolley smile that he puts on every time he knows he's got the game in the bag.
yeah, it's like it just reminds you of that time when he managed to get the double cliff, then dies to the neutrals. Just being efficient, JT. I appreciate that, sir.
We appreciate it. Disperser is now available on the Meepo. This is a really busted item when it comes to Meepo. Like what a perfect item for this hero. Top lane, Baboka. Gonna run into Erica. We'll see the Hoodwink eventually, and Erica will blow him up. They do get a little bit of a something.
That's the first Deso charge for Erica in, I want to say, the 5, closer to 7 minutes he's had this Desolator, so it's a 100% increase over that time. Pretty good for the Clinks to start ramping up this damage. I think the issue for Aster, again, going forward is just, you have some damage issues. There is scaling, for sure, but I don't know, it's been a while since we've seen Clinks on that pause 1. He still needs a lot of items to really start to be a massive threat in these fights. The BKB has to come first for the durability, and then you can start to consider more damage items up, maybe the Nullifier to come in to just help control. Just a way to jump the backline and melt them fast. 14k lead stands for G2IG. JT on the top of the world right now on this Meepo, but his cores aren't too far behind either. You've got the Ags from Echo here for Aster, so do have the additional swashes coming in with the shield crash, which can be quite useful. Just feels like he needs a little bit more damage on Echo. Like, he is free to roll around. There is still no stopping that roll outside of the egg popping in the middle of it, but it doesn't feel threatening enough here.
Oh, X out mid lane from nothing to say, but it's just a bit of a warning shot. Here onto Echoes. Oh, Erica having a roam around in this the skeletal walk. Oh, Baboka does hit him with the dust. Will not hit him with the bushwhack though. It's the Spidey senses tingling there from Baboka apparently. They do jump in. Xingsu trying to get some damage off, but Monet has the ulti just thrown out right into the Dragon Knight. They'll swap the DK out of there to try and save, but now the net's coming in. JT catches out both supports with that. Erica trying to BKB and run. It is not looking great for him. Meanwhile, Echoes gets caught. Echoes is gone. They're throwing everything at G2IG, but they're just taking no damage. And once the Meepo shows up, it's just all over.
It really is. I mean, again, you're just playing to the run buff, playing into even the potential of Mega Meepo, which doesn't even fly out here for JT in that last fight. There's just too much sustain. There's not enough backline jump outside of Echo trying to roll around. They call the GG. Aster understands what's going on here. A dominant game once more from G2IG. Aster, they had really good moments in this game too. Like, they had this strong tempo early, playing around with the Clinks and the push and the damage they had, playing around with this minus armor stacking and just running down these tier 1s fast, but they couldn't follow through. And I think it was just that moment where they were farming up as a team on Aster that just cost them, because G2IG, they got the space out for JT. It was only nothing to say who's dying, who, you know, to be fair, had a pretty hard time for the first 15 minutes of the game, but once his other cores could connect, it all just lined up, and we saw that synergy we were looking for from the draft here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely fantastic performance here from G2IG, and Team Master, they do show us some moments of brilliance there. You know, we kind of thought perhaps these guys have it in the bag throughout the mid-game, but it just was not enough to pull them through this game number 1, though it is a best-of-3 series, so they will have a secondary chance here to try and force us to a game number 3 between themselves and G2IG. Of course, we are going to head off to a very short break, but right after that break, we'll be back with that game 2 between G2IG and the side of Team Master. We'll see you soon.
Things we discovered underneath last night's cover. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Raise that level up. Raise that level up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second game of this best of three upper bracket semi-final between G2 IG and, of course, Team Aster, and it is MLP Dota and Drenix5 joining you. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game one, a bit of a back and forth between these two teams, but it seems as though G2 IG just stick to the game plan and make the game work out in their favor. Game two, do you want to see anything in particular changed up here by Team Aster to give themselves a good chance at game three?
I think they played up-tempo really well with that draft. They just kind of stopped playing up-tempo at some point, just went back to farming, trying to build up on Erica. And if they are looking to play a longer game, perhaps a different pause one would have scaled a little bit better and maybe a little bit faster there as well, because the side of G2 IG were finding everything they needed. Like, yes, nothing to say died 4 times after TPing into a lane, but nothing to say was the one here that you likely didn't need to shut down, because Konka always has utility no matter what farm he has. It was JT, and it was our Luna of Monet just farming up a storm that kept G2 IG into that point where they did become a menace. So you have to watch out for that. Maybe ban out that Meepo. There's been really good reason why Meepo has been a ban out for a lot of teams up against certain Meepo players. It's really good right now. And I like the philosophy behind G2 IG picking up the Meepo. Because they have this hard carry Luna, they don't need damage coming out from Meepo. They can just use it as a tank, use it as an initiator, as a really disruptive force, and that was what JT was once he got his Ags. So I think just stronger lanes as well. It did feel like you were finding a decent enough start. Again, for Aster, especially up top, JT for the first 5 to 10 minutes didn't feel like he really had a game, but the moment he got left alone, again, there was just no laning pressure once they were forced to rotate in the supports. So we'll see if Aster can shift that style up and whether or not they actually just straight up ban this Meepo, as it was too much. Like the drafting ideas from G2 IG, going for Kunkka with a rum buff, you've got the Phoenix with a Ray to heal the Meepo as well, percent-based damage against the DK. It all lined up really nicely in the draft.
It absolutely did, and or props to G2 IG for making that one work. Of course, we do have a new draft upon us, as you can see. Team Aster immediately just respect banning out the Meepo here up against JT, which I can respect, Jonathan, because you never want to have to play this hero or play against this hero when you know the player you're playing against is really damn good at it. And as you can see, Team Aster just going to get rid of it immediately, not messing around too much at all. I wonder if that's going to make all the difference, though. Like, to be fair to Team Aster, they were having a pretty damn good time up until JT did pick up the Yag. So perhaps it will make all the difference just knowing the Meepo is not going to be in the game this time around, but I don't know. I still don't know about that.
Yeah, I feel like with a Meepo banned out, I mean, that leaves like one hero that's going to be left true. They will ban the Magnus. That was the one hero I was hoping that Aster would not allow true just because of what JT can do. So the bigger options are taken out, but you have some other options still left here for JT. There's still stuff like the Mars that can come true if they decide first phase. Granted, first phasing Mars is maybe riskier. We don't tend to see that hero be prioritized that hard, but you have a lot of options left, like still Enchantress, Hoodwink. The Venge is left alone here so far, unless G2 IG decide to ban it. There's still a lot of safe bets and still a lot of strong options for GT. Like, for example, Batrider was left alone. You have first pick in G2 IG. You could go Batrider into a Centaur. Batrider into a Mars even is a decent lane. So still a lot of ways to go. They do ban Silencer. Maybe an Enigma comes out for G2 IG down the line, but let's start with the Phoenix. You can't fault them for going back to that. It was just highly effective from X-Nova. The healing, the Sunray just does so much, and Aster had ideas to deal with the Egg. It didn't even feel like Egg was an issue here. Like, X-Nova like used it once, twice. I don't think you need a Snapfire. You just need a way to clump onto the Egg, or just ignore it entirely here.
Yeah, I mean, it almost seemed like G2 IG were happy that they had to counterpick a Snapfire into the Phoenix, but it really did feel like the Egg was not the problem. If anything, the Sunray was the big issue here from X-Nova.
5 seconds
It's also just a
remaining.
comfort pick for X-Nova as well, right? Like, he enjoys the hero a lot. He tends to dominate the lane with it. Yeah, with the Sunray, with these tanky cores already, the Sunray obviously going to make it kind of impossible to kill anyone off. So I'm intrigued to see if Team Asta will try to pick up a Snapfire again
Other team back.
to just burst down the egg, but it did feel like the Snapfire was just... I wouldn't say that they lost the game because of it, but it did feel pretty unnecessary. So we'll see what Team Asta do. I think G2IG would be very happy to see another Snapfire pick, though.
Yeah, I think for Aster, if they do go for the Snapfire, a better solution than the Clinks would have been something like, say, that Faces Void you were talking about in the last draft. Was not the last possibility for Aster. Like,
10
could have gone back
seconds
for. I
remaining.
think it would have been a easier game to run with Chrono to play, but
5
with
seconds
scaling, you would have gotten Faces Void. So that still makes the Snapfire viable. I think just
Well, Team
relying-
Asta, final ban out to come here before we can see the drafts continuing. We'll have a bit of a think about it here as we are going to wait for John to return.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back, John.
Yeah. Just a few connection
Oh,
hiccups. You know how-
Never mind, Jonathan. Still connection issues. I'll continue. Team Asta. Still waiting for the final ban out. It's like a bit of a mixed bag. They'll ban the Chen, they'll bag the Mag. Still a lot of respect being paid towards JT in the offlane, of course. I mean, I do wonder what kind of bans they're thinking about here for this final one. It seems as though they want the Nagasara removed, so they'll get rid of that as well. Team Asta immediately just going to go right into the Mars. Now, the Mars hero has felt pretty damn good as of late, so it does make its appearance once again. A G2IG, how do they want to respond to this Mars pickup?
10 seconds
And
remaining.
the Mars does block that pick as well from G2IG, so you don't have that combination to tie
5
in with your
seconds
Phoenix here. Venge Mars lane is pretty decent as well. So it is pretty stable for them to run. You could even just put Venge 5. If you get something like the Luna, I think that can be a straightforward answer for Aster to build up here. For G2IG, you could feel comfy with maybe something like... it's a little bit too early for like a Morphling, but it can kind of live into the Mars. There's also like the Faces Void option down the line from G2IG. For supports, Hoodwink still available for you here as well. Wouldn't mind that too much. I think we've seen how effective that Hoodwink is in the last game. And it still lines up with a Phoenix here for G2IG, just to repeat that support duo. They'll go with the Enchantress instead. So, see how much Bawoka gets done with that 4-inch. And they go back to the clunky here on G2IG. I mean, why not? Rumbuff and Sunray is really strong. There's still no strong burst on the side of Aster. So you're more than happy to just do this. In fact, the sustain with Nature's Attendance now is even stronger from G2IG. So a hell lot of healing here for the side of G2IG.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
absolutely. It's kind of a repeat of last game, it feels like, and it was almost the story of the meta, right? Just these really tanky boys that you can't really deal with too easily, and you add a bit of heal behind them and it makes it even more impossible. Team Asta, how will they respond to this? Back into the reserve time to think about it.
Radiant team pick.
But go for the Ember pickup, so Ember Spirit's still pretty okay in dealing with the Kunkka. Batrider going to make its appearance as well, which this hero's only really felt good when you're playing with Centaur, I would argue. Apart from that, Batrider has not felt that great.
No, it hasn't. And I don't know, like this combination of Batrider Mars still kind of works in the same mindset. So you can try to look for the Flame Break into God's Rebuke Spear. It's solid enough. I don't know if you can
10 seconds remaining.
consistently apply that harassment to the Faces Void. Level 1 to 2 is the shortcoming of Void, but by level 3 with level 2 Time Walk, it becomes pretty manageable for the most part here for Monet. And I do like that Faces Void pick. Again, you're playing with Egg. You've got a pretty decent way of protecting the Egg and putting more damage into that Chrono. You've got the Kunkka as well, who can provide follow-up control or setup control for that Chronosphere to come in. So it lines up really nicely here in G2IG and allows them to really protect JT's pick and maybe even just flex out this Kunkka onto JT as G2IG have done before.
10 seconds
So a lot of
remaining.
options for G2IG. Of course, they're going to have to pick first in the
5
next phase,
seconds remaining.
so they're not going to be able to hold their cards too close to their chest. I think the mid matchup for the Kunkka into Ember is not too bad anyway, for nothing to say. But Aster are taking all considerations, banning out the DK, which is also a strong flex spec to go mid or off lane here. Side of G2IG just taking care of big carries that can handle the Void. You see the Morphling being taken out. I do believe we've seen quite a few teams also lean into Troll up against Faces Void. And of course, there's always the Luna option here as well. I mean, you already have Venge to kind of help with Chrono. So you can swap any big heroes that's caught inside. You can swap the Void out into a really awkward area. If you already pop Time Walk, it's going to waste a lot of time in the Chrono, maybe make it ineffective. So pretty good save on Aster just from the Venge to kind of handle whatever might come out in this core-to-core.
Dire
Yeah.
team
Well, there's the Slark ban out here from G2IG. Last ban out there is. Final pickup, G2IG. Ooh, straight into the Abaddon. I like it. I like it quite a lot. Team Aster,
Oh!
select your hero.
pick up something I don't like at all. Anti-Mage comes out.
That is interesting. I really like the Abaddon of G2IG. This hero is obnoxious to play up against. It doubles down on this healing. There's a really good Ags build-up here to double down on the protection as well. The Abaddon just ruins your gameplay, right? You're looking for lasso back. Guess what? Abaddon's just gonna aphotic shield, and you're a very sad boy on your Bat Rider here for Picho. The Abaddon laning into Anti-Mage might be the more awkward one. I don't think it's as great for JT. First few levels should be, like level 1, level 2 is fine. But by level 3, depending on how Erica does decide to skill up, you might not be able to shove him away with the Abaddon, and Erica might be able to start to gun for some aggressive plays here with Picho, with all the slows they have on hand on the side of Aster. Mana is going to be an issue for JT. Still, in terms of draft overall, I like what I see on G2IG. I think it's just so durable. It is so hard to kill basically all of these heroes. And in a wider team fight, you really have to... I don't know, it feels like you're depending on the Shard for Shang-Tse to catch 2 big heroes speared up, and then you isolate one more hero with a lasso. Like, you have to catch 2 or 3 of them to take away that insane healing, because once that healing's up, it's a nightmare. It's again, almost a repeat of Game 1 in Philosophy for G2IG, but even worse with the Abaddon and Ench on top. The damage issues are going to shine here.
Oh, absolutely. We'll see the good luck have fun's coming out from X-Nova and Echoes. Tough times here for Team Aster. We'll see if this Anti-Mage last pick is going to work out in their favor. I don't know, Jada. You know me, I never have faith in this hero. Never. It just hasn't changed to me at all. We'll see. G2IG going with a more tried and tested carry in the Void. I certainly feel a lot more comfortable about that. It really is going to be a matter of how do you deal with these kind of tanky boys, like so much heal available through the Sunray and even the Ench with the Nature's Attendants, and then you've got this Abaddon. We shall see. Team has to surely have a bit of a game plan here. Is JT going to scout out for a ward? Does place a sticker down. Very nice.
He's having too much fun. Every time he does that, he's just having fun.
Yeah.
He's
good old JT.
very cheeky. I'm curious about JT's build here. I think there's always the option for like Echo Saber Harpoon for JT. Maybe durability stacking up. Something like the Vlads. Abaddon's a really good carrier of. There's a lot of ways to kind of get that done. Still flump up on Monet.
The battle begins.
He'll be able to time walk away. But Boca, they were able to get a 2-for-2 trade in the bounties anyway. So it was a nice even start between these two teams once again. So we are going to see that AM, a horrible set, by the way. Jonathan looks atrocious. I believe that is a ninja AM set of some sort. Very, very ugly.
It's okay. I think the shurikens are kind of funny. The mask is weird, but I guess it's a cool Oni mask, but still kind of weird for a ninja. They don't run around wearing conspicuous masks. Still, AM is a very conspicuous hero anyway, and he is going to be laning up against JT and Boboka on that Ench and Abaddon. And this lane, again, early levels aren't going to feel the best, but they do have some good play. Level 1 Flame Break here for Picho. So, is just going to try for the pullbacks, but the... I mean, we talked about Batrider being best with Centaur. I do not think it lines up that well with AM. Again, there's some options. Like when they're out of mana and you run down with Mana Break, getting more slows, you can try to actually go for Firefly here, Picho, but it's not... It's also a little bit risky. Like, if any of the other side still has mana, you have to deal with Nature's Attendance, you have to deal with Aphotic Shield, there's turnaround play for Curse of Avernus as well. I think ideally you just want this to end up being a farming lane, which it should be for a while. Still, taking a look at that mid lane as well. Nothing to say and Echo up against each other on the Kunkka Ember. And this is still Kunkka favored. There is some counterplay on the Ember. Your Flame Guard isn't going to burn out, but... You know, it's just free harassment for nothing to say. He doesn't care too much with Tidebringer.
Absolutely does not. Of course, top lane as well. You've got the Void here. Monet and X-Nova against Super and Shengsu. Seems like a pretty good lane for the Mars. I mean, we haven't really seen Mars losing too many lanes as of late. And this seems to be another lane that the Mars will have a pretty decent time in. Monet probably going to have a decent time as well. I mean, this top lane... I could see a couple kills happening here and there, but chances are they should be alright.
Yeah, pretty stable for the Faceless Void, especially as you hit level 3. You're just going to have either the 1-1-1 or the Time Walk at level 2, and that should allow you to dodge out pretty much most of the burst window that you're looking for here. So, going to be a more passive lane for G2IG, but they shouldn't be pressured out here as well. The initial farm is lining up, though, for the side of Aster. Just getting quite a fair bit more in clears, although Super...
Oh, there's no time lock available, so Super's going to be just fine to get away. Just hasn't even screwed up the time lock, pretty standard these days with the Faceless Void. Super, he does TP back towards his tier 1 tower, so he did want to try and go for the Healing Lotus, and it seems like he'll be able to get away with it. They just kind of let him have it. So, you know, kind of heads up play to not go all the way back to the fountain. He's going to be able to slowly heal his way up with a Tango anyway. Again, does get that Healing Lotus just in case he needed it. Pretty even start so far between both these sides. Again, I think the one thing is to point out is the fact that JT is probably having the best time on the map right now on this offlane Abaddon, which is somewhat to be expected, even against the AM. I don't think JT cares. You know, the mana drain's annoying, but who gives a crap? He's got Curse of Avernus, he'll be right.
Yeah, and as long as he gets the Aphotic Shield on any debuff that Picho is trying to throw out, you're, again, fairly happy here. Boboka's been doing a great job of harassing back with this really nice Chain Lightning Creep. And no point in the counterspell yet, so it is decent chip damage coming out from this Harpy Stormcrafter. Just allows the space for JT to feel comfy here. On the side of Aster, you're not being slowed down on Erica, so you're still happy as well on the AM. Again, most of the lanes feel pretty farm heavy for the most part, outside of mid, where it can be a little bit more back and forth. And you are getting a little bit more out here from Echo. Not by a huge margin, but I'm not going to say is still keeping up. And again, it just feels like the laning phase is just very safe for both sides, although X-Nova cops a little bit of damage, but again, it's too far out. Just back to farm.
Absolutely. What kind of build-up... Oh, in fact, I was going to ask what kind of build-up we see on the offlane Abaddon, but he is going for the Diffusal Blade route, which is interesting to say the least. Not quite what I was expecting, but it does kind of feel busted. Like inhibit into Curse of Avernus does seem rather disgusting. This top lane, Monet, X-Nova. Monet going to get caught out here by a stun. Does cop a spear as well. Still can time walk away. In fact, he'll go forward onto Super, and Super's the one to go down. Monet able to get first blood and now gets a double kill. Alright, Monet. Balls of steel to just jump back in. And it really does pay off. A double kill plus the first blood bonus.
I'm a little bit surprised that's the move that Aster opts for. Rotating up top, trying to get some pressure on. I don't think there's a need to apply that pressure here either. And you are all kind of waiting for like more levels to be up, level 6 to be up in a couple of cores to start playing. And I'll try on nothing to say a little bit.
He's going to get an X-Torrent off onto the Ember. In fact, that's a lot of damage being dealt onto Echoes, but nothing to say. He's actually still alive. He'll Fairy Fire up and run. Echo's the one to go down. Well, in this game around, it seems like G2IG, they've made the call for the supports to be ready whenever to TP into the mid lane to ensure the Kunkka does not die like last game. And with that, they should be able to secure power runes as well. They will spawn up top, and nothing to say, he'll be able to pick up the illusion for himself.
Yeah, it's opening up a lot of space, this focus on Aster and trying to get movement out from their supports. Every single time these lanes left alone start to build up more, JT just runs down Erica. You can see the threat of that Curse of Avernus at level 3 now. A lot of pain for Erica to have to deal with. And it's like you said, the diffusal buildup on this Abaddon is going to be amazing into the Manta, so he just wants to be as annoying as possible. Sheng Se up top.
They're getting caught out by the boat of nothing to say. Sheng Se going to go for a bit of a run, but X-Nova, he'll have the follow-up damage. And the gold will be split between the three anyway. Another nice pickup for G2IG and for Team Aster. They are yet to pick up their first kill of the game.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit worrisome. 0-4. You're trying to play this almost mid-game tempo on the side of Aster. You're going to have to like get this build-up on Erica to get his Battle Fury. Even then, how often the AM shows up in this game is up in the air. I don't think you're looking for AM activity at all in this game, unless there's an opportunistic kill. You will just play a standard AM split push, maybe try to assassinate the back line, and just farm. So you're relying really on Echo and Sheng Se to kind of do something here. And you're just not at that comfy point yet. Even the phase boots for Echo, not quite done. 7.5 minutes in. Nothing to say, already confident enough to rotate.
Oh. They'll go for it. The Batrider now. He's as good as dead. There is no surviving that. JT to pick up the kill. Boy, oh boy, this is a much more dominant game from G2IG for game 2. As they look towards the bottom tier 1 tower. All three cores of G2IG at the top of the net worth, board. It's a pretty concerning start for Team Aster, because with the way their draft works, you'd kind of hope they would be ahead after the laning stage, but that does not seem to be the case.
No, certainly not. They haven't even managed to build up the triangle for themselves. You know, some of that flash farm that you want to find for your AM or your Batrider, not going to be there. So a very quick surprise blink timing for Picho is not lined up here. And that is concerning, because the Batrider is going to start to feel like dead weight if it doesn't find a blink by, say, 15 minutes. Even then, that's also, it feels kind of rough. Realistically, we're looking at maybe a 17-minute blink, unless they start finding some fights lining up their way and, you know, just allow Picho to eat some space up, which I suppose they're reaching that time where they can. Like, Echo at least has his phase boots up, so there's some more damage coming in on the Sleight of Fist. And they can try to play off the back of that just with the Wave of Terror minus armor to kind of amp up his damage as well. But look at G2IG. JT just invading that top jungle. No care in the world. Has the pocket skill point for borrowed time as well. And he's just taking camps away. Like, these are resources they desperately need here on Aster.
They're going to group up here, trying to go after the Abaddon. JT does have the borrowed time skilled up now. Does use it. More heroes incoming. JT completely surrounded. Surely no way out. Eventually he will get caught. So getting punished for this very aggressive position on the Abaddon, and I think Team Aster will be very happy seeing that one die.
Yeah, nice pick up the find for themselves. A very important one to feed away even onto Picho. Again, blink timing for Batrider is going to be key here. Nothing to say.
Getting caught out, or rather Super's getting caught out. They'll get a Vengeful Spirit kill for their trouble. But Boka in the meantime, almost going down to the Sleight of Fist of Echoes, but Echoes forced to run away. Gets a little bit unlucky with the Power Rune spawn as well, because it is going to be up top. The Amp Damage Rune, now for nothing to say, being applied for the bottle. G2IG, they'll just walk away with a 3k net worth advantage. You've still got to face this Void on your side of things, so you're more than happy to just play the farm game. Even against an AM, it's... I can't remember the last time I saw an AM win a game.
It's been a while. I don't think this here has been winning all too much when we've seen it. And it's not like the aim has the best matchups here. Like aim at Faces Void isn't particularly great, especially if you're under net worth. At equal net worth, it can work in a vacuum once you drain the Faces Void of mana, but it's never a vacuum, of course, in real scenarios in the game. So I'm wondering what exactly they want here out of Erica. They are starting to group up down bot. And JT, he does have a Yasha for chase, wanting the fast Manta for that easy Curse of Avernus. They don't have the jump available just yet.
They were about to jump JT there, but they do decide better of it. Nothing to say, even going to show up here in the Kunkka. Does land a torrent onto Erica. They've got the X off as well. Erica going to try and blink away, but he's just down. Oh, what a beautiful setup from Nothing to Say, just using the torrent to ensure that there was no chance of a counterspell coming out to block the X. Very unfortunate for Erica. That is not going to feel good when you're already behind.
No, certainly not. And that's the big kill they'd want to really just shut down here, prevent that AM from having this really nice Battle Fury timing. I mean, it's not like it's a nice timing already if he was just not slowing down here, but making the game as hellish as possible for the side of Aster. For Aster's part, the Mage Slayer for Echo is going to be a big key in starting to find some easier kills, along with a Blink and Vlad's of Shungsa, but it's still a ways off. Like, they're just not finding that farm. It's almost the same story as Game 1, except G2IG are just coming out of the lanes running.
There we go, JT again going to be targeted. He is completely alone down in this bottom lane, so he should be set to fall. Does have borrowed time, will go for a TP play. Can they not cancel? No, they can. Mana Void available. Arena down. It's just the amount of commitment you have to commit here against JT is the problem, I think. That's another time where you commit 4 heroes for the Abaddon. And everyone else on G2IG are just across the map farming.
I mean, Faces Void is just building up freely. There's no contest up top. They're allowed to siege onto mid. Might be able to find something.
Perhaps.
They commit.
Not really. They just throw the magic missile out onto the Wild Wing Ripper, trying to just get rid of the creeps, but the G2IG successfully are able to retreat. In fact, they're moving back in. Monet just picked up the Maelstrom, so he wants to go for a fight. Super does get caught. Will turn around for a stun. Monet does not seem to be done yet, though. He's getting no bashes out on this Void. Will turn back towards Super. Still not getting a bash, but eventually Super will go for a cheeky little swap and does die anyway.
Trying to stall as best they can. The mid siege does pay off for the side of G2IG. And the response here from Aster is, it's not at the point where it needs to be. It is just a farm game right now. Just going back, getting that build up. Heck, Picho has not even queued up the Blink. He's just going for a utility Batrider now into the Solar Crest, the generic support item that is in favor in this meta. Just more durability. I worry about this timing that's coming out in JT. Once the Manta is up, you are in for hell. It's easy applications of Curse of Avernus, easy siege, easy everything. Yeah, Abaddon can be quite an oppressive figure with some good farm here.
Oh, it goes. We'll try to move in onto Monet. Keep in mind, they still have the Chrono up. Monet caught in an arena, but no, the Chrono catching 4 heroes. Monet just turning at the right moment. They might still get him, but the egg does explode, and oh, he gets away! Oh, the timing! The egg just exploding, allowing him to time walk. 3 down. Team Asta, they are getting nothing. Absolutely nothing.
That is just great calculations out from G2IG. Really clean coordination to execute that. And also managing to waste some spells. Like, you're down Arena. You're not going to be too comfy coming back in. You don't have Lasso yet as well. Your stacks get cleared out. G2IG are just oppressive. There's no play for Aster at all. And I suppose you're at the point where Erica with a Battle Fury can start to think about the Manta and split push to stall the game. The issue with stalling the game here is it feels like you're then putting that pressure onto Echo to scale up on the Ember. And sure, Mage Slayer is a good starting point, but it feels like he needs so much. He needs a carry with him. And I just don't see Erica showing up anytime soon for at least like 5 minutes minimum, 10 minutes more realistically here. You've got the Manta flying out for JT. He's going back for the Diffusal Blade now. With the Manta, I mean, you leave this guy alone, you're going to lose a tier 2. Heck, you could even lose a tier 3 if JT's just left completely unchecked.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Now
attack.
he's just doing whatever the hell he wants.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures.
They will indeed continue pushing the bottom tier 2 tower. TP's incoming from Super. You've also got the Batrider around. So JT seems to want to try and chase that bat.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane, Echoes. Will find himself a Phoenix. X-Nova does have the egg if he wants to commit. Monet's going to move in. Chrono is not up, but he gets the time locks off. Echo's about one hit away from dying, and Monet just still chasing him down. We'll let him go. Oh, Echoes, no! Oh, he gets lucky.
Ooh.
Oh, he was clenching those butt cheeks for a moment, I'll tell you, John. It's always scary going for the TP in front of a void like that.
And it can. Fortunately, no first hit bash coming out there for Monet. Does get to bail out, but still oppressive Pichu.
Yeah. Right, he's going to be able to 5-fly away. Time walk forward from Monet.
Tower is under attack.
Our hero's incoming. Like, you do have the Mars around. Lasso is out. They've got the Void. Arena down. Spear out. Sunray keeping him
healing.
alive, though. Monet! He's going to stay alive. X-Nova and Baboka with the heals coming out. Keep him alive just barely. Now, they're playing so on edge here with this Void. But somehow he just keeps making it.
And they know how far they can push their limits. Again, it's that regen lineup kicking into gear. Heck, if JT was around, that wouldn't even be an issue with the Aphotic Shield. Roshan does not take too long with the Abaddon Manta illusions here. And that is going to be a big take for G2IG to solidify their lead here. 2-13, 10k lead up. Secondary life on Monet. Not that he needs it so far. Considering how well he's been playing on edge and how well his team has been backing him up. Aster. I don't know what to say. I think this last pick AM really just isn't cutting it for them. Like, Erica is doing a fine job farming. He's at parity with JT. But that means nothing right now.
Where are these bashes for Monet? Like, Super has not been bashed once in like 6 hits, and he's just going to TP away. He's fine. The 24% by ass. But what is this?
Yeah, no. I think Time Lock's the last non-PRNG bash in the game. Maybe along with... I know Greater Bash is PRNG. So, it does have scaling odds. I think... I recall for a time Time Lock was not. Picho?
And they'll find themselves Picho. The Batrider about to drop, gets the lasso off thanks to the arena of Sheng Tzu, but it's still not enough. He is going to die. Nobody is dying from G2IG. There is just no damage. Sheng Tzu now going to get followed by Monet. They'll also have Super controlled up here thanks to JT. That'll be another 2 going down. Monet's committed the Chrono. He's got the Mars. 3 down once again for Team Aster. And even with all the space that they're buying for Echoes and Erica, they are still very far behind.
Yeah, it's just not lining up. Erica's the only real farmed core they have here on Aster. Everyone else is equal farm with Baboka. Not a good sign when your Mars and your Ember are at about parity with the Enchantress on the enemy team. The Manta for Erica should again start the stall game out. But that's all we expect from this AM. Like, it's just stall with Manta split push. Full Ags up and running on, nothing to say, even more disruptiveness in the middle of the team fight. And again, the siege with Abaddon does not take long. This is so dumb. This here is so dumb.
It can be pretty stupid. Probably going to be even dumber once he gets the Disperser up.
Legitimately, Abaddon just does everything. Just a little bit too much of everything. You want someone to tank the front line, provide some insane passive healing, just get your Rags. You want to just run people down, go for this build. You know, unless you have a really good lane matchup for it, it's oppressive. And JT is showing that once more.
The Abaddon Axe is actually one of my favorites. It's kind of ridiculous how long you can keep someone alive.
So dumb.
But he's not going to go for it, though. He is playing core Abaddon. Sheng Tzu does pop the arena, actually gets a spear onto JT. So JT's outside of the arena. Doesn't matter though, Giga Chad will take it to the face and onto the tier 2 mid tower they go. No problem.
Yeah, just gonna melt. Like this push, it's so dumb. How does the curse apply to buildings?
Why not, John? You can curse a building, surely.
Oh no. Like, maybe you should be able to bash buildings as well. Don't you think?
I mean, why not? Why the hell not? If they can attack you, John, I feel like you should be able to bash them.
Oh god, there goes the tier 3 mid. You are seeing Picho trying to trying to keep the creep waves away as best as possible up top. But it's not gonna stop this. Like, JT is just, he does not care.
Absolutely not. More sprays being placed here by our Abaddon. JT's having the greatest time of his life. I was saying this during the last, what was it, ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, but it feels like you need a guy like this in the team. Like a JT just kind of brings smiles to the faces of all the players here in G2IG. Very important.
Yeah, you know, I'm trying to recall, like, JT's older teams. He wasn't this crazy. Yeah, I mean, he was playing good, but, you know, he wouldn't be spraying all the time, just doing some crazy stuff up front.
He's
really
kind of
come
lost
into his own.
Yeah.
He has. It might have been, you know, marriage for the man. Just freeing him for some
Definitely
reason.
marriage. Chrono came out from Monet. They found the Ember. That'll be Echo's gone. Super will follow. They are on to the Bat Rider. No GG call coming out yet, but I'm pretty sure it'll come soon. So the buybacks are flying in. They've got themselves Sheng Su now. Sheng Su is gone. And GG is called. Super has seen enough. That G2IG, a dominant 2-0 victory. What are you laughing about, John? What happened?
I was just thinking, you know, G2IG yesterday in their match did manage to give us a series that was about 40 minutes. They speedrun this time, and that's like 48 minutes series total. Now it's around 40 minutes flat, around like 44 minutes. So they've cut it down by 4 minutes here. G2IG just storming through these qualifiers for great reason. Again, it's been a little bit rocky, and some other tournaments it didn't look that great. And this qualifier tournament, it is looking fantastic for the side of G2IG. And Team Aster, I mean, they had a really good idea in Game 1 for that momentum. Game 2, I just don't know what the idea was with the AM. Like, I think theoretically, you try to run the Abaddon down, mana burn him so he can't Aphotic Shield, and just try to play with a slow with your Bat Rider, but with an Enchantress, that's just not feasible. So it was just uncomfy from the laning phase here for Aster and G2IG. I love what they have in their drafts, man. They've got a lot of great picks lined up for JT. Nothing to say is popping off on his mid, and Monet is given all the time in the world to just farm up from how they play. It's a very well-oiled machine right now.
It absolutely isn't. I mean, going back to the AM, Jonathan, I don't know the plan either, but the hero does remain trashy as always, and that makes me kind of happy, I'll be honest, Johnny. I never want this hero to be good. I like, you know, just talking crap about AM for its whole existence, so there we go. Another loss for the anti-mage, which makes me very, very happy, and of course, we are going to have an extended break here because the series did end way too fast, so I don't know how long the break's going to be, but it's probably going to be over 2 hours. We will head to that break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our next series where we'll be going into the lower bracket. I don't know exactly what series we'll be casting, but we'll find out very soon. We'll see you all again very soon as well.
bottom tower is under attack.
Is the hand in mine?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's a crisis.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bury me in the grounds of the mix. With my labors live on.
Not.
Oh, your fire. I don't belong here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
But I know you don't know me.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Killing when you fail.
Boom! There it goes!
The ink tide beckons.
You took that jape too far.
I don't belong here.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
New treasures.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sound. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whispering my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying, Adrian, defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh.
Weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken, hör auf leisen Sohlen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel, kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet am Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
I saw you riding on the train today, and I tried to figure out a way to stay close. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, Hey, I heard you like me in a different way. No way. There's nothing in the world that makes me stay away. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again. All the time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care of it. Ooh, what are you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. Ooh, what a
Betty gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink, mit den Brüdern und wir chillen, heute Abend ohne Sinn, sie will, dass ich sing, doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink, ich brauch nur die Klick, und sie weiß, dass es stimmt,
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen, mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer, die Musik laut, die Augen schwer, ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr, der Wagen rollt über den Teer, und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt, ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff, wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft, 808, ist so laut, dass du in der ganzen Stadt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen, mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest. Nein, ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Nein, Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Straße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truckstop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, Küstenring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelte meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Halbe Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider, Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Vergiss, was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören.
see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. Guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. Voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, locate. Wood grain dripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OJ. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tape. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't me with caution, might have to get hurt. I toppled from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care, kid. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less you Jackson, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's unusual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. I've been shot down, I've been hurt, I've been left down in the dirt. I've been lied to, I've been cheated, but I'm never coming to my knees. Needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out. Oh no, never gonna break. Oh no,
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line, take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down, I won't never stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line, take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes by their money to fast the change. Takes by them time to heal the pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Fire will light the fire.
No, I'm not a king. I'm the king. Just wait a minute. I got one last
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
As the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna test to look like you can close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. When I let the beat out, you think I'm crazy, but none of you critics gon' faze me. So when I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, don't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't know. I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body, cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max. And then they pay more cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's something nasty up, nothing's getting past up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Pop will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hang it up, these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, From the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this my designer flow, hey. Gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I didn't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and it's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a cold, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it in that Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into it, I'm way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Screen Body be dripping and fandy. Pat on my nose with that fancy. Money on me, I got plenty. Hundreds, 50s, and 20s. Stay fat, lot of them. Rags, house by the lake, bought that. Ops to the brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit 'em with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star. Brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king of the czar. Got 'em so high, so addicted. Telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. You can bet I got the recipe. Mastermind, creator of this high vibe energy. Only thing I'm loyal to is building a legacy. So quit testing me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in they lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
Our days are getting shorter. It's now, no way, 'cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending. It's not in our course at all. Make a change, forget wait for nothing, to death do I, 'cause I feel like a freight train is running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe, mortify, complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Caught in a landslide, first I take, and I can't wait to finally get out of here. And I feel like a freight train is running over me, 'cause I know like I know everything to make you believe. Take every piece of me, and don't be fine for a little while. Forget everything. You're making excuses. These loaded questions will be useless for you. And the real answer is that I fucking hate you. Never fall back. We will stay right where we at. We never fall back. Yeah. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Ha. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Come up with a game plan. Double XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we never fall back. Hold the ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We will never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the work. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, nothing to fear, yo. Everything you see ain't what it appears, though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm what you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your shot, girl, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my words, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally here for our second series of the night, and it is going to be between Team Bright and, of course, Magiolo here to see who is proceeding through the lower bracket and who is having to stay home for ESL 1 Birmingham. And it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. It's been a rather long break, but we are here once again for some lower bracket series. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, the last series we saw with G2IG was a breeze for G2IG. This one I expect to be maybe a little bit more competitive. Team Bright, of course, having a decent enough time going through at the very least, although not quite having that time up against LGD a while ago. Also a 2-0 for them in LGD's favor. Up against Magiolo, it's an interesting one because these two teams have not faced each other too often before. I think they faced against each other once in a different open qualifier, and that was something Team Bright did win. I mean, up against Magiolo at least. So, not much to go on between these two teams before. There are a few picks that are rather interesting, especially for Magiolo. Vinessi, again, last night we saw him play like Medusa twice, and he also has been picking up the Troll, which, again, I've seen him play in his pubs, watching Cuckoo stream for whatever reason. He was there in that pub game in that interim period when we were on a little bit of a break. So that could be what we're looking for here from Magiolo, just going back into that comfort for Vinessi. But for Team Bright, they have looked promising. Butterfly Effect in particular on the mid has looked really solid from all of the games we've seen from Team Bright. And I think that mid lane is really going to be one of the difference makers here. Like, Butterfly Effect's mid has been looking better and better from the times we've watched him, and I expect that to be the launching point here for Team Bright.
Okay, I mean, I do agree with you on those points, Jonathan. I do wonder exactly what kind of drafts we are going to see here from these two teams. I mean, the Medusa was interesting as well yesterday. I mean, obviously it was quite challenging to deal with from Vanessi's end of things, but against a team like Team Bright, who were looking quite good from the games we did watch, I don't know if the Medusa will necessarily work. I suppose we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Team Bright, again, they did 2-1 Azure Ray yesterday, which is something I don't think anyone was really expecting. I certainly was not. Azure Ray, they are still in the lower bracket against Team Asta. That series is actually happening simultaneously. But my point being, Team Bright clearly not as weak of a team as you would assume. At least I assumed before the qualifier did start. But here we are, Jonathan.
Yeah, here we are. I think I'm not sure what to get from that first series we saw of Team Bright up against Azure, because Azure was doing weird stuff. Offlane Void Spirit with the mid-venge, there was some funky stuff on Azure. Maybe just testing the waters, feeling confident about a lower bracket run, trying some weird stuff in draft, trying to see if these things work in a real game scenario, and apparently not. So, I mean, to be fair to Team Bright as well, they played it really well. They exploited those weaknesses in the draft spectacularly well, so you have to give some credit where it's due there for the side of Team Bright. And again, coming into this one, they have had deep runs in these kinds of closed qualifier scenarios now, and at least 2 closed qualifiers. They have, again, gone pretty far for this roster that most people, I mean, again, there's some familiar names, but most people would, like, say, not raise a candle to, like, Azure, and they just proved that point wrong again. So I want to see how far they can go. I think Magyolo is less tested as a team. Again, we only really know Candy Loon and CZY from their times in Southeast Asia, and their time in Southeast Asia wasn't really successful, speaking frankly here. So I would just give Team Bright a little bit of the advantage coming in, and we'll see if the underdog hour comes in here from Magyolo, but I would not be surprised if Team Bright, no messing around. It's lower bracket, no room for mistakes, just gonna have to plow through it if possible, just play a clean game of Dota here.
Yeah, man, Magyolo, of course, we did get to see them against G2IG on the first day of the closed qualifiers, and they got completely destroyed by G2IG. That was a total of like 40 minutes for that series, so I could kind of imagine a similar thing happening for them if they're not too careful. I mean, again, Team Bright has looked really damn good, if you ask me. Obviously not the absolute best team we've seen in the closed qualifiers, but certainly very surprising results, at least from what I've seen. So I think Magyolo need to be very cautious with their drafting, especially not to allow themselves to get absolutely destroyed in the laning phase, because, Bright, they might just completely run over them. The draft, for some reason, has not started yet. Seems like one of the teams are not particularly ready. So we are kind of just stuck here waiting for the draft to begin so we can discuss some actual hero pickups. Yeah, apart from that though, John. Oh, never mind. The draft has begun. There you go. Speaking of the devil, he shall appear. Here we go. Let's throw to the draft.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tech, right? That's what a lot of people do when you're 5-man stack queuing. You don't find anything, you just keep yelling into the mic, oh, this other game works really well, and then suddenly you find a match. It's just, you say something, the microphones are always on, Mike. It will be heard by someone, and you will get what you want.
That's why I scream bash every time I'm hitting with Spirit Breaker, John. I scream it every single time. Yeah, so, works half the time, I promise.
No. 50% of the time it works every time, Mike, as we do finally see that draft. Magyolo banning out the Lina and the NP. Not too surprising. We've seen a fair few teams actually dip into a very early Lina pick nowadays. It has looked pretty good. There's always flex on mid to safe, but we have seen it safe. Banning out the safe support on Venge as well. Team Bright taking care of that Meepo and the Lone Druid, so not allowing any sort of cheesy picks to come in here for Magyolo. What do they have in mind? A lot left in the pool. Stuff like, well, Chen banned out, but Enchantress still available, Hoodwink still available, Magnus still available. We'll go with the Doom, actually, for Team Brighton. Oh, this is a first phase ban hero every single time. Slides through. The power of the Doom is really strong, and it can go off to a slower start. We have seen, I believe we saw it yesterday, where the Doom did feel a little bit slower. I think the draft overall just wasn't quick enough. But the utility of Doom is always a massive threat, and I'm interested to see if what Team Bright will pair up with it, because I think that's already a lane that is pretty hard to just stop from just farming up or getting aggressive here.
Yeah, I mean, the impact of the Doom is my question, though, right? Because we did see the Doom yesterday. Wasn't the greatest of heroes, but perhaps Team Bright will show us something a little bit better in terms of performance from what we saw yesterday. I mean, to be fair to Team Bright, they weren't the ones playing Doom, so you know, I probably should just kind of hold my opinion of this hero to a little bit later. In fact, what team was it? It was the goal of all life is death. They were the ones running Doom. They ran it twice in a row, and they lost twice in a row. So
yeah,
take that how you will. I'm not sure if that's a valid point.
I feel like in the first game they ran Doom, we literally saw no Devour, and just no mana burn creep early on. It was just literally, I don't know, they were trying to harass out this Dusa by burning her down and chain stunning, but they didn't have that easy spell spam. Game 2 was a little bit different. They did have Devour, but it ended up being a farm fest that they couldn't hold on to. So I want to see what Team Bright will kind of lean into. I honestly don't mind the Devour aspect. It does feel good if you can just run down with Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade. But Devour is the safe bet. It's why the hero has always been good. It's been good for a few years. The changes to Doom are strange in that you can TP away. At the same time, it does make it impossible for you to just fight back. You know, you're silenced up, you're muted, you're silenced up, you're broken, you can't heal up. That's the big part. And I think that just makes it easier for you to isolate the big hero here for Team Bright. Magiolo do go into the Bat Rider, so maybe setting up for a Centaur or a Mars pickup. I'm still not sold in this Bat Rider support. Like, it just has not looked good in a lot of scenarios we've seen it. I can understand why. Again, its best laning partner really is just Centaur. Not even the Mars feels that good with Bat Rider. It's literally just Bat Rider Centaur that feels good. And if it falls behind, it just feels really awkward.
Well, there's a Centaur. I mean, they do go ahead and pick up the combination at least. Pretty obvious that it was to come out from Magiola's end of things. Team Bright will go right into a Tuskar pickup. So this hero has been popping up here and there, especially in the Chinese region. It does still seem to be a bit of a favorite here for the Chinese players. Let's see what they do want to follow up with. Tusk hasn't felt amazing per se, but it certainly is still that hero that can be a bit of a nuisance in the middle of fights. We did see some good snowball saves yesterday. I believe it was from Team Bright against Azure Ray. So, you know, you still have a lot of play potential here with this hero. As well, here comes the Lion as well. Team Bright, not messing around, right into it.
Yeah, I like this opening from Team Bright. You don't have the best ways to just keep people in when Stampedas pop, but you do have a save for the lasso, since Shadow Demon and Venge were banned. We don't see Oracle too often. So Tusk is somewhat of a save with Blink Snowball, or just running up to Snowball if Stampede isn't up. Always a viable option as well. And of course Lion just to have some burst play coming in. Maybe one issue for Team Bright is pretty long cooldowns on your Doom and Lion, but Tusk can kind of compensate for that if you have a nice active mid. That is what I'd like to see here for Butterfly Effect. If he can get to pick it up, as well, Ember's already banned out, and that's probably the best tempo here we've seen for the most part here on the mid. Magiolo, time to cement down those lanes as well. I mean, again, Centaur Bat Rider lane is there. What else do you want to pick up? You see the Lion. It can be annoying for the Cent if he's trying to play with Blink Initiate, but it does feel like with Centaur Bat, you're actually banking on Bat Rider Blink more than anything else, and the Centaur goes for an aura buildup, something like the Veil of Discord into the Shivas is what we tend to see before that Blink comes in. They'll go with the Enchantress on hand here for Magiolo, so just looking for a very stable lane up top to up down bot to play up against that Doom lane. It's interesting to pick the Ench into Doom, because Devour can still be a little bit annoying for the Ench, but you can always play with a slow and harass kind of style here anyway for Magiolo.
Absolutely. Fourth pickup for Magiolo.
Dire team pick.
Here we'll get into the Death Prophet. We have been seeing this hero popping up in the China region quite a lot as of late. I don't know how to feel about it. Like the DP hasn't felt too bad. Pretty hit or miss. There's the Queen of Pain to come out. Pretty standard mid pickup against the DP. Just kind of ensures that she can't abuse that Spirit Siphon that they'd love to abuse every single time. We'll see how they finish off. I mean, both sides still need a position 1. So the carries are the bandouts we're looking for now between these two. Where do they go? You still have the Luna, you still have the Faceless Void, both of which have been extremely popular throughout the qualifiers. I imagine we'll see them get banned out here. Hopefully.
Yeah, something like the Morphling as well is available. I think it's safer for Team Bright to play with Morphling in this game, just because, well, they have the Doom on their side. Magiola picking Morphling into Doom, it sounds like you're asking for trouble. So I don't think Bright will ban it out. It's down to Magiola to ban something like the Morph. The other cores, yeah, Faceless Void taken out. As you mentioned, Luna's still there. There's a couple of quirky options. Again, Vinessi really likes his Troll Warlord. There's the Morph ban. I'm wondering if Team Bright will actually just ban the Troll Warlord. It does tie into this push that Magiolo has with the DP, and to extend the Centaur and Ench. Troll also doubles down on that really quick pacing. So it could be a really decent ban here for Team Bright. There are a couple of good laners I see here for Team Bright that are also a little bit quirky. There's stuff like Razor Safe Lane is something that can pay off. Maybe the pacing's a little bit too slow, but I feel like it can connect nicely enough with some early items that can play pretty fast. Ursa being banned out by Magiolo. I suppose there's also a Slark, right? Like Slark into Batrider Centaur. You've always got a way of just dispelling off some control. Instead, they go with the Dusa on their end on Team Bright.
Okay.
Yes, they saw Vinessi play it. They got inspired. They're like, all right, let's play some Dusa. You have Dusa Lion, Mike. The best combination. This is fun. Just mana drain her up later on with your shard.
That's
very
true.
nice.
That is very true. We shall see how that goes. I mean, you may not even reach a state where he needs that. We'll see what Magiolo do want to pick up here against the Medusa. Oh, what do you want? I mean, this might be the carry that Magiolo wanted. And considering their history throughout the qualifiers, this is probably the carry they were thinking about running. So Team Bright maybe just taking it away from them on purpose. And now it's just a matter of what do you want to run against it.
I think the Troll is a really good option. Either that or maybe a Slark can kind of work out here as well. Look what the Wind Ranger pause 1. I mean, I can understand why. It's a decent diffusal carrier. It has some early spikes. Windrun is annoying. There's nothing to dispel that off here on the side of Team Bright, so you should be pretty happy early on for Vinessi.
It's very desperate, though, isn't it? That's what it feels like.
It's not. It's less desperate. It's more that literally you could have picked up Troll, you could have picked up Slark, you could have picked up a lot of better diffusal carrying cores that scale a little bit faster than the Wind Ranger. Like even a Weaver would have been an option here with a diffusal build-up after Falcon Blade or after a Yasha into diffusal. I don't understand why Wind Ranger gets prioritized. I think the lane is fine into Doom, but a Troll would have been fine as well into the lane of Doom. A Slark maybe not so, but definitely the Troll playing with ranged axis is alright. I can see the pacing for Magiolo. Again, diffusal timing for the Wind Ranger is really strong, but I lean towards Team Bright. I think there's some issues with going onto the Dusa. I mean, unless you all clump up on her in early levels, of course, it's a very easy target, but if Ulu does get the space out to farm, he will scale like a monster. And we've seen that already. Maybe the one thing here for Team Bright is you are running Doom Dusa, and those two heroes do need a lot of farm. Mind you, the trio of Team Bright to get early action in the Tusk, Line, and Quap do a lot without too much farm. So I do believe this trio on Team Bright is enough to buy space for Doom and Medusa overall.
Yeah, I think they'll be perfectly fine. I do certainly agree with the draft opinions here, John. I do think Team Bright certainly came out with a much better draft going into this game one. You know me very well, John. I do not believe in Wind Ranger, let alone Position 1 Wind Ranger. I do understand why they went down that route, but I do stick with my guns. I think it was a desperate pick. I think they were lost as to what to choose. I think they wanted the Medusa last pick, and Team Bright just took it away from them. So, well, here we go. Magiolo, we'll see what they do about it. I have a lot of doubts that this Wind Ranger is going to be enough to deal with the Medusa this game. It certainly is possible, But you can't forget either, there is a Doom in the game. You know, you just commit that Doom on the Wind Ranger every single time. There's just nothing she can do.
Yeah. You can't heal through it. I suppose that's what maybe made something like the Troll awkward as well, but I don't know, Wind Ranger is still awkward into that. I still feel like the safer bet would be like a Troll.
I think all their options were just awkward, because they only had, what, 20 seconds reserve time left to make a decision as well. I'm very, very sure they wanted to do the last pick. I'm almost 100% confident. Anyway, props to Team Bright for taking it away from them. Bit of a fight, nice Earth Spike here from TK, but it won't matter. Still a 2-for-2 trade in the Bounty Rune, so nice even start between these two teams. We'll start off with the mid lane as per usual. Of course, you have Yamo. He's going to be on the DP against Butterfly Effect on the Quap, as we are going to have a quick pause to come out. I did like the Queen of Pain pickup, of course, against the DP, because this is one of the heroes that doesn't really care so much about the mid DP. Just able to blink away every single time she goes for the Spirit Siphon. Sure, you can go for a value point in the silence, but we just never see it. The DP is always just going to max Crypt Swarm and Spirit Siphon first, and that does mean that the Quap should just have the lane advantage.
It should feel pretty good for Butterfly Effect. I don't think it's a complete wash for the DP though. Like, you stand back, you just play with Crypt Swarm. You are fairly happy with that, although Quap's reach is pretty nice as well. So there is some good back and forth here. The Shadow Strike is the big difference maker for Butterfly Effect. But again, it's not the most awkward, although if you do opt for like a Shadow Strike build focus instead for Butterfly Effect, instead of the Scream, that's when it gets really bad for Yamo. Already seeing the effect of that level 1 trade for Butterfly Effect. Keen to see how these skills go. Like, it's straightforward for the DP, it doesn't change too much. Again, Butterfly Effect will have to keep tossing those daggers out. Taking a look at the other lanes up top, getting aggressive a little bit here.
They are trying. Red Panda, though, has gone a bit too far, and CZY will move in. One more hit will do it. In fact, never mind. The Blood Grenade, the damage over time does take care of it, and well, we have seen this multiple times with Tusks throughout these qualifiers, just trying to move in at that level 1, level 2 mark with the tag team, but they always end up dying.
Yeah, it's really aggressive. I appreciate that they want to try to take care of the Centaur before more levels are up, before he can try to trade better with Double Edge and Hoof Stomp. But it's just so risky, especially with a Bat Rider and Flame Break. And that knockback just throws off that pace. He's trying
again? Yeah, what? I mean, this looks like a death for Red Panda. I mean, he tries again, not sure why. So it seemed like a very obvious death to come. Obviously, Ulu cannot do much to help out, so Red Panda, dying for a second time, will now have to make the walk of shame back to the lane.
It's an interesting play. There's no justification for it. Ulu's left alone now. I mean, the solo lane for Dusa is fine as long as you don't get Flame Broken back, but you gain nothing from trying that in Red Panda. I don't know. Taking a look at the bot lane, you have Vinessi on the Wind Ranger along with Chusheng on that Enchantress up against Irving and TK on the Doom Lion. They do have the early Devour at the very least, so Irving will be able to find a good creep for now, just riding on that speed aura. Not the most amazing, but can be offensively nice with a Scorched Earth. Still really easy lane coming out here for Vinessi, no contest at all. TK, okay.
Yeah. Getting sniped here by Vinessi and the Ench, so we'll go down here on the Lion. Irving still having a decent enough time on the Doom, but Vinessi's finding a lot of farm. 17 and 4 on the Wind Ranger. He's definitely not having a very tough time, that's for sure.
Oh, it is a very free lane. Double range into the Doom. Does not feel great here for Irving. You're just gonna have to play passively, farm up, try to hit some level spikes until you feel comfy, and you can probably be left alone. I think that's the best you can hope for in lane. Just reach that point where the Doom is stable and you can rotate on the line, maybe onto that mid lane, onto Yamo at some point. But for now, laning phase looking quite atrocious for Team Bright.
Sure is. Bottom lane. It will be a bit of a chase onto the Enchantress, but she will be okay. The mid lane has looked very even here between the DP and the Quap. Both of them just sitting around the exact same CS.
It's
not too much action
kind of to be
happening.
expected.
Yeah,
Like,
certainly so.
Yeah, you just end up farming. I think it's really the side lanes are hurting too much here for the side of Team Bright. Again, you have a lineup that will want to sit back and farm anyway, but giving this much tempo out to Magyolo is risky. You are seeing the power of just Flame Break into setup for Candy Loon. It's been slow going. Ulu's still finding some farm at the very least, so not under complete pressure to be shoved away. A much better story for him in that sense, at the least, but I don't know. Like, with a trio start from Magyolo, the support EXP on the side of Magyolo is going to be the important bit, right? Like, we always talk about Batrider being a really greedy support. Widow's kills they found up top from the Death's Fred Panda. There's a lot of room for CZY now. Like, he already has Brown Boots going for the Tranks. Now, that's going to be a pretty decent timing for Bat, so he can start to run forward easier, look for those flame breaks, even potentially down the line, look for some opportunistic lassos as well when that levels up. So yeah, it's like these small losses are pretty big to allow Magyolo to just kind of set up for their own much earlier timing, as
TK.
It's going to be slow for Bright.
TK getting so close to dying there. Luckily for him, Benesi did end up missing a power shot earlier, otherwise that would have been another death onto the Lion. TK, though, able to walk his way out. Top lane Red Panda now being chased down by Candaloon and CZY, but will be okay to back himself out this time around. So plenty of farm coming out here in these side lanes. Magyolo. It's Candaloon having an extremely good time, 29 and 7 now on the Centaur, and of course Vanessa continues to basically free farm on the Wind Ranger. A lot of pressure on Butterfly Effect to start making rotations soon and sorting out these side lanes for his team. So the Power Runes are going to spawn up. Regen Rune is going to be found out here for Butterfly Effect, but we are going to have a quick pause out from CZY. CZY, quick reconnection here for himself, but so you've got a Regen Rune to be picked up by the Quap. Again, I think Butterfly Effect at some stage will have to start rotating rather soon, because it is going to be a little bit of an awkward game for them if they don't try to resolve these side lanes going quite badly.
Yeah, it's an issue of who do you jump right now on the side of Team Bright. Might be easier to actually just lock in Candy Loon up top before that level 6 Stampede is up, because I think the Wind Ranger might just be a little bit too slippery. You don't really have burst on your supports yet. The Quap, the damage is decent, but he did, again, go for the Shadow Strike to maintain that lane, so it doesn't have that burst with Scream plus Sonic Wave. It's a little bit less damage, and you already have the Bracer up down bot, so probably best move is top. Again, the support levels are the painful point for Team Bright. Like, yes, you have this Quap that can make moves. Your Doom and Medusa will not join that, so it's down to the Tuscan Lion, and both of them are stuck at around level 3. And comparison, you're already inching towards the level 4, a little bit closer here for the side of Magyolo. Just a little bit, but I don't know. Yeah, we'll see if they can get that space out. Butterfly Effect has been farming pretty well. Again, his lane against the DP has actually shaped up to an advantage, going for that Shadow Strike build. And that is putting a lot of pressure. Like, Yamo is actually just walking back and TPing into the lane. He will be 6 soon, so your window for Butterfly Effect to get a free gank going is pretty limited, as once he leaves that lane, you're going to be fighting either into Exo, or Exo is just going to be popped and your mid's gone. Like, either option is rough for the side of Team Bright.
Yamo taking a lot of stacks down as well on the DP. Ooh. In the top lane, Lulu already out of mana. He's going to have rotations coming in though. Candaloon and Butterfly Effect rotate around to ensure they do secure a kill. Ulu will make his way out. That is a very nice kill here for the side of Team Bright, and their first kill of the game. So they will find themselves a Centaur, buy Ulu some more space and time to farm up. This Butterfly Effect looks like he's ready to start roaming across the map. Will even enter the Radiant Triangle to have a look around here, but won't find anyone, sadly.
And that was a very deep committal out from Magyolo. Good read from Team Bright to just TP in time and find the punishment. Ulu does not have that protection of a lot of wand charges in Mordir, though.
Panda. Well, he's kind of blocked himself in here with his shards. Was stunned up anyway by Candaloon, so really had no way out. And now Yamo course, with the level 6 mark, wants to rotate and use that exorcism straight off the bat. They've got an Enchantress on top, so this tower is not going to last very long, and it seems as though Team Bright are kind of respecting the fact that the towers are going to drop. They won't be around to defend this one.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have enough, again, in your supports just yet to hope to burst down Yamo or even Candyloon, unless, again, he repeats a deep dive. They'll try to siege down bot here on the side of Team Bright to equalize. Their push pace is a lot slower, though. Doom is not going to apply that much pressure onto the tier 1. And Butterfly Effect's just keeping mid shoved in. But again, there's no real push from Team Bright. So, nice map opening here for Magyolo. Great first usage of that Exo.
CZY.
The big thing that'll...
Yeah, get caught out here. He does at least take the Arcane Rune away from Butterfly. But it is going to cost him his life. So Butterfly Effect probably won't mind too much. Gets a bit of a gold influx for himself on the Quap. And it seems as though there might be a bit of pressure to be applied here into the mid lane. And not too much. You don't really have a siege creep or some kind of high sieging heroes here on the side of Team Bright, but maybe a bit of damage to be had. Maybe even just a smoke rotation from these three. We shall see what they want to do. But the both supports are going to camp around their Quap for now, it seems. It's not something you really see every day. It's just a Lion Quap pushing in the mid-tier 1 tower without a siege creep, but I suppose TK and Red Panther just don't have anything better to do at the moment, so eventually they'll head down bottom.
They don't really have anyone to play around but the Quap. I mean, you could try with Doom up now on Irving. Again, it's not really that much burst. The Quap still needs to show up. Like, every scenario for a kill here on a full HP hero does involve the Queen of Pain until some level 6s are up for the side of Team Bright. And it just lends itself to passivity if Butterfly Effect doesn't feel like he's ready. He is working onto his Witchblade first, so might want that up and running before making any full committals. One good thing here for Team Bright is, despite the top tier 1 being taken, there isn't any forward vision here from the side of Magyolo, so you are fairly well protected on Ulu. He has his own ward to play with and doesn't mind farming solo up against Ascent. Still has that range advantage. No threat of movement out from Magyolo into the area, so Dedusa is playing catch-up quite nicely. You're starting to clump around bot once more here, though.
Certainly are. Bit of a lasso attempt out onto the Doom, and Irving is just deleted. Nice and quick here onto Irving. There's not too much the Doom could have done about that. And Magyolo looks like they might even pressure the bottom tier 1 tower. And they've got the Dark Troll Summoner with a creep wave, so it's going to be a quick tower if nobody is around to defend this. It seems like TK will be the only one making his appearance here to defend the tier 1 tower. Should be enough anyway. He will pull the creep wave over. Still a lot of damage to be taken by the tier 1, but they'll get it eventually.
Yep. Just a slow shove in. Again, they always have the Exo to fall back to, but for now, Yamo is using that to clear out the stacks for himself. Going onto the Yules here for the DP. Should allow some self-setup for the silence when he does get that up, and just some quick ways of getting some dispels from the control of the side of Team Bright. Butterfly Effect.
Oh, CZY. Sonic Wave's not going to do enough. CZY, though, still dying to the Shadow Strike, and his Tranquil Boots are on cooldown, so he is dead. Butterfly Effect just trusting that the damage output would be enough in the end. It certainly was. So now again with the Siege Creep this time around, and a Damage Amp Room, they can go for the mid-tier 1 tower. Are they really going to protect the Siege Creep? It seems like the answer's probably going to be no. They'll let it die. They'll have to retreat once again, as with this time around we're going to have a pause from Team Bright's end of things. Another lag complaint being made here by the Dire this time around.
Yeah. And, well, I mean, same thing's happening on the map outside of the Siege. Everyone just kind of farming up to that point where they're comfy. Magyolo still has a little bit more initiative on hand here. They are working their way onto that blink for CZY. So the death does slow down a pretty big timer here for Magyolo. At the same time, he's only about 700 gold away, which isn't too rough for a Batrider support at this moment. They've also got the Veil already up and running on Candyloon, so a little bit more for the magical damage coming in when that centaur does decide to show in front line, going for the blink right after. Irving has been pretty passive. We haven't seen that Doom usage up yet. He is going for the blink now after his own Veil. So everyone probably just banking on these blinks before any bigger fights do spread out. That bot tier 1 does fall eventually, as you mentioned there, Mike. And Magyolo just getting a little bit more room to, again, potentially rotate. But for now, their vision set up not at all on the bot side, just watching top. Would love to be able to jump Ulu, but again, the vision doesn't reach into that area, so happy farming.
Absolutely happy farming indeed. There's going to be a smoke though. Butterfly Effect and Red Panda, they will head up north. Candyloon is the target they'll be looking at. Keep in mind, he does have the Stampede available, so it's not going to be an easy target to try and take down. Red Panda, he'll go for the Snowball. Candyloon immediately will go for the Stampede away. Butterfly Effect, though, now seeing the Stampede committed, can go for the chase. And, well, Candyloon kind of maybe used the Stampede a little bit too early there, I think. Regardless, he is down, so they will be able to secure a nice pickup onto the offlane Centauran, where Ulu, of all people, will be taking that on the Medusa. In fact, through the twin gates they go. They want to keep going for more. There are 3 heroes here from Magyolo down at the bottom lane. Obviously, they want Vanessa on that Wind Ranger, but he does have help around in the tree line. Magyolo seem to be very well aware the rotation has happened, so they will retreat. Nobody will get picked off here on their side of things.
This lane ward still gives them value from that flank.
Oh, Vanessa.
Team Bright. Huh?
Oh, Red Panda. Never mind. I thought he may have gone for the shards attempt, but not quite.
Is under attack.
Yeah, just clearing out creeps. Wanting his own build-up here on the Tusk. Leading to, again, a little bit of a slower game. Smoke out now from the side of Magyolo. There's the blink on CZY. So the initiation is going to be smooth going, along with a blink on Candyloon. The Malaysian duo ready to go here.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, they won't find anyone with the scan. They might find Red Panda in the mid lane very soon. It's just 2 supports in that mid. But if they can find a kill, they could probably go for the tier 1 mid tower as well. Yumo already starting on the creep wave. Candyloon going to blink in, but will not get within range for the hoof stomp. Tier 1 tower, though, is still set to fall. There is no defending this one. No exorcism even required here from Yumo to be used. So they get away with that scot-free, and no lives to be lost either. So a bit of a pretty big loss here from Team Bright. But it kind of goes with the territory. Like, you're playing a Medusa draft, right? So it's to be expected this is going to happen to you. And quite frankly, you are 14 minutes in. So that mid-tier 1 tower, it is still going down at a good timing if you consider that they have a Medusa draft for Team Bright.
Yeah, it's pretty good to hold on to it for this long, considering, again, you're up against a DP and the Ench as well. Push potential is lined up for Magyolo. And you have gotten some value out. You've gotten your free farm on Ulu to at least get this Manta up for some more stats. You've also got the blink almost done here on Irving. He's about 600 gold away from that full item pickup. So some initiation will start to shape up. Team Bright will smoke up though. They have a finger waiting on TK. Are getting hungry to start building up some charges here for that level 15 talent.
Oh, Vanessa. Vanessa's the big target that's eluded them for so long. Red Panda is going to walk past for now. They have not seen the Wind Ranger yet. However, TK can have his smoke broken. Does find him. The immediate Hex is out. Finger is committed. Walrus Punch to finish the job off. And that's only 2 supports for a position 1 Wind Ranger. As now CZY goes for a lasso attempt. It's not really too good. But eventually, off the back of Candyloon to jump in, they will find the Lion. But I'll tell you, that is very concerning for Vanessa. Like, he just died to 2 supports. Sure, he is building a Lincoln Sphere, which will save him from that in the future. But 15.5 minutes in, just 2 supports can kill him that quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't take that long. Again, that's the key thing with Team Bright. Their rotation with the 2 supports alone is already a lot of burst. You throw in the Quap into that mix, and it starts to get pretty scary. Red Panda?
They're going to try and jump in on the Ench first. Sonic Wave will get the job done. CZY, shards, it won't block him in. He's got the Firefly gone. They'll take the Ench kill for themselves. Even throwing a bit of a cheeky scan out on the power rune, just to see if they could get one, but Yumo had already picked up the illusion rune, so that will not be the case. I thought maybe Team Bright would want to try to set up for the mid-tier 1 tower after that engagement, but they don't really need to. You know, as long as the Medusa's hitting creeps, they are happy.
Pretty much. I think the issue as well is that, again, they don't have the best siege on the side of Team Bright. they don't want to force a fight into EXO with just 3 heroes as well. They just have to sit back, relax, play with the pick-off games like this until your Doom is ready at the least, and then you can take some wider fights. Blink is up now on Irving, so they are feeling ready. Starting to clump up around his bot with a smoke from Magyolo.
Oh, Red Panda will find Candyloon to get things started. Candyloon dropping extremely fast. Does go down. That just, he doesn't feel like a Centaur shot. He just died instantly.
Yeah. And they've got the magical burst. The cloak does save him a little bit, but he's not the tankiest Centaur just yet. Not as much armor as you tend to see Centaurs down the line. Still early days for the magic res as well. So Team Bright's burst is still on hand. It's just unfortunate that the smoke breaks right then and he couldn't get off that hoof stomp. That little wind-up is costing them. They've got really fast stuns on the side of Team Bright to prevent any sort of openings in that kind of initiation. So Stampede gone, smoke does not line up, and the stall game continues on Team Bright. 2K, 3K lead coming out now for Team Bright. Medusa is just having a free ride into the Scotty. You haven't had to pop Doom all game on Irving, so that spell is still ready to go. And for Mag, the only good thing right now for them is that all their towers are still standing, but it's like you said, Mike, you don't really care for that right now, since you're getting enough farm on your side of the jungle. Magyolo has just not invaded across the river successfully often enough to make it uncomfy for Team Bright.
Okay, there goes that tier 1 bottom. I mean, eventually they are trying to glyph it up, but it will go down. Seems like Red Panda, he'll go on the hunt to see if he can find this Enchantress. Hex is out from TK. They will find the Ench, and eventually she'll try her best to heal up through this damage output, but there is no chance of survival. TK will just commit the finger to ensure they get the kill. You know, this is the stage, I think, where Team Bright will just completely take over the game. I mean, Magyolo, they have just not hit the timings they could have really gotten here with this draft, and I think at this stage the Medusa's just getting way too big. Ulu's one item away from live Skadi, as they do get Red Panda. Maybe they get TK as well, and they do. They've got both the support duo here from Magyolo. CZY will drop quite low to the damage output of the Quap, but does make his way up. So you lose the support duo of Team Bright, but again, I just don't think it matters. Like, Ulu's just free farm too long, Skadi up in a moment, Diffusal Blade after that. And Vanessa has not gotten to a stage where he can really contest this Dusa.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue actually that Vanessa has not contributed to this game at all with his farm. Like, he's farmed up for so long, he hasn't really joined into the pushes. We haven't seen his firepower really extend onto anyone from the side of Team Bright. And it's just kind of sitting there on the hero. TK.
So they're going to find themselves a nice easy Ench kill. Silence is going to come out from the DP to try to help out, but it makes no difference. That's kind of the thing. Like, you know, that support duo kill that Magyolo found, it was like 400 gold. You know, it really wasn't that big of a deal. Not going to change the state of the game for them. In fact, that one kill into the Ench apparently was worth more. For some reason.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why, but hey, you know, if you get more, you don't ask questions here for Team Bright.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. You've got the full Scotty up you were talking about on Ulu, so he is ready to roll on that Dusa. A lot of HP now. Not very easy to burn through a 2k worth of mana on the mana shield as well. No diffusals being built up yet. That's still a ways off for Vanessa. Ooh, quick
XL, but Candyloon, he's going to find a nice stun. Still, the snowball is going to save everybody. They'll lasso up the Dusa. She's out of mana now. Ulu might go down and does. They have the answers apparently for the Medusa still. As Ulu just kind of melted. It was the thing, right? Everyone else got put in the snowball apart from Ulu. So they were unable to save the Medusa. And I could have sworn she was within range for that snowball, but they just didn't take her.
Yeah, that was really strange. Feels like they should have been able to get that save. Doesn't line up, and the burst does come into play. That was a lot of sustained damage with a Firefly from CZY. And a really good follow-up stun from Candyloon to ensure that they could get control there. They are still chasing here, though.
CZY. get caught out. Shackle, a little bit awkward onto the Warpine Raider. They are still going to find themselves a Tusk, though, and CZY does remain alive. So there you go. I mean, you know, even with the weird Shackle that did fly out, doesn't really matter too much. They still get themselves a kill. Team Bright, back to the drawing board. You know, I was just saying that this Medusa should be uncontrollable very soon, but apparently not.
I mean, she ran out of mana, did pop the Stone Gaze, but just melted to the Firefly on top of her. And I think the big issue there for Team Bright was that there was no close TP point for Irving. He did come in, but he came in at the tail end, running forward, couldn't use Doom, and it just causes issues in the fight. You need to have this Doom running on Irving. He's got the Shiva's Guard up now. So maybe an opening coming out with his smoke trying to scout down bot. Roche has already fallen, so they'll have to deal with 2 lives in Venessi. I honestly don't think that's an issue if they can just get this initiation that they're looking for. But they will just go back to farm. So just keep that build-up game going here for the side of Team Bright. Magiolo, a bit of an opening for them. With that secondary life, that protection on Venessi along with Lincoln's up can make the ganks on her more challenging. And the defusal is finally up and running for Venessi as well. So they have an even more straightforward solution for Ulu. Not going to be the best feeling for the Deuce if it does get caught out to that Wind Ranger here.
It certainly won't be. Looks like Ulu's going to try and work on towards the MKB to ensure he can actually hit the Wind Ranger every time. Very close game between these two, a lot closer than I would have first expected. The Team Bright currently a 53% chance win probability at the moment against Magiolo, so again, very, very close. Because one team fight could kind of ruin that for either side, but for now it seems as though both teams are going to be more than happy to sit back and relax. Roshan still a long time away from respawning, obviously already taken by Magiolo. They are going to try and pressure this top tier 2 tower now. Team Bright, though, they are TPing. They want to try and defend. Smoke is out from Magiolo. They are prepping. Back Lasso. They've caught the Doom out. This is a nice start here from Magiolo as the Doom is going to be sniped by Red Panda. He'll be put in the snowball for now, but there is still no escape for Irving. In fact, Red Panda, he will follow his Doom. And Magiolo, well, they're going to go through the top tier 2 tower.
Gonna be able to find it. Really great ward on Cliff, just scouting the TPs on the northern side, setting up for that smoke play from Magiolo. Exo still has half duration, a little bit of great chip damage to come into that tier 3 as well. Creep wave is gonna come close enough. You did see Ulu just pushing in bot tier 2, trying to get that exchange. We'll be able to find it. And they do manage to force the Fortify out to stall. So overall, not the worst thing in the world for Team Bright. I mean, they understand they're up against an Aegis. Your Dusa needs that MKB to actually hit the Wind Ranger at this point. So she's not going to be joining in just yet. And Ulu's MKB isn't too far off, only about 1.7k gold away. So yeah, you're mitigating your losses. Sure, you drop 2, Irving still not having that impact or the game that you'd hope a Doom would have, sitting at 10k net worth below Yamo, but still above Candy Loon. But I mean, it's a Doom. It's not ideal to have this kind of farm. Granted, you don't go Midas now, so it does make sense. And Magiolo still have time to make something happen with the Aegis. 1 tier 2 is nice. They've got good forward vision now to play with as well. But it does feel like you kind of want more. Although the Ags is eventually going to come out for Venessi, and that's going to be an additional issue here, as they will go for that smoke out. They do have some wards.
A big smoke here from Magiolo. Heading down towards the bottom lane. In fact, never mind that. They'll go east. Towards Ulu on the Medusa. This could be the perfect initiation if they can find her. She's just about 800 gold off the Demon Edge to finish off the MKB as well. Instead, though, Yamo gonna head towards the secret shop of the Dire. Now up towards the Tormentor area. Tormentor gonna be trying to be taken here by Team Bright, but Magiolo, they've come at the right time. They're gonna find themselves an easy TK kill, and now the Dusa. Looks like she'll also be going down. Very unfortunate timing here from Team Bright.
And they had the wards in Magyolo. Just this lane ward, again, giving a lot of value for the rotations of Magyolo. Seeing Ulu retreat and knowing the path a Medusa would take in this jungle. Just going on the right side, either going for the Ancients or into the Tormentor. Easy, readable play for Magyolo to follow up on. And that's the kind of activity they need to get done with his timing. And that should open up more possibilities. Age is still up only about half a minute, so not the most time left. But they are keeping this game even. 1k lead up for Magyolo, which isn't all too bad for Team Bright. But this, again, this Wind Ranger with the Ags is going to be fairly annoying. Like, she's going to have her talents up as well, although 25 is still a ways off. But she is starting to hit like a truck just with the stats. And again, the Diffusal is just going to be a massive threat. No easy answers just yet from Team Bright. They do have the Ags on Butterfly Effect for all of that Shadow Strike spam, but that favors a prolonged fight. We just haven't seen a dragged out fight yet for Team Bright here.
Here we go. Next out there. Found themselves an inch in the mid lane. Not the biggest kill here for Team Bright, but they will take whatever they can get right now. So with that, bottom lane, perhaps Butterfly Effect now getting caught by the lasso and the focus fire of Vanessa may go down, although Vanessa, I think, stopped attacking there for a second, but it won't matter. They will still get the kill.
That's the big kill they need, really. Like, Butterfly Effect left unchecked for a long time. First death of the game. Again, this is the guy that kind of is setting up your tempo here. Is your easy jump in. We haven't seen Irving take that position just yet with the Doom. It has been the Quap opening up the charge along with the support still. With Ulu having that full MKB, this is the point where it should start to get comfier. Right, like, you can hit the Wind Ranger. You've got really good damage coming in as long as you're protected. And they need to protect Ulu as much as possible in these fights. The jumps from Magyolo have just been on point. CZY and Candadoon just constantly finding these openings, coordinating with the Stampede Lasso has made it rough for the side of Team Bright. Team Bright will take their Tormentor. We'll pick it up with a Shard on Red Panda. I think they really actually just want TK to have that Shard. Okay, he already has his at very least. Mid tier 2 will fall. And Magyolo, they've got really good map control. Again, really good vision coming out. Good laning wards to spot any sort of movement out of the base from Team Bright. They can set up for the next Roshan if they want to. You're going to see that timer in a minute. It's going to be a daytime spawn as well at this point. So they've got advantage naturally with the outpost on their position. And for Bright, I mean, it looks rough. But again, you've got Dusa into late game. You've got Doom trying to scale up. I think the one thing that is holding back Irving is, again, like, normally with a Doom, if you are going late, you are going for the Midas. Here, just no farm acceleration outside of Devour. He did go for, like, this early presence, but just never managed to play around it yet.
Magyolo still hanging about here in the Radiant jungle. Team Bright still just trying to avoid them altogether. Yamo working on towards the Shiver's Guard now, but does have the Linked Sphere available for himself. Things getting more and more awkward for Team Bright. Smoke on smoke scenario, they are running right towards each other in that Radiant jungle.
Smoke under a ward.
Who first? Canloon. Oh, that's a 3-man stop! Perfect initiation! TK is down. Irving at least will get the BKB Doom off in time. It's onto the Death Prophet, but still they are losing Red Panda. They've lost all of the mana pool on Ulu. Lasso is out to take down the Dusa. Butterfly Effect still trying to do the best he can to salvage this team fight. But it is not going to be quite good enough. It's Yamo, not even Yamo going to go down. He will survive by TPing back towards the fountain. The Team Bright, they are just not able to catch a break here in this game one.
Ah, it's, again, the vision game from Magyolo making the difference. They just smoke under a ward on Team Bright, and that gives the information out. Again, another very readable move for Magyolo to follow up on. A little bit surprised that they didn't bother to check. That's not the most uncommon warding spot nowadays, as we've seen a lot of teams utilize that. And Team Bright lagging fully behind now. 7k lead up for Magyolo. The initiation, again, causing a ton of issues here for Team Bright. Just a little bit too slow on the uptake with a counter initiation and saves for Team Bright right now, as we do get another pause and multiple disconnects. Everyone trying to repair the connection here. But yeah, this game is getting pretty tough to repair for Team Bright. Mind you, again, I mean, you've got the scaling on the Dusa, you've got the Doom, which is a constant threat, but it just hasn't lined up. Like, I appreciate the smoke play, but under a ward, it just, you're not going to find success like that.
I mean, Magyolo doing some work here in this this lower bracket run. Team Brighter, they looked fantastic before this series, and now they're just completely falling apart here up against Magyolo. Reconnections are there for the Radiant side. We are just waiting on Irving here on the Doom to get his way back into the game. The go-ahead is out. Magyolo's still going to have a pretty tough time trying to breach high ground with this style of draft, though, I think. Especially against the Medusa and the Quap. But for now, things still going very, very well for them. They can just continue to just control the map. Still a lot of scaling going on here with Vanessa as well. He'll go into the Disperser now and just make life even more challenging for Team Bright. We are seeing a BKB being worked on by Ulu, so he does feel the need now to be a little bit more defensive. So they are certainly finding all the answers towards that big mana pool of his. So we are actually going to see a smoke coming out from Team Bright. Roshan is available, so they could certainly think about going that way, but there is going to be a Harpy Stormcrafter camping the pit, which will make it hard to take Roshan without it being spotted, but they are going to just show themselves underneath that creep. However, Red Panda going to have his smoke broken now on the edge. The rest of Magyolo are going to show up, not willing to let Roshan go. Irving going to blink away. Stampede forward is going to come out from Magyolo, and they get a nice claim near. Irving forced the BKB up, does go for the Doom onto the Wind Ranger. They've got Vanessa this time around. Vanessa dropping very low, does go down. That's the start they were looking for, but the buyback is out from Vanessa. Meanwhile, a big Sonic Wave, it lands onto 3. Ulu is still trying to man up through all the damage output, but they're out of mana again as CCY is going to disconnect in the middle of a team fight. Won't really matter too much though, because everyone else is just kind of retreating. Red Panda and Butterfly Effect have no way back into the fight, and this Medusa is almost just guaranteed to die. She does have a greater healing Lotus plus some one charges, but I don't believe her support and mid will come back to save her anyway. It's a 5v3, they'll just let her die. And Roshan looks like it certainly will go the way of Magyolo here.
Yeah, that's the opening you're looking for on Magyolo. Again, it's down to a couple of factors there for Team Bright. They smoked up, but Butterfly Effect breaks the smoke early on the creep wave. So they move in a lot faster into the Roche. They didn't even need the creep vision. They know that Roche was going to happen. So they move a lot, like that 5 seconds gap into deciding for the smoke is big. Gives them the distance they need to just be there in time. The durability as well here of Irving on the Doom. I mean, you see him come in, he pops Lincoln's and then pops the Doom off, and then he just dies. He has no way of staying alive in these fights. Just feels like paper right now, despite having so much armor on him when he does get focused down. And that means you can't play around with the Scorched Earth damage coming out. You don't have someone to frontline safely for you. You're forced to dance around. It looked good initially, and they do force that buyback, but with Aegis to cover Vanessa, that doesn't matter. Rhythmic moves top.
Red Panda go for a bit of a run, but they have certainly locked down the task, so there's no chance of Red Panda getting away. The Team Bright continuing to fall apart here in this game, one of this best of 3 series. Magyolo thinking about going through the top. Irving going down now. Vanessa and CZY able to pick off the Doom right in front of his base.
Yeah, they lassoed him in from the high ground. They
Yikes.
actually jumped down and dragged him. That's getting dicey here for Team Bright. And the scaling's not kicking in. The Doom's not having any impact.
Butterfly effect. He's going to blink one way. Sonic Wave committed. We'll try for the TP play out, but they break the Lincolns. They'll Yules him up. And now with the shackle to lock him down, Butterfly effect is gone. And it seems as though Mag Yellow in still just complete control here. Will be able to go through the top lane if they so wish. Oh, Candlelin's actually camping the mid lane, so maybe going for the higher priority lane. They will send in some Skelly boys to get it started, and well, they are indeed going to commit for the mid racks instead.
Doesn't take too long with Focus Fire. Will force out the Fortify early before the creep wave can actually get cleared out by that. So there is enough of creeps here to just sustain this push out. And they have the XO.
Now Lasso out, a 3-man move
God.
stop from Candlelin. They all group up for it. And with that, it is starting to look like this game is well and truly over. Team Bright, I'm really not sure what they've done to themselves here, but they've absolutely fallen apart against Mag Yellow in this game number 1. Just never taking off. Mag Yellow, I mean, props to them. It is certainly strange. That is one way to put it.
I mean, you had this Doom timing into Veil. Irving doesn't rotate. You get that timing into Shivas initially. With Blink, Irving still doesn't make a move away from his lane or connect with his team in time. And early on in the laning phase, you know, the 2 deaths of Red Panda just felt completely unnecessary. Didn't just feel, they were completely unnecessary. No, it's Mag Yellow. You know, they make the most out of it, of course. You don't look a gift horse in the mouth. They will play it safe, go back as everyone on Team Bright's respawn. But Team Bright, this Dusa needs so much more here. Like, BKB is one thing. I would honestly say a Lincoln's feels necessary. Like, multiple Lincolns on Team Bright just feel necessary with how much single target they have here. Just to try to stack save onto the Lasso. But you're not going to have time to farm any of that just yet, unless Mag Yellow drags the game out for some reason by 10 to 15 minutes, then you get that opening. Butterfly effect does have the Octarine, so more uptime for usage on everything, and a little bit more blinking around here for the Quap. I don't know, like, this is not an easy game to recover from. Mind you, your high ground turret defense with the Dusa is pretty nice. I mean, Dusa as a turret is there at least. But you don't quite have enough on the Dusa, I think, to sustain through that. BKB is there. That's something.
Yeah, it's something. See how much of a difference it's going to make here. I mean, there's no buyback gold available here for this Medusa. They're just going to go all in with this one team fight in the mid lane. Ulu will reveal himself on the creep wave. But they're just ignoring it altogether. Mag Yellow just going straight towards the top lane. May just start on the tier 3 tower instead. Though they are lacking a bit of a creep wave. But, CZY. Lasso will break the Lincoln Sphere that was placed on Red Panda. Panda, he'll make the jump in. Just a Walrus Punch onto Vanessa. However, Gleipnir is going to lock 2 of them down. Now the Doom being committed onto the DP, but it won't matter too much because she already got the XO off. They have lost Red Panda and TK already. A 3v5 scenario now in the favor of Mag Yellow, as they're also going to find the Doom. A big Sonic Wave committed by Butterfly Effect does at least take down the Centaur. They are buying back. They are still trying to fight this one out. Vanessa, I mean, he has been caught in the Wind Ranger. Perhaps they can deal with him now, but he'll just wind run away. CZY now being targeted by Ulu, but Ulu, well, he actually will be able to get him. Problem is, Ulu is now out of mana, so might need to retreat himself. So there was more buybacks being committed by Mag Yellow, trying to rush back in for another fight. No more buybacks left on the map, in fact. They either just don't have the gold, or it's on respawn, it's on a timer. 3 buybacks committed from either team in that last engagement, and yeah, Mag Yellow, they still seem to want to just go for the final lane of barracks. They do not care. It's still 5v4 without the Doom. Butterfly Effect, he's going to get stunned up immediately by Candy. We'll get the Yules off in time to survive. Meanwhile, Lasso has caught out the Medusa. Ulu, he does not have Stone Gaze available. Sonic Wave will be used to push them back, but Ulu is completely out of mana. Still able to back his way out for now. But they're just focusing on the objectives, the top racks. He is going to go down. That is Mega Creeps on the way now. As they will lose Red Panda. Ulu coming back in, trying to fight. Yamo may go down, but not quite. He will just continue to run. He will at least get the Shadow Strike off onto Yamo. But it looks like he's going to purge it off with the Yule Scepter and just blink away. Candloon does get left behind on the Centaur, so at least you might find one. Eventually, it's going to be a slow process, but they'll get it. That'll be a dieback on the Centaur.
Some openings for Team Bright, but they're up against Mega Creeps now. Really good forward vision set by Magyolo on the way out as well, watching the high ground of the base. This is when it just literally becomes a game about the Dusa. And this is the point where you could consider something like the Divine Rapier for Ulu, but I don't think he's actually tanky enough to hold on to that this game, unfortunately. Is just going for the Daedalus and for the Swift Blink for some positioning. The big issue right now is just Irving gets melted whenever Chu Sheng is allowed to just hit away with the impetus. It's so much damage onto that Doom. Doesn't care for his armor. Just rips right through the HP. Doesn't have that much of HP on Irving. So the EHP does not count up against that pure damage here. Team Bright is going to try to siege. And this is kind of all in now. Roshan 20 seconds away until we see the timer. If they find a tier 2 into Roche, that is their way back in. But... and they actually will just find a tier 2. They don't want to risk it on Magyolo considering the buybacks. They will go for the smoke. Lasso is ready for CZY. 1 kill is all it takes here.
Well, it's going to be a 5v4 because Butterfly Effect has been left to defend. Team Bright, they will retreat, not seeing the opening they were looking for. Very, very hard to imagine them being able to win a fight without that quab. It's easy with the Wineout now on the hunt, but does get hexed up by TK. They'll try to burst down the Batrider immediately, but he does manage to get away for now. Meanwhile, Irving is just melting to the damage of Vanessa. Vanessa does find Irving. And now the fight looks atrocious for Team Bright, as they will lose TK to boot. Now 2 down onto the Medusa. She's completely out of mana. She is being left alone to die, and still will. Time to call it, boys. And GG is called. They've had enough. Magyolo taking game number 1 in a very unexpected fashion here up against Team Bright. Props to them. Magyolo apparently getting substantially better overnight.
That they do. Still trying to process everything that happened in that game. There's a lot of quirky stuff happening. You know, for a while it felt like we didn't see Vanessa's Wind Ranger at all take part of these fights. Suddenly he shows up and the game changes tone. Irving had a rough time frontlining, trying to get the Dooms off. In the last fight, couldn't even use the Doom as well. Pops a BKB and just gets melted. And that just caused a lot of issues there for the side of Team Bright. They needed to be able to connect with the Doom in the late game scenarios. And even in the mid-game scenarios, Irving was not quite present for all of those engagements, which was a lot of missed opportunities there for the side of Team Bright. We'll see if they can stitch it together in the next game, but a spectacular performance from Magyolo to kind of bring it together for game 1.
Oh, absolutely. We'll see if they can keep up these performances here, as we are going to head into game 2 after a short break. We'll head over to that break and we'll be right back with game number 2.
not a king, I'm the king.
Just wait.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft very, very soon here between Team Bright and Magyolo, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. John, Game 1 had a rather surprising result. Magyolo completely dominating Team Bright for, I'd say, the second half of the game. Team Bright were doing pretty well for the early stages, but kind of just fell apart. What would you like to see changed up here in Game number 2 from Team Bright's end to give them a good chance at Game number 3?
I think Team Bright have to play around their item timings. They had some pretty good timings lined up there from Irving. Again, he had a bit of a slower lane, but eventually he did hit that Veil of Discord blink into Shiva's build-up. And it just felt like we only started seeing big dooms towards the end of the match. So, kind of want to see them just play when they're strong on the side of Team Bright and fix their laning. There's no reason for Red Panda to die twice in a lane with tag team for chasing down, what, a Centaur? With a Dusa, there's not enough damage to get anything done in that thing. So fix their laning and play around item timings, which I'm sure they're going to be able to do in Game 2. And it's going to be interesting to see how they get that done. So yeah, I think the mistakes of Team Bright were oddly basic for a team like that. And Magyolo do capitalize. You know, they will just accept it if you give them openings like that. They will take advantage of it. It is a competitive game after all, and you do want that win to have a ride up here in the lower bracket. We'll see if Team Bright can correct. I don't think the draft was too bad. In fact, I would say Magyolo, their draft was not ideal. Like, the DP mid didn't quite counteract the Quap. Really good Quap pickup there for the matchup. The Wind Ranger took a long time to really be online, and we were seeing successful ganks onto Venesi early on, especially with a Tusk and Lion. Just them alone was enough with the double blinks. So, I don't know, like, there are a couple of holes to plug here as well for Magyolo, but Team Bright is on the ship that is taking on more water here.
That they certainly are. Well, hopefully we'll have a Game 2 coming up rather soon. We are still waiting for the game to begin. But yeah, certainly a very interesting result for Game number 1. We'll see what Team Bright intend on changing up for Game 2 here to give themselves a good chance at that Game 3 opportunity. Of course, loser of this does have to stay home while the winner does proceed through to the lower bracket semi-final. Their competitor is either going to be Team Asta or Azure Ray in that lower bracket semi-final. So, I mean, obviously, a great prize here for whoever does manage to pull their way through. Looks like, by the way, spoiler alerts for anyone that's not watching the other series, it seems as though Team Asta has taken the first game against Azure Ray. So there you go. It very likely could be Team Asta based off the results in the qualifier for now. But again, we will have to wait and see. You never know. It is Azure Ray after all. For now, we are still waiting for the draft to begin. Apparently, one of the teams is still just not ready. But yeah, there was quite a few mistakes being made, it feels like, in that first game. Just, you kind of already pointed out Red Panda dying twice in a row and making a walk of shame back, which was very strange. Multiple group ups as well for Candlin to just jump in and get 3. How many 3-man hoof stomps were there that game? I mean, there was a lot of three-man hoof stomps that were happening. Yeah, and definitely some missed item timings for sure. We'll have to see what they do about it in Game number 2, at least. Once they're ready to start, that is.
Yeah, and I'm going to want to see what draft adjustments are made. Are we going to see something like the Wind Ranger come out once more for Venesi? Maybe he gets to go into that troll again, which it did look like they were a little bit flustered to pick up. I think you would have had a smoother ride for that push on the side of Magyolo and less holes to have to repair if they went for a much more stable pause 1. We shall see. We should be having the draft on in just a second. And that should lead for us to finally see what's in store here for Game number 2, as Game 1 was full of quirky surprises for sure. And I don't know, maybe Red Panda gets slapped a couple of times and starts playing normally in lane. It just looked like he was on autopilot for a little bit, as we do see the bans. Chen Ench being taken out by Team Bright, Magyolo taking care of the Lina. Will we see anything like the Magnus ban, Hoodwink, Nature's Prophet, Doom? Those are all pretty much the top priorities, with Venge, I suppose, on top. So those are the standard ones. Shadow Demon goes first for Magyolo, maybe setting up for that Bat Rider once more. Bat Rider banned out by Team Bright after having to play up against that from CZY. And the Meepo as well. So they cover most of the cheese here. Magyolo, they have first pick. They could gun for like the Candy Loon Magnus straight up if they feel like it's great. If they want to set up for that, a Rubik pickup could be good as well. And they will go with Avenge instead, which is fair. It doesn't reveal too much about your draft. Has great laning presence. The swaps have felt amazing in almost every game that we've seen it in. Some games can be a little bit rougher, but it is a very nice support to have on hand. Team Bright, they do manage to take up the techies that we've also seen quite often here in China. Just a lot of damage coming in with his hero, a lot of burst potential on hand, and a really solid lane as well for Team Bright to build upon.
Oh, absolutely.
10 seconds remaining.
We will go back into the ban phase, of course. Mag Yellow.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
They get rid of the Ember this time around. I think Butterfly Effect was probably the real shining star from Team Bright. It felt like he was trying very hard that game to make the game work. Just everything, including his own team, seemed to be working against him during that game number 1. I do kind of agree with any kind of ban-outs towards Butterfly Effect because, again, he does seem to be the shining star of the team. It's Magyolo. They're going to dive into the reserve time for this final ban-out.
Radiant team ban.
They'll get rid of the Winter Wyvern this time around as well.
Wonder if they're setting up for some like the Magnus. We tend to see the Winter Wyvern ban when you do pick up Mag. Team Bright will go for the Centaurs for themselves now. They don't have the Bat Rider to set up, but you still have plenty of viable options. Hoodwink still in the pool there for Team Bright down the line. Really strong presence as we've seen from Candy Loon in the last game. Maybe a little bit slower up against certain matchups for the Cent, but there are ways to kind of change your skill build around that as well. So I don't mind this. I think we've seen Centaur be pretty valuable now in a lot of these games. Magyolo into the line, so they do pick up that burst damage on their side. And they have a really stable way of just stopping the blast off. Just Earth Spike in the general vector trajectory of the techies, and you can just take away quite a fair bit of that early blast off damage that is important for the techies playing the burst. So I like that. Can sustain heroes like Storm as well decently enough. If you're looking for something mana intensive on your mid, Lion does provide that utility as well.
Well, Magyolo, third pickup now. Support duo is already upon us. Pretty standard Venge Lion opening. Now the Mag you spoke about is still available if they wanted to hand that over to their offlane. We shall see if Mag Yellow do prioritize a hero like the Mag. I think we've seen much Mag out of them, to be absolutely fair, so perhaps not feeling too comfortable with the hero. You do also have options like the Mars for the offlane, which has been somewhat popular to boot, so they could go for that. They will continue using a lot of reserve time for this this third pick.
Yeah, I like the Mars suggestion you made. I think into Centaur Stampede, it's a really good way to stop that retreat and just lock in an area. So Mars is a really good bet here. Lane with Venge or Lion is pretty solid. Venge maybe is a little bit nicer with a minus armor into the God's Rebuke, but not necessary really. They'll go to Magnus instead. They just have this kidnapping potential, have the RP. You can gun for the Troll now on Magyolo as well. You know your matchup against Centaur. Troll into Cent isn't too bad. Play with ranged axes. Make the Centaur try to consider the Retaliate build instead, which is not ideal for the Centaur, especially since they nerfed its aspect on push, as you do want Double Edge and Hoof Stomp instead. So it's a pretty clear path for Magyolo to just go for the Venessi Troll that we've seen him play before. With that buff on the Magnus. Team Bright, what'll it be? Probably looking for the support to tie in with the Centaur. I still like the Hoodwink. I think, again, it's been a really high-value hero. Bushwhack into multiple hero Hoof Stomps is pretty nice. They'll go with a Rubik instead, so they want a stable way to stop the Skewer back with the Lift and the Lift save, and potentially RP steals. And they pick up the Ursa, which is rather interesting into the Magnus. I think that's a pretty playable lane for the Magnus overall. And you are in the firing line of being skewered back. So there's a lot of play for Magyolo in just laying against the Ursa, but you also run the risk of just being bursted down by Ursa techies. There is some good counterplay there on Team Bright as well.
Absolutely. Well, Mag Yellow. Fourth pickup here. Reserve time once again being used up. They need a mid and a safe lane. Probably the safe lane to be picked up. They do not have the option they like to go back to, which is the Medusa. Of course, Vanessa, if he did want, could go for the Wyvern. Rather the Wind Ranger, but I would not recommend it. You have the Luna, you have the Void, both of which have been very popular throughout these qualifiers. I think the Luna, maybe not so recommended, but the Void I think would be pretty okay.
Dire team ban.
No! Wind Ranger again! I mean, you know, it worked the first game. I guess I shouldn't trash talk the Wind Ranger pick. John, it did work in game 1, so who am I to talk?
I wouldn't credit it to Vanessa that time around, really. I think Candy Loon and CZY did a lot of work there. Wind Ranger into Ursa matchup it's pretty decent, I guess. Like, you will force the Ursa to go MKB. It's going to be pretty annoying to try to reach the Wind Ranger. There's some good kiting here for Magula to play around. So, it's not the best core-to-core matchup for the Ursa, but it's also not too bad. Like, just go MKB, BKB, and you're pretty happy on the Ursa there. The lane now for the Centaur is also awkward. Again, it's forcing you to consider the Retaliate build over the Hoof Stomp Double Edge, which just isn't how you play Centaur now, especially since the Retaliate tower nerfs a long time ago. It's just not as good as it once was. So I like this. It does allow Magyolo to just play their own game. The potential of Wind Ranger Revenge is pretty decent. Again, Wave of Terror into a steady stun setup to get into position for a Shackle can lead to some early aggression here for Magyolo on top of that. And now they can just kind of set up for the mid. Do ban out the Puck and Kunkka on Team Brightsand. Magyolo already taking care of the OD. The Ember Spirit banned out earlier, so you don't have that straightforward combination with the Magnus here. What else is there? I suppose there's something like the Pangolier that's still available. There's the DK still available. The DP that Magyolo seem to enjoy a ton is also still there.
5 seconds remaining. Pick.
There you go. Final pickups. Magyolo. Five seconds reserve time left. Not too much time to think about this one.
Radiant team pick.
They'll go for the Luna pickup, so it's going to be a mid-Wind Ranger perhaps coming out from Magyolo, switching it up a little bit. I don't think the Luna necessarily does amazing against the Ursa, but that is the route they are going to take.
I think it's pretty okay if you go Satanic down the line. Again, with your Glaives of Wisdom active, it's... Oh, not Glaives of Wisdom, but your Glaives active, it does feel pretty good. You do get a lot of lifesteal. It makes it mildly awkward for melee cores. I figured the Wind Ranger matchup was a little bit better for the safe lane core head-to-head, but Luna still does a pretty decent job. I am curious what Team Bright will want. There's no easy answers for the Wind Ranger now. With OD being taken out of the pool, Pango is still alright. Like, legitimately, if here for Team Bright, Pangolier for Butterfly Effect wouldn't be too bad. I think... What else? Pango is good. Maybe Alina could be alright, although I think Wind Ranger does win that one out by a decent margin. Pango is pretty hard to shove out. We'll see. Team Bright taking their time and thinking through for this one.
Alright, Storm Spirit will be in. There is some counters towards the Storm. Obviously, you do have CZY on the Lion. But the Storm is going to be picked up here for Butterfly Effect. What is it, John?
It's a Candy Loon Wind Ranger. Alright, because if it was Wind Ranger mid up against a Storm Spirit, Wind Ranger easily wins that matchup. But somehow it becomes the Magnus mid instead, which Storm feels much more comfy with, despite the skewer back charge. Interesting. Team Bright get a good read that Candy Loon will just run the Wind Ranger offlane instantly. Maybe through scrimmages or just tendencies in pubs. I feel like you would have gotten a pretty decent lane with just Magnus on offlane and Wind Ranger mid instead. Again, Storm into Wind Ranger, that's a really terrible pick into. Like, you see the Wind Ranger, you pick the Storm into it. It's not nice. But they dodge it. It's not an issue. Overall, draft-wise, I like the potential on Magiolo. I'm not sure what Candyloon will do on the offlane Wind Ranger now, but it shouldn't get run down by Ulu's Ursa. So there is that. It's a stable farming lane for the Wind Ranger as long as you don't get caught out with the blast off on TK. And you've got the protection anyway of CZY in the line. So good rounded drafts from both sides. The Storm Spirit pick does pay off. There is still the risk of just Shockwave Skewer backs, as we've seen a lot of Magnuses really enjoy. And that is still a threat for the Storm early on. Despite the double overload, Tower is still a pain in the butt to deal with for the hero. We'll see how it goes. Game number 2, of course, going to be underway.
Prepare for battle.
I don't know how that works out. Like, you pick Storm so confident that Wind Ranger goes offlane. Like, that's telepathic.
I don't think the matchup was going to be that bad. I think
it is pretty bad. We've seen it pretty bad before for the Storm. You can't play with Overload, you can't walk up to Static Remnant, and you can't use Electric Vortex. Like, she'll just Power Shot Wind Run you. Like, we have seen that the Wind Ranger pick into Storm multiple times before. On a lot of lands as well. The Mag is okay, but you can play with your level 3 here on Storm. Even though the threat of Skewer back is there, like, it is somewhat playable for Storm in comparison to Wind Ranger.
Well, it's going to be a bit of a wraparound here. Radiant Jungle is where they'll go through Magiolo. Plenty of wards already being placed around the Radiant Jungle area. Just watching the whole of that right side of the river. Sentry ward placement is good here from Red Panda. They will be able to spot the ward on the high ground thanks to the Static Remnant of Butterfly effect. Magiolo is still hanging around, still looking for that initial team fight. Ulu might run up for the bounty rune here. Does not see CZY yet, but does think better of it. He will back off. Spidey senses were tingling and ensure he does remain safe. So it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes. Magiolo unable to find the level 1 team fight they wanted. But of course we can start with the mid lane where you've already kind of spoken quite a lot about it. It is going to be Butterfly effect against Yamo. And so what you seem to believe that the Storm should have a much better time here against the Mag.
It's better than the Wind Ranger. It's still maybe not the best. And level 3 timing for Storm is nice, but that puts you in firing line for Skewer. But you can play with some decent harass with the Overload at the very least. Yamo, I'm keen to see what he does go for. Like, the most common is like the 302, of course, on the mid. Butterfly effect will have to watch his positioning for the most part. But again, he's not going to be as threatened. It's still fairly safe for Yamo overall, so it's not bad. I'm just really curious. Maybe they didn't feel... Maybe they prioritized that kill threat over a safe lane, which is fair. Level 3, again, the big point for both sides. Once you have that level 2 Skewer, that's when threats can line up. Taking a look at the other lanes, though, up top, you do have Trading Blows. So dropping low, actually, down bot for Red Panda early. So that pressure in Candyloon and CZY already coming into play.
Oh, he missed the power shot? I mean, I guess it happens. A bit of an awkward power... unless he just didn't channel it long enough and it just did no damage.
Nah, it was a very short channel. Yeah, like near instant cancel.
So it was just a short cancel. Well, that's all right. Maybe a bit of an error there from Can. Who the hell knows? I think you could have actually gotten that kill. That's 170 damage on level 1 power shot.
Yeah, would have been nice. No creeps to block that first hit as well. It does miss out on the opportunity, but it's fine. They get the pull off with CZY, control the lane. This is a pretty decent lane for Ulu to farm in. And the threat to kill onto Candyloon, not that high to jump this Wind Ranger with Wind Run. Unless you get your Disable on Red Panda in the nick of time and manage to just apply those slows or the Earth Shock quite nicely here, but should be a stable farming lane for both sides outside of that kill threat with the Chain Stunning, which is bigger on Magiolo. So Candyloon should be enjoying this one. Up top, getting some aggression out onto Vinesi. But no major threat. Trading blows with TK first. The Venge Luna lane coming out once more. So you've got that stable double stun lane on range up against the Centaur. Not the comfiest for Irving. At the same time, Luna range again is pretty short. So it's relatively easy to walk up for the Hoof Stomp. And relatively easy to try to line up for a double edge here if an opening presents itself.
They do move in. Vanessa,
that.
he's going to get stunned. Blastoff is there. Irving still diving, has the double edge. Doesn't seem to need it, but or maybe he should have, because Irving is now going to go down. But he does at least get the trade of the Luna first, and does get the first blood gold bonus.
Yeah, does line up nicely. Just a little bit of a risk. Does pay off for Irving. Don't mind that. The Venge finding the XP is still pretty nice, but not the biggest deal. They do find the bot line as well in CZY. Just a little bit of an overextension for that Lotus. Have to watch that positioning and respect still the 1-1-1 build on Ulu, which is highly effective in the chase down.
Another double hoof stomp coming out from Irving. A lot of damage being dealt here between this Techie Centaur. It's kind of the thing, you get stunned, it's just too much damage follow-up here from TK. He does have the blast off back up, so one more stun on Vanessa and he is just as good as dead. Same goes for the Venge, it's just up to Irving to land the hoof stomp first so that the follow-up can happen from TK. But they are really having to play on edge here in this this safe lane of Magyolo. It is not feeling very good.
Yeah, it's slow going, and it is getting pretty painful. You already have the raindrops picked up by Vanessa just to mitigate some of that damage coming out here. The mid lane is where it's starting to hurt a lot for Yamo. He does opt for a 2-1-1 build instead, understanding that going up to the storm, copying a remnant and double overload is risky for the skewer back. So Butterfly Effect is kind of running away with that lane. Not too surprising, but still playable for the Magnus, although that slight lead for Butterfly Effect is building up.
Meanwhile, top lane, Vanessa does die in pretty much the exact same way that was just described. He cops a hoof stop, cops a blast off, cops a sticky bomb, and he's down. Bottom lane rather, Candy Loon has also been caught here by Ulu. Will continue to run past the tier 1 tower, but it is not going to be enough. He is down. The Ursa will have his way with it. CZY was roaming into the mid lane to secure a water rune for his mid, but it does mean that they do lose the offlane Wind Ranger.
Yeah, and that's a nice pickup. Again, just playing with when Wind Run is forced out, you get the lift, you waste a lot of duration, and you find that opening for Ulu to just run down with a level 2 Fury swipes. Damage stacks up pretty fast. Good openings being found here by the side of Team Bright, and a great start for Team Bright to kick this off to. Like, you have this Storm that's having a pretty free time, has level 6, so the skewer back threat is completely gone. Butterfly Effect can just start focusing on farming and potentially looking for the power rune as they dive top again.
I mean, the duo is very strong with the Centaur techies. It's kind of hard to get away if you do get stunned initially here by Irving. Well, the Venge is just not having a good time whatsoever. It just doesn't matter who it is. If they come anywhere near the Centaur, they are pretty much as good as dead.
That they are. I expected them to really play this lane a little bit more passively off the back of that. Use the magic missile more defensively when you see the movement in, or just to stop the blast off if you're quick enough on the cast. Still, again, great openings from Team Bright. They managed to secure themselves the Amplify damage rune on Butterfly Effect as well. So he's free to do what he wants. Is going for the TP play top once more.
Vanessa is going to get caught here by the blast off of TK. Did have raindrops, I believe, to protect a little bit.
Oh.
Though a nice RP. Yamo will find 3 targets, and Vanessa this time will survive. Yamo to the rescue, handing over a double kill here to the Luna. And thankfully for Vanessa, he bought the raindrop, so he does barely survive long enough.
And that was really awkward from Butterfly Effect as well. Like, he had to zip twice instead of just getting one long zip to get the amplified damage Ball Lightning on. Ulu finds Candy Loon down bot as at the very least in exchange, but you lose a lot top. Like, that's a great showing out here from Yamo. Just getting the skewer RP. Again, just small mistakes from Team Bright once more. Like, that double Ball Lightning cost so much mana and cut off the damage of the Ball Lightning from the tower, which might have been enough to find that kill.
Now bottom lane. The Ursa maybe getting a little bit far. CZY and Candloon are both there. CZY still being chased here. Red Panda, in fact, more TPs incoming. Ulu going to be very cautious. This is a lot of TPs coming out for the Ursa. He is still just chasing down CZY, knowing he's just dead. And CZY just going to be able to get away as Ulu will hand a killing spree now to Candy Loon.
That's not worthwhile for the side of Team Bright. Really aggressive movement out. And they will at least find Vinessi in exchange, so our safe lanes are, well, trading blows at the very least. You are still better off here on Ulu, slightly ahead of our Luna, but Vinessi will be able to catch up farm quite fast with Luna anyway, so it's not the biggest problem. Doesn't need to wait for anything like the Battle Fury that Ulu is building up here. Back and forth game 2, 7-5 in favor of Team Bright, but a very marginal lead overall for Team Bright as well, with a couple of unfortunate circumstances, especially up top. Mag, they are starting to build up some stacks here, so some good farm to flow in for Vinessi with that Morbid Mass to clear out, and is just taking that safe farm. But there's some good vision here from the side of Team Bright, so they are aware. It's great vision to capitalize on with your Storm as well. Magiolo just ensuring that no one's going to be crossing, keeping eyes, keeping 4 heroes in the bot lane overall, leaving top free. Just wanting to maybe look for that opening with Candy Loon here.
Starting this out. Ulu. He's the target they'll go after. Canloon, he'll pop the focus fire on the Ursa. Red Panda is around to try and help out. They'll throw the shackles on the Ursa, but he's going to be alright. Instead, now they're the ones that need to run here. Magyolo, there's a lot of TPs incoming. CZY in danger. They do take down Red Panda first. CZY somehow still alive as now the chase is back on for Ulu. Canloon still has the focus fire going. Ulu, no, it wears off, but the RP is there. Ulu will go down once again as TK will show up, will take down the Wind Ranger. A complete mess here down to the bot lane. As our Storm is still trying his absolute best to get some form of a kill. He will take down the Venge, but Yamo now will find TK, and it's just Butterfly Effect and the Mag left down at the bottom. Who did that actually favor? I don't know. It was a 3-for-3 trade at the end. And in fact, Magyolo, he did come out with a bit of gold exchange, so it seems like it was better for them.
It 100% is way better for Magyolo. Only lose their 2 supports. You had to drop your safe lane for the off lane here on the side of Team Bright. And Ulu, and his Battle Fury timing's already thrown slightly off. Not going to be too happy about having a target painted on his back. He is above in net worth in comparison to Candy Loon, but he's the safe lane Ursa. And catch-up farm for Ursa, you know, it does need a Battle Fury to really scale up faster. Whereas for Vinessi, again, just hits the jungle with a Morbid Mask. No problems here for the Luna. So Magyolo finding the better end of the deal. Also getting some great activity out on Yamo. Blink Dagger for our Magnus not too far off. Team Bright smoking out with Butterfly Effect and TK though. They've got the burst damage on hand if they find an angle. Good ward up top to try to sneak around over.
Absolutely. The Butterfly Effect and TK will head up north. Vinessi is farming that area. CZY was also close by, but they'll avoid the Lion. Back to Vinessi. Gonna run the right way. Does avoid the gank incoming. And CZY also gets through the Twin Gates. So nobody gonna drop here from Magyolo. In fact, Ulu's the one that may have been spotted here by CZY. Pings are coming out. CZY, he wants to try for it. With the Ursa alone, it won't be the hardest kill in the world. Mind you, there is still a T1 bottom tower to worry about. So you do have the TP rotations here from Team Bright if they so wish. And Ulu is just going to leave the area anyway. So nothing going to come out of this attempt here from CZY. And instead, it seems like Magyolo might apply a little bit of pressure onto the bottom T1 tower here with the siege creep that they still have standing. And that they will. It's, Team Bright not really too interested in trying to defend this.
Yeah, just gonna go for it. They already took top in exchange anyway, so they have some forward reach to compensate for losing control down bot just a little bit. And they're more than happy to play a bit of a farming game. You've got a Magnus with Empower that can clear out fast. You've got a Luna that's comfy in the jungle. They are always under vision though. But they find Red Panda.
They do. Red Panda will go down now. Yamo will happily take that kill on the Mag. It's a very slight net worth lead the way of Team Bright, but it just feels like anyone's game at the moment. Like you do have the Centaur and Storm at the top of the net worth board, but it's still extremely close between all these cores.
It is. And the only one really suffering is Candy Loon and, to an extent, Ulu, but Again, Ulu can recover pretty fast once the initial item is found. I would like to see a little bit more activity out from Bright. I think with the Blink of Irving coming close, with their vision game still being this strong across, with this nice line through the middle of the map, they've got a lot to play with to just look for that jump. The tier 1 mid is holding them back though, so it would likely help if they could siege, but again, the siege isn't the quickest on Team Bright unless they bring the numbers. Smoke out from Magiolo. Again, they've got the Blink RP ready in Yamo. Just needs to find a way in, but the mines will tell of a rotation here.
They will. Still they come. Butterfly effect. Oh, we might get spotted. They have the RP. They'll commit immediately. But do they have the full-off damage?
Stolen
They'll
RP?
stun him up. Stolen RP. Red Panda. He'll find 3 of them. And they are just going to melt. Perfect RP still. They were not expecting the Rubik to be around. And of all things, Butterfly effect will survive for another day.
That was clutch out from Team Bright. The instant stampede to get Red Panda in the middle to get a huge RP to just set up. And just enough time for Butterfly effect to back off. Again, the mines giving the information allows them to huddle up closer there on Team Bright and just reposition a bit. Like, it was further out for that movement from Yamo because Butterfly effect was already on the retreat. And that just buys enough time. The delay response from Magiolo means the burst isn't there. And seconds buy lives here, as they'll be able to siege onto that mid-tier 1 to open up the map to allow these smokes and plays to start to pour out from Team Bright now. So, a big win. Finding the kills, saving the storm, taking out the objective that's holding them back from ganks. Magiolo losing a lot. The only blessing they have is Venesi is farming, but that's all he's been doing this entire game anyway, and that is to be expected. Still a rough spot for Magiolo. Not the biggest deficit, 3k down, but Team Bright, you know, once they have this Battle Fury and Ulu, after one more team fight on the back of that, it's straight into Roshan, and you have to be concerned about that Rosh timing with Ursa.
You do. Another smoke here. Well, they found Candlewood this time around on that offlane Wind Ranger, and he's just good as dead. With the Orchid now up on Butterfly effect, they can truly be much more aggressive here on Team Bright. Magiolo now the ones that are kind of trying to avoid any kind of engagement to come. Still sitting as 3 on the west of that Dire jungle, but there's going to be plenty of heroes coming in. Red Panda goes right for the lift up onto Yamo. TK moving in. Stampede has been popped. Yamo trying to get away, but gets RP'd by the Rubik. He is down. They will find the Venge to boot. And now, I mean, if they want Roshan, it is freely there for them. Ulu is right around the corner, and that is exactly where they're going to go by the looks of it.
They've got the output, and they've got the frontliner to just cop that Rosh damage here as well. No full Battle Fury for Ulu, but doesn't matter. Fury Swipes will still get this done. And with no threat of the Magnus coming in, free Roshan for the side of Team Bright. Again, just this stolen RP doing so much work coming out of here from Red Panda. And he has fixed his gameplay, Mike. You know, he didn't die twice in lane this time. And it makes all the difference for him. Blink up now as well. With a stolen skewer, he's got a lot of kidnapping himself.
He sure does. Immediate twin gate usage through to the bottom lane. Now, Candlewood is showing on the creep wave, or was at least, while the creep wave was still alive. Will be left alone for now. I don't believe Red Panda really saw him. The 5k advantage now standing for Team Bright. With an Aegis up on Storm, it's very hard for Magiolo to even think about going for any kind of smoke rotations. So we are going to see a cheeky scan onto Yamo. I don't believe that's going to lead to too much anyway, but just a bit of information gathering here for Team Bright. They have also managed to farm up their Battle Fury on Ulu, so his farm is set to escalate quite quickly on the Ursa. Perhaps a smoke to come here from Team Bright, as they do remain gathered in that mid lane. In fact, they'll infiltrate the Dire Triangle, but nobody's going to be around the area. Obviously, they do seem very desperate for another big fight, understanding how powerful they are at the moment, but nobody's showing from Magiolo.
Yeah, the timing just being a little bit off. They've got the sentries down on Magiolo. The vision has disappeared. They'll take a glimpse up top. Mass TPs.
CZY already down. be about it though. That they get CZY, but everyone else is able to casually walk out of there.
Not the biggest kill for all of that time spent waiting, but they'll take what they can get. Not really going to be able to commit onto a tower just yet either, so just back to farm and pick offs if they can find it. Butterfly effect, every single rune going his way. Shield rune to help him sustain up front now as well. Could get a good jump down bot, but the tier 1 still stands. Instead,
jump in onto the bench. Find another. It's the thing with the Storm now. Like, you're at the stage where he could just zip on anyone. And with a +1, you can basically kill anyone here on Magyolo. The Butterfly effect going to have a lot of fun this game now. Understanding he's basically unkillable for the next 2.5 minutes. For Magyolo, again, they're just playing the avoid game, trying to get as much space for Vanessa as possible. Vanessa nowhere near the stage yet where he's going to be a real nuisance. Like, he's working towards the BKB. He's got the shards in the way, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference right now, as Candloon will drop once again. Butterfly effect just continuing to camp the dire triangle area, and as soon as somebody shows underneath their vision, he just jumps in.
just gets that kill nice and easy. No big commitments necessary here from the side of Team Bright. Very straightforward pickoffs to just build up that lead that Butterfly effect has for himself. Kaya not too far off now. Some good timings lining up here for Magyolo, though. BKB for Vanessa, so he can sustain up front as long as he isn't chain stunned. Provide some angles for the Luna now to take some part of these fights, as they will smoke up on Magyolo.
They will.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Magyolo grouping up at the top lane. Oh, Ulu may get caught here on the Ursa. That's a big target if they could get it. Hex is out from CZY, pops the finger with the Earth Spike immediately. Even the RP committed. They'll find the Ursa, but now they've got no spells left. And a stolen RP again from Red Panda. Gonna lock them down. Can they keep the fight going? It seems like they may, as they have lost the Aegis on Butterfly Effect, but he's happy to keep the fight going himself. TK and Red Panda, though, both dropping. It's not really a bad fight at all for Magyolo. A 2-for-3 exchange. However, Vanessa gets caught out, and now it looks a lot better for Team Bright.
Yeah, that's an awkward start for Magyolo, committing the RP only onto the one with the Ursa, providing that opening for the steal. Team Bright in the right spot as they were on the retreat, immediately re-engage. And again, the stolen RP from Red Panda doing wonders here for the side of Team Bright. Secondary life for Butterfly Effect being highly effective as well, with the early BKB usage coming out there from Vanessa. Like, didn't even hesitate. Even though they commit everything on the Ursa, already pops his BKB on the Luna. And that cost them for the follow-through. Still 3 minutes until the next Roche, so not going to be able to hunt for much here on Team Bright. But they have opportunities to still play the pick-off. There has been room to deward on the triangle, so that manhunt that Butterfly Effect has been bringing out is not going to be there anymore. At the very least, they cut off that information. They're clumping up bot, starting to group up, are scanned out. And Team Bright could try to force something out here if they really wanted to after this tier 1.
They may. T1 tower being targeted. Irving's going to jump in, trying to find some backline targets, and he does see Avenge. Vanessa is very far forward. Does get his BKB off. Will be alright for now as they'll turn their attention onto the Centaur. But Irving is a pretty tanky boy. Vanessa now in the middle of nowhere. Will get jumped by Ulu, and Vanessa, well, they'll try to swap him out, but he's as good as gone. Onto the Wind Ranger. Candloon also getting caught. Will drop. They'll pick up the Venge to boot. Irving now godlike on the Centaur. 3 down for Magyolo, and they're onto the tier 2 bottom tower. I mean, why not?
Again, the scan setting up for that, knowing that they've got move right after taking tier 1. Will find the Tormentor for themselves as well, with a free shard for TK. So some additional protection with Reactive Razor, Taser, Disarm. 13k lead for Team Bright. Game 1 seems to have woken them up here, as they are just crushing the side of Magyolo now. Magyolo feels like every move they're trying is just being read quite well by Team Bright. They've got control. Tier 2 does still stay standing for now, but they can set up for next Roshan. Minute and a half until that objective is back up, and all they need to do on Team Bright is just set up for basically one more fight into Roshan, and their opening is found. Mind you, Magyolo still has play. The threat of a bigger RP from Yamo is still there. Just needs to be able to commit it onto more than one hero, and needs to be cautious of the Rubik. But as long as you don't give away RP, I guess, or you catch the Rubik in the RP, you're pretty happy here on Magyolo if they can find that sort of angle.
If they can, though. I mean, Magyolo are really just starting to fall apart. It has not looked very good for them this game, too. Not out of the game yet, but although the Luna just not doing anywhere near enough, especially once the BKB wears out. It's pretty damn tough to survive the onslaught that comes after. They'll just farm the top side of the map. They'll look towards the top tier 2 tower here, Team Bright. You should eventually have no issues taking this one out. I doubt we'll see much of a defense to come. Magyolo currently just busy pushing out the mid waves and ensuring the tier 2 mid tower remains safe. It seems though the TPs are coming.
Vanessa.
Well, Stampede out. Swap is there. Irving. He's going to be able to get himself a venge kill. Vanessa at the very least does get out thanks to the swap, but the chase is on. Butterfly Effect will actually find Candy Loon instead. So the Wind Ranger now down as Vanessa is still just running. Irving not able to keep up. We'll have to watch the Luna run away, but they do get themselves 2 decent targets.
I mean, the Wind Ranger being held back this badly in this game, it's not having any effect. Candy Luna's underneath TK's farm. This is basically a third support right now on the side of Magyolo. Just not able to really contribute Candy Luna this time around. It needs the BKB, wants the utility of the Atos, can't find the farm with how much space is being taken here by Magyolo. Swap onto Yamo.
Oh, he'll be okay. I had that pin at like a second longer of a TP. He may have actually just died of the Ursa, but he's going to be alright this time around. Again, I think the state of the game is going pretty horribly here for Magyolo as they are now 17k net worth behind. The map mostly feels controlled here by Team Bright, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be slowing down anytime soon. They are currently waiting for Magyolo to try and venture into that dire jungle. Irving already found Vanessa on the Luna. They'll swap him out again. Vanessa, a bit of a sitting duck in the RP. Yamo, he does find 2 targets with that, but everyone's just so low. Vanessa basically looked like he killed himself there. Just kept hitting the Centaur with the Retaliate going. He just basically ended his own life as, well, Candy Loon now. Candy Loon's gone.
Yeah, they clean up once more on Team Bright. They have a really good position. No big stolen spells this time from Red Panda, but the follow-up is there. A very split-up fight. The rear end, early pop there from Vanessa on the Eclipse right after the swap. Storm not going to stick around under that spell, of course, so does manage to get a clear time up front to help clean up after the tank cops most of the damage. 4-for-2 trade. Team Bright at the right spot at the right time with her vision. Did have a superior position to break that smoke on Magyolo. And now the high ground, well, not going to begin in earnest just yet because there's a Roshan available here for Team Bright to fall back to. Roshan number 2 with a cheese would be a safer pickup for sure. Get the D-wards going as well, as the last fight did give that information out. And Magyolo, I don't know, like, your options are growing limited. This Luna needs so much more farm to really feel like a threat. You're barely matching Irving's farm on a Centaur, which is not ideal. And we used to talk about this with Luna in the past, Mike, where it's almost like, in a way, it's like Alchemist. You know, it's a hero that farms really fast, wants an item advantage. You don't have that this game for Vanessa.
Nope, you certainly don't. Vanessa and the squad just kind of falling apart again in game 2. At the very least, Team Bright is not looking to rush going high ground. They'll probably just wait for the next Roshan respawn, which actually has happened already. Roshan just currently sitting on the top left side of the map. Seems like Irving is going to find it. So Team Bright, they'll move in for the Roshan. There is also one outer tower still standing in that bottom lane, which I'm sure they are looking to address. Roshan will roar to give it away that it is happening, but obviously it's not really going to matter. Magyolo not in position to try and counter this Roshan. We'll just have to let it go down. With the Aegis going the way of Butterfly Effect once again, which I really don't disagree with at all. I think Butterfly Effect is playing a real nice game here for his team. They will head down through the Twin Gates towards the bottom where Vanessi's about to show on a creep wave. And immediately the zip is there. Vanessi will BKB up, try to TP away, but is just going down. They had the Basher anyway available on Ulu, so he probably would have gotten a Bash eventually. Vanessi, he is without buyback for the next minute.
And that's the opening for the side of Magyolo now. Gonna hunt for more.
Onto the Venge they go. Butterfly Effect. Nice easy pick up here onto the Venge. No issues.
Now, just the cleanup crew. Butterfly Effect with the pickoffs once more. High ground opens up now for the side of Team Bright. They will have to respect the RP from Yamo. Once he gets into position, is working onto the Manta as well to dispel off some control here. And again, still has that BKB RP ready. But it's going to be a straightforward path here for the side of Team Bright, taking care of the last outer tower first. Onto the high ground they'll go. Has to be a nice RP from Yamo. Is not quite at the base yet, but... Oh,
we go again. He's got an Aegis up, that's the thing, and even if he didn't, I actually don't think they can really kill him at the moment on the Storm. So if it gets easy white. They are lacking a creep wave though. There was some creep skipping that was happening thanks to Yamo. Zip forward, they are... Oh, Vanessi! Oh, Vanessi's just gone again!
Okay.
And they are just getting wiped. Candy Loon now in danger. BK being trying to run, but he's gone. Yamo's the only one left standing, and Yamo, GG is called. He just pops the RP and accepts it. Well, that'll be game 2 going the way of Team Bright. Magyolo, you know, having a decent game 1, but game 2 they just seemed like they stood no chance.
Yeah, start to finish just went Team Bright's way. I think a couple of things for Magyolo that didn't pan out is that shift from Wind Ranger mid into Wind Ranger off lane and just going with the Magnus mid instead. Like, you saw what happened in the lane. You had a really good CS start there for Butterfly Effect and just built up. I'm not sure what the idea was with a Wind Ranger off. Like, yeah, it's not going to get pressured by an Ursa, but you're also not applying pressure onto the Ursa as the Wind Ranger. Although we were seeing some decent Earth spikes into power shots, but that was onto Red Panda, which doesn't matter in that lane. I think for the side of Magyolo, it's almost like what we've been seeing yesterday with some weird shifts from Azure Ray as well. We're trying that, like offlane Void Spirit to dodge out like certain matchups and try to make it better, but it doesn't pan out. So we'll have to see. Team Bright, it does look like they've shaken off whatever was bugging them in game 1. You know, Red Panda's not just randomly dying in lane, so that helps the cause when your support just doesn't die twice in a row with no TP. That helps you.
It does. With that, we are, of course, going to head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 3 between Team Bright and the side of Magyolo. We'll see you soon.
Time
Can't wait to finally get out of here, 'cause I feel like a freight train running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe. I want more than just enough to survive the winter. Time is elusive. Our days are getting shorter. It's now or no way, 'cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending. It's not in our course at all. Make a change, forget I wait for nothing, to death do I, 'cause I feel like a freight train is running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe. Mortify and complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our third series of the night. It's rather third game of this best of three series between Mag Yellow and, of course, Team Bright. And it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, game two going the way of Team Bright. Quite a convincing fashion. Mag Yellow completely falling apart. Do you attribute it to draft? What do you attribute this loss for Mag Yellow to, John?
I think draft played a small part. Again, giving Candy Loon a Wind Ranger after he playmakes for you in game one and throughout most of your series, there's not much playmaking you do in Wind Ranger. The Wind Ranger versus Storm matchup would have been a lot better to deal with Butterfly Effect early on as well. So I'm really not too sure about what the thought process was in that shift. I think timing-wise, they were doing fine. Like, Vanessa was farming up, but he never managed to farm a lead. Really strong responses coming in there from Team Bright to just pressure onto the Luna. And I think maybe that some of it's also down to itemization here on our Magnus. Like, not having an early Lincolns, which feels like a priority against Rubik, was a little bit rough. Like, you needed to go defensive there. Like, just blink BKB and Lincolns just to ensure RP wasn't stolen. We saw Red Panda with like 3 big stolen RPs in that last match. He just turned a lot of situations around, allowing Butterfly Effect to just run down and clean everyone up. So the Wind Ranger experiment not quite was what I was expecting. Again, off lane, it's like meh. If it was mid, again, we've seen a lot of players pick Wind Ranger mid into Storm, and that's also what confused me when the side of Team Bright did pick Storm into what looked like the mid Wind Ranger. It's like, all right, you pick Storm, sure, you expect Magnus mid, but the Wind Ranger can still go mid, but apparently they just know Magyolo so well that they can see that shift coming from a mile away. So we'll see. I'm not sure. I feel like just have Candy Loon on something that can actually make plays for you, so Yamo can connect properly rather than Yamo just starting and like banking on your supports to do something here, because the Wind Ranger had zero impact. It really did. Like, there was not much Candy Loon could do. It was not his fault. It's just a hero. It's like on off lane, it really is nothing burger, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair. That is absolutely fair, John. We do still have a little bit of time before they start the draft here, so well, there you go. That's your point of that's your list of points. The issues you have here with that previous game. It is a best of one now between these two teams. Team Bright were the favorites, heavy favorites, in fact, to win out this series 2-0 basically before the series did begin. So Magyolo definitely coming further than I think many people expected here in this getting to this game number 3. We'll see what they can do. I mean, they haven't been looking too bad. Obviously, taking one game. The draft has begun. We'll see if they can take this third game here up against Team Bright and see what they can get done. Again, the draft has officially gone underway. I wonder what kind of bands we're going to see here. Are they going to prioritize the same stuff? Or are we going to see something a little bit different?
Yeah, it's pretty open. I'd say the priorities should still be the same. Stuff like Chen, NP are still up there. Maybe the Doom is still worth first phase banning as well. And we shall see. Already seeing a little bit of that draft here. Spoiler alert before we go to the screen. You will be able to kind of see. There we are. Chen, Bad Rider being taken out by Team Bright. And the side of Magyolo taking care of the Lina and the Shadow Demon themselves. So leaving NP in for now, Doom in for now, Enchantress, Venge, Ench gets banned out. Meepo as well, preventing any cheese from Magyolo. Magyolo, what'll it be? There's the Venge, there's the... well, the Venge is the big one. Maybe something like Hoodwink could be a priority. Doom is still in the pool. They go with the Venge instead. And they'll pick up the NP. So NP left alone. This hero is a first phase ban for a reason. There is some flex for Magyolo as well, as you can run this as a core and just kind of play it like Spectre, which I feel works really nicely with NP, but as a rotating 4, of course, it's very, very strong. Just because he has a lot of damage. Overall, like, the teleportation stacks are just dumb, and the fact that Sprout does some damage as well is really, really dumb. So you have that going for you here. Team Brett into Tusk does give you some way of saving when someone's sprouted out. Shards are pretty nice here as well, and you just set up for a really nice ranged lane. You can go for Tusk plus 1 that can hit from afar. I am concerned because Red Panda did turn off his brain when he played Tusk last time in lane, so hopefully he doesn't do that again.
Yeah, he certainly did. I will say, maybe just, game 1 nerves. He just kind of shook them off a little bit. See what he does here for this game number 3. We're going to the bit of thinking time here for Team Bright for this final ban that is to come.
5 seconds remaining.
We're going to the reserve time as well. They're really heavily thinking about this this final ban out before we can see the next couple picks.
There's still a couple of strong picks left. There's the Doom, there's the Mars, the Centaur. I think those are all the big pickups on the offlane that can cause issues. They'll take care of the puck first instead, so maybe lining up for like a really early Storm pick. We'll go to Techies first, so just setting up the support duo. Very solid support duo coming out from Team Bright. A lot of damage, a lot of control. 1 save on the Tusk. Reactive Taser can somewhat save as well from right clicks. I like this. Yeah, we've seen the power of the mines and just spotting out rotations. So there's a lot of value with that as well. And it leaves it open. You're not revealing much in your draft here for Team Bright. Magyolo will have to show at least 1 card on their hand with the double pickups here. We shall see. But in Nature's Prophet, if you are looking to run it support, does feel like the synergy with something like a Hoodwink is very, very good. You sprout into a really great follow-up stun. Very straightforward to run. And there you go. Hoodwink is picked up. And now you could consider like the Candloon Centaur. Still in place. Wouldn't mind that. Centaur or Mors are pretty good overall. So either one kind of works here.
That it does. We'll see what they do want. It does surprise me that Centaur just keeps being allowed to go through. Like, both the Centaur and the Mag are still available to be picked up by either side if they so wish. It really does surprise me every single time.
Radiant team pick.
They're going to go the
There you
Mars
are.
route this time, though, so Mag YOLO. They'll go ahead and pick up the Mars.
Yep, straightforward pick. If you run Mars Nature's Prophet as a lane instead, Sprout into Spear is a very funny self-setup. So, again, you have that going for you here. Mars is a laner that you can leave alone as the NP as well, so wouldn't mind that. It just allows early activity for CZY to kind of go around the map if he sees the opportunity. Team Bright, what's going to be their pickup? Seeing the Mars, it should be pretty safe to pick your safe lane. You'd want something that can punish his tankiness or just play from a million miles away. Luna's not quite that hero. It does put you relatively close to the firing line. What quirky ones have we seen? There's stuff like Clink's one, but I don't think that hero is that amazing. That and it doesn't feel the best with Bulwark. In fact, if you are going to play a ranged core, it does feel awkward in Bulwark, but you really do want to have a decent time in lane. Slark can be one way to just jump onto the Mars and just feed off of that high HP. But again, laning phase-wise, it's a little bit dicey. We used to see stuff like Bloodseeker come out, but that hero is just dead in the water, so not really a feasible option. Perhaps a Lifestealer for Team Bright. It's probably the safest bet. Lanes nicely into Mars. You've got vehicles and Tusk Techies to kind of play around with. Opens up a mobile hero for Butterfly Effect mid as well to connect with. They'll go with the Naga instead, so they want to overwhelm with the illusions and have a lot of push-up. There is flex here. A lot of teams have also been running Naga Siren off lane, but it does look like a fairly safe time to just run Naga safe, like into a Mars. It's not the worst matchup.
I see Enigma coming out here from Team Bright. We have seen a little bit of Enigma popping up here and there to varied results, but it is going to make another appearance here for Brighton. Why the hell not? Mag YOLO, we'll see how they want to try and respond to this. Their own fourth pick now.
Dire team ban.
He will go for the Pangolier, which just never seems to leave the meta. So here we go again. Another Pangolier pickup. Does work very well against the Enigma and the Naga Siren, so it makes enough sense. So we are going to go back into the ban phase where Team Bright are lacking a mid lane and Mag YOLO, they are lacking a safe lane hero.
Team ban.
There's a weird flex Team Bright can do right now, which is Tusk mid. Tusk mid used to be somewhat of an answer to the Pangolier, just because of the magic damage on Shard and Snowball being quite obnoxious. But I don't see that coming in. I think Tusk mid has had its time in the sun. It's kind of also dead. So solutions elsewhere. What else? DK mid can't be shoved out if you wanted to go that route. Ties in with a push of your Enigma. Gives you some stable frontline initiation with the stun as well. And again, matches fine into Pangolier. I suppose there's also a Kunkka pickup that you could go for here if Mag YOLO don't ban it. Yeah, it'll ban a Quap. So you do have the DK and Kunkka available for Team Bright later on. Mag YOLO, time to see that safe lane. You want something that can somewhat clear illusions. I mean, Pango can already get that done, but once they do get tankier, it can be mildly annoying. You also know your lane is into an Enigma Tusk, and the tag team is going to feel pretty obnoxious into that for a lot of matchups. Really easy setup with Malefice into Shards as well. What do they have? Troll is okay with Battle Fury build. That is one way to kind of just clear out. The evasion's pretty annoying for Naga Siren as well. Lane's alright with either the NP or the Hoodwink. So I wouldn't mind Troll. It's some early wave clear with the Axis. You can take care of some of the Eidolons. Gives you some push here for Mag YOLO. And again, we've seen Vanessa play it.
Oh, Mag YOLO, still thinking about it. So
Safe lane Nature's Prophet. Yeah. It is, again, really good if you start playing it like a Spectre. Vanessa's going to have to take some early activity with some light itemization. So he does need to take part of these rotations with his team very early on. The Clockwork is just a stable way of stopping Enigma with Black Hole with BKB in case that is a threat. So you've always got BKB Pierce here. Team Bright will just go into the Zeus. So just playing with some good burst on hand. A lot of magic damage coming through here from Team Bright with just Butterfly Effect alone. And the mid matchup up against Pangolier is not bad. I also don't think Pango is too worse off there. I feel like we've seen this matchup before, and Pango still somewhat makes it even, if not leads out. It really has to be on positioning here for Butterfly Effect. Overall in the drafts, I do think these are rather even drafts. I would lean towards Team Bright just because of the late game scaling. I mean, you're dealing with Nog, you're dealing with Enigma. These are really annoying heroes towards the late game. You've got the Zeus that can provide a lot of pressure across the map. Like the burst damage, once you have 6 on Butterfly Effect, you can easily just make a low stakes rotation with Red Panda and TK, and he just hits R, and then you're happy. You're going to find that kill. So Gank Train for Team Bright is there at a good timer. For Magyolo, this requires a little bit of a playstyle change. You know, Vinessi, we're used to seeing him just farm up. Now he has to take some activity early on, just like we saw Krish do in Southeast Asia when he ran this in one of his series and made it look really good. So, have to see Vinessi be willing to join his team for some early fights here.
Yeah, you certainly have to be very, very active with this Pulse 1 Prophet. He's almost more on the clockwork, I would say. You know, it's just, the clockwork has to do most of the work. Find the hero to pick off, get the hook shot, get the cogs, and then eventually the Prophet can just TP in and do the easy part, which is just, you know, hit people. Let's see how it all pans out. Game number 3 here between Magyolo and the side of Team Bright. One of the teams is going to have to stay home. The other will proceed through to the semi-final of the lower bracket, where they will be versing either Team Asta or I believe it was Azure Ray, who are currently fighting in the lower bracket as well, and I believe that series is 1-1. So there you go. You've got another series 1-1 as well. Both lower bracket series proving to be very, very close here. Can only imagine what the lower bracket semi-final is going to look like. And of course, after this series, John, I believe we have G2IG versus LGD Gaming coming up. So that should be a fun one to end the night.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one with the slight roster changes LGD has made, and with how strong G2IG has looked in these qualifiers. Like, it's been speedruns out for G2IG. That one should definitely not be a speedrun for sure. Let's see. Have to get through this one first. Have to crown a winner to move on, as you mentioned, to face up against either Azure or Aster. Initial smoke doesn't quite pan out, but you do have good vision here from the side of Team Bright. Watching a little bit further out. Could try to make a play off the back of that.
Ooh, Vinessi. It's going to be kind of hard to break the gap here. There is a nice wall just catching all the angles you could come from. So they are going to miss out on any kind of first blood attempt here up against Magyolo. Bannerines will be trade 2 for 2 as per always. Now the mid lane matchup a little bit different this time around because we are going to have a mid Zeus here from Butterfly Effect up against the Pangolier of Yamo. And well, this lane's an interesting one. It feels like they should just probably be evenly trading. I don't know how much impact you're really going to have as a Zeus in this lane. Like the mana is only going to last so long. We'll see who does win out the mid lane matchup.
Yeah, I think this does end up being a pretty decent lane for both sides. Both of them are fairly spammy to clear out the creep waves. And it's just down to positioning. It's much more important for the Zeus to hold a good stance and control the creeps in a spot where he's not going to be threatened by Swash. And, you know, just kind of hold out. Be very careful with Heavenly Jump usage as well as the defensive take. But not going to be a lane where the Zeus just outright loses either. So, a lot of play back and forth. See how it develops as the levels go up. Taking a look up top, of course, you have Chusheng with Irving up. Chusheng and Vinessi up against Irving and Red Panda. So you do have the Tusk plus the Enigma lane with tag team. Can be nice as long as you just don't run down and die, which shouldn't be happening this time for Red Panda. But as you get like level 3 on Chusheng, it can happen with the clockwork. Still a stable lane as well. Irving should just be happy farming. Threat to kill at level 2, level 3 is nice with Maleficent, and again that chase down with Red Panda.
Of course, that bottom lane. Canloon and CZY against Ulu and TK. Maybe not too many kills to happen here. Like, you can certainly pick off TK with this bushwhack into the spear, but chances are it probably won't happen. As long as he sits back and just continues to harass from a mile away, he'll be just fine. I highly doubt Ulu wants to get involved in any kind of kill attempts either on the Naga Siren. Would rather just secure those early bits of farm. Candaloon is having a great time as well when it comes to the farm department. In terms of CS, 11-0 already on the Mars. Like I said, we probably weren't going to see a kill coming out, but TK has gone too far and will die. CZY to secure the kill.
Yeah, and he forced out the level on reactive taser as well.
He sure did.
Dying, so he's not going to have blast off. It's a bit of a shame. We've seen some Nagas actually go for the value point and ensnare, and it's a really good piece of control, especially setting up for blast off. Up top, Trisha.
It's going to be okay for now. Cogs will block them away. The Red Panda is trying to move in, but you don't have tag team nor the shards available anymore, so the clock is going to be okay to back his way out. Top, or rather bottom lane, Candaloon now being chased down by Ulu on the Naga, but the Naga Siren only at level 3, not going to do too much damage yet. She did go for a point and ensnare at level 3, so you do have that disable available to you now. See if it does pay off for her during this laning stage.
This feels awkward, because, again, level 2 reactive. You don't have the blast off for the damage.
Yeah.
So it's annoying, but it's not going to be a kill, and that also stalls out like your level 2 sticky bomb. Instead of 3, you'll go 1-1-1. If you want to even go for 1-1-1 instead of just 2-1 and just kind of commit to the taser. So a passive lane coming out from Team Bright, all off the back of a really good spear from Candaloon. And TK is going to have to play a lot slower here instead of looking for the kills with Ulu. But again, as a Naga, you shouldn't mind that too much. Just go back to farming. Up top is where the aggression still keeps up.
Red Panda. They're not going to find Vanessa. Vanessa will be able to TP away. Chase is on for the clock. Red Panda does have the shards and tag team up and available again, but decides better of it as the TP is coming back in from Vanessa. Does not want to overextend, although as I say that, the clock is overextended. Shards will block him in. Can they secure the kill? It does seem like they will. Eventually. And they'll get it.
Finally finding what they want here on the side of Team Bright. That pressure in lane. Again, ramping up at level 3. Level 2 Eidolon's gone for here instead of Malphus. More than enough control on Red Panda to get that done. Do find TK with a movement out from Yamo.
Yeah, Yamo finding a very easy rotation. Not really having to do too much to secure that kill. Ulu's thinking about going after the Mars, but again, just throws a cheeky and snare out, but that's about it. Can't really do much else.
Just down to that build from TK. And does go for the 2-1 as well, understanding that you do need the sticky bombs at higher level, so you might as well just invest and just kind of cop it, wait for your level 4 or 5, get that value point in the blast off. Overall, a rather even start. CS is a little bit better for Team Bright. You are having really good farm on Butterfly Effect and Irving, but you're not too bad off here on the side of Mag, although...
It's all right
and
for
play
now.
tag again.
Vanessa, I mean, they could still make the jump in. Red Panda, he is out of mana, though. Can use the stick charges if he wants to, and will eventually do so. The Thunder God's Wrath going to come in to ensure they secure the kill, and even Vanessa's still not out of the woods yet either. Tag team activated, Vanessa will drop. Red Panda finding plenty of value for his life. That was actually 3 going down across the map because they also lost the Mars and Yamo. He tried to rotate to get a bit of a trade against the Enigma, but only really lands one swashbuckle, and that was it. He's not even level 6 yet on the Panko.
He's been really moving across the map. And the mid lane up against Butterfly Effect, it's starting to kind of take its toll. Arc Lightning spam is pretty painful for the Pangolier. And again, we already saw him make that move down bot as well. So he's missing out on some key XP. Up top here, down bot here.
Jump is there, they've got the Mars. Candaloon trying to run, but the tag team is making it incredibly hard to get away. It seems as though they will lose the Mars once again, and CZY, he will not be too far behind. Also dying here with the great rotation out from Butterfly Effect on the Zeus. The Butterfly Effect, he's having a very good time. Already 2-0-3. Plenty of impact being made from the mid Zeus, and honestly off to the perfect start. He'll have a very fast phylactery at this rate.
I love seeing Zeus Phylactery. It's such a fun build. It reminds me of MTD and NA. Roll finally up.
Yeah, but Ulu does juke out the first. Almost jukes out the second. Teleportation in from Vanessa. Ulu doesn't know which way to go. And sadly, the indecision does cost him his life. But Butterfly Effect's going to move in. We'll try to at least find Vanessa as a trade. And just look at the damage output from Butterfly.
Making mistakes.
My goodness, just melting right through the Prophet. And even CZY dropping in the mid lane while all that was happening.
Yeah, the output is getting there. This is that burst timing we're looking for from the side of Team Bright, and we're not even at level 6 for the supports. It's just a few levels up on the supports, and that 6 on the Zeus provides a ton of work for the side of Team Bright. Magyolo, I mean, I do appreciate Vanessa is playing aggressive with the teleportations, but he also can't afford to die. And it can rebound really fast on the opposing side. Good shards.
Yeah, Snowball will reach as well. Vanessa caught again. However, they are looking to back out now, but Irving has got plenty of Eidolons, can keep going, and will Yamo even dropping here to Butterfly Effect again. It's just the constant threat of the Zeus. Like, this Thunder God's Wrath coming in, just doing so much damage. And, well, they just don't seem to be able to sustain themselves through it.
No, I mean, they have no sustain right now on Magyolo. They are fairly tanky, but the magical output at this point is just a little bit too much. Someone's got to build something like the Guardian, well, not the pipe later on to sustain. They are mass TPing up top here.
I would cancel. Red Panda, he's ready to go. You've got Yamo around. Are they going to help Red Panda out? Apparently not. Red Panda needs to run. Here comes CZY. Yamo, just with the Rolling Thunder, going to lock down the Tusk for a very long time. Team Bright, they will get everyone else out, but they'll give up the Tusk. They were not interested in trying to force the fight. Irving has had Black Hole for quite a while, but just doesn't seem too interested in popping.
It is risky. He's showing a lot of respect of bleeding out his own net worth onto the side of Magyolo. You also didn't have Thunder God's Wrath to play with there, so follow through would have been a little bit rough. And just allow that Tusk kill to go. That was a lot of TP committals. Anyway, you're freeing up this bot lane for Ulu to just farm freely. You're freeing up the mid lane for the siege, which Butterfly Effect did find. You are making that move down bot. Phylactery up on the Zeus. This is when things get funny.
Candyloon caught out bottom lane. He's just annihilated. My goodness.
Phylactery Zeus.
Yeah.
You gotta love it.
It's a fun time. At least if you're the Zeus, that is. It's a great time for him.
I'd love to see the Conda on top of that as well. It's probably not worthwhile for Zeus to go Conda, but man, does it sound funny.
It sounds fun. CZUI gets a sharpshooter off, will create the distance necessary, but won't matter. Thunder God's Wrath will come in from Butterfly Effect. Meanwhile, mid lane, TK is soloing the Pangolier. Literally just soloing him. Butterfly Effect will come in and just clean up. Even gets a regenerate just in case he needed it.
Yeah, has Gabe's blessing on him, Butterfly Effect.
Yeah.
Does find everything he wants. He is going for the MTD build as well, Mike. Yasha coming out, more than likely perhaps the Manta into Shard, which I don't mind. Although Yasha Kaya is strange. Yeah, no, it's going to be a Manta for sure. Well,
they do get TK, but it's going to be another kill for the Zeus. It is what it is, you know. You take the kill you can get, but it is getting rather one-sided here in this this game 3. Is Butterfly Effect is just completely and utterly just destroying everyone. I mean, he is just so far ahead of net worth at this stage. It is getting a little bit ridiculous.
That it is. He's got the Yasha up. Go for the Manta into Shard. Suddenly these Zeus Manta illusions pushing a wave is going to be pretty painful to try to handle. You don't have instant illusion burst here either on the side of Magyolo, which was also going to be an issue when trying to manage this Naga Siren from the side of Team Bright. Magyolo 5k behind. A massive net worth lead from Butterfly Effect. It's like he's playing an Alchemist right now, as he's skyrocketing past at 7.8k. And the chorus of Magyolo, I mean, they're starving. Candyloon barely above TK's net worth. Vanessa, with some missed rotations now, had to go back for the Midas. So his own early activity is also cut off because he's just going to have to farm.
Yeah, this is not what you wanted if you're Magyolo here. Like, you wanted that Prophet to be able to rotate and find kills with this clock, but that strategy has completely fallen apart. Does not seem like that'll be happening anytime soon, as we are going to have a two-man smoke coming out from CZY and Yamo. This is into the blink timing of the Enigma though. Irving's going to blink on the way. They are going to find themselves Red Panda. Red Panda does have help around the corner, and here they come. Snowball will buy him a little bit of time. They'll pop the Rolling Thunder, but he does juke out the initial stun. Yamo still moving forward. Irving on the right side, or left side rather, waiting to move into the black hole. Might just pop it here. Candy Loon still around the area as well, looking for butterfly effect, but he'll juke out the initial speed, but no, there it comes, another black hole. He found 3 targets with that. The patience from Irving is going to pay off. He waited for the courier, he got the blink up, and he found the perfect opportunity.
Oh my
It's an ultra
God.
kill out for butterfly effect. The Zeus is completely out of control now, 12-0-5. And I believe he basically already has almost enough for the Manta.
Yeah,
he does.
Pretty much does. Okay, he's gonna have his fun now. Into the shard next, and that's when pain begins. Not that it hasn't already been painful for Mag YOLO here. 19-7, 9k lead. An insane lead on this Zeus from Butterfly Effect. This is oppressive. And this is exactly what we used to see from MTD as well. I don't know why I keep bumping into him, but whenever I think of Zeus, that's just the guy. And Butterfly Effect is giving even him a run for his money right now with how well he's doing here in this matchup up against Mag YOLO. Mag YOLO, for their part, this tempo is just not kicking in. Your NP is, again, stuck farming with Midas, so when he TPs in, it's not going to be a major threat just yet. You haven't been able to scout around with Clockwork, as you mentioned, lots of pressure in Chusheng.
Hookshot is out. They're going to find techies with this. TP coming in. The TK will go down. Red Panda looking to retreat. Yamo is going to Rolling Thunder off. Red Panda does get towards his T1 tower. Shrek will lock him down a little bit longer. Butterfly Effect slowly moving in. We'll go on to Yamo. My, that is just so much damage. Holy, he just lost half his HP in one lightning bolt.
Irving lives?
Irving lives, so does Red Panda. They only get TK and it costs them the mid Pango and the support clock. It's just, wherever the Zeus shows up, you just cannot fight.
Nah, you certainly can't. It's a little bit of a mess coming out now for Mag YOLO. The worst part is, Ulu is not even doing anything in this game. He is just AFK farming, so you still have the security of the Naga that will kick into gear rather soon. Manta being finished up by Ulu in a short while. You're almost 2 times the net worth here for Butterfly Effect in comparison to Candy Loon. So again, having a fantastic time on that Zeus. As the Manta should have the shard at the 15-minute mark. And then I don't know what you do about that. I'll be honest with you, Mike. You have to have backline jump. It's on Chusha to find that Zeus. It is a squishy target that you should be able to gun down if it weren't for Heavenly Jump being a spell, but it is. But they need to commit onto Butterfly Effect. Like, he has nothing defensive outside of Manta. He is still squishy enough that, like, a hook shot into a Rolling Thunder and a teleportation in with the Rat of Nature should be able to find that kill. It just, well, Butterfly Effect, he's always got backup on hand.
Well, they're going to group up again. 4-man smoke, or rather 3-man, because his UI broke his smoke. They're going to find Ulu. He does not have Song available here, so Ulu should be as good as dead. And they do take him down. Nice pickup here for Mag YOLO, but again, I mean, this is a Naga that literally has not done a thing this game. So like, you kill him off, you delay his timings a little bit, but he does. I mean, he's not the problem. He's not the problem.
And he isn't. He'll be a problem later for sure. But your immediate issue is this Zeus. Oh boy.
Yep. Vanessa is gone.
Just like that.
Lightning Hands, Zeus is completely online.
That damage onto Yamo is no joke. That is not fun for anyone. And I mean, you get the illusion rune as well for Butterfly Effect. Really? Really?
Why not? Is he just... Oh! The clock is alright. Bottom lane. But they have found themselves Candy Loon, and now they've also found CZY. Candy Loon will go down once again to Butterfly Effect, and CZY, or at least he will be able to scurry away in the tree line. There is no Thunder God's Wrath to be committed, so there is no way... Oh! Red Panda's going to find him. Never mind. He went back for the Lotus Pool. it will cost him his life.
That Lotus Pool is a trap. We've seen so many players on a retreat just try to pick it up. Does cost them. Magiolo, 24-9, 10k lead coming out for good old Team Bright as they just delete Chu Sheng once more. Butterfly effect. He is basically unstoppable now, going for the BKB next. They need to coordinate onto that Zeus. That same movement they had in the Naga, just do that in the Zeus. But again, it's easier to say than do, just because we've seen them try with a black, and then, you know, Irving comes in with a black hole. Like, if you notice the position of Butterfly Effect, he doesn't really cross the river. This man is playing it safe, and he only crosses when he has teammates around him, so always ensuring that Team Bright can respond to a threat. Smoke out from Magiolo. If they find the Naga again, it's nice, but it just doesn't feel great.
And they may find him. Ulu's got Song this time, so unless they can just perma-stun... Oh, CZY! Oh, CZY! Oh, that was close. That was very close. They commit the ward. I mean, the ward is quite obvious. Like, it's quite obvious placement that there is a ward there now, so that'll be de-warded a little bit later on, but they really wanted that mine, apparently. Magiolo. Red Panda. Might find CZY in the tree line. Did see him for a second, I think. Will blink away. Doesn't want to get bushwhacked here. Does see the Pango as well.
Giving some vision as well, standing on the cliff side. Pretty big clump up from the side of Magiolo and Team Bright, but not gonna pull the trigger just yet. Just back to the safety here. Again, the threat of Black Hole makes these team fights so awkward for the side of Magiolo, because they have to... It does feel like they have to start with a hook shot in, which means, and Black Hole is pretty free if you catch the Pango in it. Roshan will begin for the side of Team Bright. Flare will spot, but is that really a spot you want to walk up into with a threat of Black Hole? Not gonna be an easy time. They are still in position for the post-Rosh fight, because Roshan is definitely just going the way of Team Bright. Although, they'll play it safe for now.
Thundergod's Wrath will give plenty of vision here onto Magiolo, though. CZY caught, is down. Red Panda taking down one already. Here comes the cavalry. CZY at least going to buy back. Meanwhile, TK, he's found the blast off onto Vanessa. They force out the arena. It's only onto the techies, though. Meanwhile, Red Panda is still alive. Gets into the snowball. Will survive another days. Red Panda looking to back his way out. They did kill off Irving to boot, so it seems as though Bright do want to back their way up for now, but never mind. Butterfly Effect's going back in. They will take down the Clockwork. Yamo does get Red Panda, but it's probably going to cost his own life. Not very worthwhile. And they really cannot deal with this Zeus. Or can they? He's sprouted up, but he's got a BKB. Oh, it just keeps getting worse. Buy back up from Vanessa. They want Butterfly Effect so bad. He's going to go for the TP play up. The Spear is not available.
Oh, the Orchid.
Unfortunate. Butterfly Effect, he's 18-0-8. He would be worth so much gold. They are so desperately trying to get him. Back up to the top lane. The fight continues. Irving's back. Black Hole is out. No cancel from CZY. And Candy is gone. CZY had just committed an Acorn shot earlier.
They call it.
Yeah, they do. GG is called. They have seen enough. And Team Bright will be able to take this series 2-1. They will proceed through to the lower bracket semi-final. And sadly for Magiolo, they will be staying home.
That they will. Strong performance coming out here from Team Bright. The Zeus last pick really tying in this draft quite nicely. The side of Magiolo just not able to handle... basically the lanes didn't feel that great, right? Like the top lane, there was always that threat. Red Panda was playing his Tusk a lot better this game in comparison to game 1. And they were just able to build that foundation. The Zeus matchup as well up against the Pangolier. One of the better matchups for the Zeus for any hero up against the Pango. And does get a strong start there for Butterfly Effect. It was basically unkillable. And his team played around Butterfly Effect really well. You know, just always being there, ready with the TPs, ready to back up the Zeus when he's in danger, pays off massively for the side of Team Bright. And again, Team Bright is a team that has gone far in these qualifiers, Mike. They do live another day into those semifinals for the lower bracket.
That they do. Team Bright, they will proceed again to the semi-final. Their competitor is either Asta or Azure Ray. However, that game is not over yet, so you have to go check out the other stream to see exactly who their competitor is going to be in the lower bracket semi-final. However, for this stream, Jonathan, we'll move on to the upper bracket final, I believe, between G2IG and LGD Gaming. However, there is going to be about an hour and 15-minute wait till that series does begin, so we are going to head off to a bit of an extended break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our upper bracket final between G2IG and LGD Gaming. We'll see you then.
On something growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care of it. Ooh, what did you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Money to burn. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They prize.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Your shine has fallen to the radiant. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly,
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Invisibility!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Stay near. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I was meant to have this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Put it on ice, yeah. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold, and I got vibes. Wardrobe looking so cold. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy.
Roshan has fallen to the dark. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks Dire's top tower is under attack.
Money changes hands.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Regeneration. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
put you on a white tee. Voices in my head, baby said I'm wrong.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
Lanes in my way, they might have to get murked. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's unusual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. I've been shot down, I've been hurt, I've been left down in the dirt. I've been lied to, I've been cheated, but I'm never coming to my knees. Needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out, needed a way out. Oh no, never gonna break. Oh no.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't ever stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire.
the king, I'm the king.
Just wait a minute, I got one last ticket. Do you wanna come with me? I gotta say I'm on the business. Say I wanna just believe it. I said I wanna take you out there. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been asking me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
you can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose.
You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
As the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. When I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. I'm the main event, ain't no back before, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, don't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? know. I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body, cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max. And then they promote cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's something nasty up, nothing's getting passed up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this my designer flow, ayy. Gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bang like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest, Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it, My flow got a code, sick as the illest, I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going on. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for our final series of the night. We are into the upper bracket final here between G2IG and, of course, LGD Gaming to decide who does make it to the the absolute final, of course, the grand final, and who will have to go through the lower bracket to try and reach that stage once again. It is MLP Dota and Dronix Fire. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We are back in for our final series of the night. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We had quite the back and forth in our last series with Team Bright, of course. And now, on to the next one. This is a matchup that has happened a couple times before in most recent qualifiers for G2IG and LGD. Of course, with a slightly different roster there for LGD, still having Emo on board. Now, they've got Setsu for this run in the qualifiers. So it's going to be interesting to see. I believe it's been 100% win rate for the side of G2IG in terms of series, maybe about 80% in terms of games. They did have one series that did go 2-1. So G2IG should be the favorites coming into this one, but I say that, but it's a very even matchup between both teams, and it should be a fun one to watch to close out this night. There have been a couple of quirky picks here from LGD. I believe they have been running the Alchemist a little bit more, at least in their first series in these qualifiers, with the Venge. And that's a fun combination you and I haven't seen since SMG with KP and Raji. So I want to see that from LGD. I mean, they've already run it at the start. You know, I know you're not the biggest fan of Alchemist, but Alchemist Venge, I get behind. I just love that the acid plus the wave with a minus armor into unstable concoction. It's so much nuking damage in lane.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a ridiculous amount of damage. I can't take that away from you, John. It's it is pretty funny to look at. So, I wouldn't mind it either. If that's what we're going to see, we may as well. It'll be a good laugh for us during the laning stage, at least. See if LGD Gaming do have an opportunity to take the Alchemist for themselves or not. Probably one of the rare occasions I actually want to see an Alchemist. If that's going to be the whole minus armor strategy that we did see once upon a time. We shall find out very soon, as we do have to wait for the one more ban, but there it is. And they do go for the Venge pickup. That's okay. I mean, the Venge has been first picked pretty often. We'll see if they get away with the Arc as well.
Yeah, I want to see it. You know, they ran it, I believe I was wrong. It was in their second series, of course, when they were playing up against Team Bright just earlier today. So, have a good option there. G2IG with a stable techie start themselves. We've seen a lot of teams pick up the techies for good reason. Lots of laning presence, lots of nuking damage, and a Prox Mine's breaking, well, not breaking smokes, but sort of revealing the smokes just by blowing up in their face is pretty stupid. And this here just gives you way too much information and nuking damage all at once with very little committal. So it is a very powerful tool right now.
Yeah, it's good to see the techies has come back into the meta. You know, I was getting a little bit sad about the fact that techies just kind of got nerfed to the ground and had to leave the meta, but seems like teams have kind of figured it out once again and do deem it strong enough to be back. So it is now first pick material all over again, as we are going to see the Puck and Conquer being removed by either side. And now we can continue with the drafts. G2IG, they'll have the second pick to make. They'll go straight for the Centaur, which again has been very popular. We know JT enjoys playing the hero to boot, so why the hell not?
Yeah, works nicely if you are planning to run maybe more of a pause 4 techies. You have a really good setup for the blast off, really aggressive lane to come in. The Centaur is a kind of funny pick. It's not the highest based armor off laner. It does have a lot of HP. So you know what that sounds good for? Acid Spray and Wave of Terror. That's what I want to see. LGD, you know the off lane matchup. Alchemist isn't too bad into this. Would Avenge. Would be funny.
Yeah.
It's good nuking damage. It's pretty early for an Alch pick, but again, you see the off lane matchup. So you can just kind of gun for it now, or just play safe. Pick like a support and a flex pick, which is what we see most teams tend to go for, especially in the last years. A lot of flexing around. So it's rather open for the side of LGD. Maybe at this point, you know, you could also consider stuff like the Mars instead. So you'll have a way of just stopping whoever's trying to stampede away rather easily. Force a BKB usage out as well. There you go. Just into the Mars. And into the Lion. Alright, so you've got potentially the Mars Lion lane, which is, again, very stable as well. For the side of LGD, Arena will stop, or will help you entrap people trying to stampede away. I like that solution from LGD. And, again, very stable lane for Mars. We haven't seen a Mars really outright lose a lane. For the most part, you have the opportunity to ban out a lot of its counters. You have some opportunities to go for, like, hitters that like to stack up, maybe Ursa or something like the Slark, but it would be pretty early on here for G2IG, perhaps.
Shall see. I mean, G2IG probably looking for a third pick support, I'd say. So what kind of avenue they want to go down. I mean, you can also prioritize the position 1 pickups. So those very popular pos ones being the Luna, the Morphling, the Void, they're all still available for either side if you did want to prioritize one of those picks. I'd say the Faceless Void may be looking a little bit weaker now because you are up against the Venged Lion. Probably not recommended to have to go up against that as a Void. The G2IG, though, they are heavily thinking about this third pick. Of course, this is probably going to be arguably one of their hardest matchups throughout the whole qualifier, being LGD Gaming. LGD have not dropped one game in any series thus far, and we are going to see the POS 1 Luna being picked up. So they will prioritize just making sure they take that. Do you just go for a support pickup here? I'm sure you do. Just no need to pick up the MTS hero yet.
Nah, it's open enough. You could even just stick Luna Techies, still viable. You have some options left. Hoodwink still available here if you wanted that on the side of G2IG. If you wanted to save Shadow Demons there with Luna, they'll go to Hoodwink instead. Wow, I'm on a roll on this series, Mike, for some reason.
You sure are, John.
Jeez.
You sure are. Well done.
Do the Alchemist. Do the Alchemist right now.
I mean, it's
Just
there.
do it.
It doesn't feel that bad, this game either, right? Like, it feels okay.
10 seconds remaining.
LGD, they'll go back into the think tank, you know, they'll have a think about it.
Well, if it's not going to be Alchemist and maybe a Shiro Morphling, just get that Morphling Luna matchup. Tends to go pretty nice for the Morph, as we've seen in Southeast Asia. We don't see it as much in China.
Well, you could,
surprisingly enough.
You could also just take Faces Void as LGD. I think the Void's arguably even better.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. My issue with Void here is that there is a lot of early tempo from G2IG, and for the Faceless Void, there's not a lot of damage into Chrono unless you compensate with Setsu's hero mid. So that is the one issue. Like, throwing damage into Chrono doesn't feel great outside of like Finger, I suppose, but even that's like alright onto 1 if you're just looking for those early pickoffs. I'd prefer Morphling. I don't know. I feel like that's something that's a little bit untapped in China, the Morphling into Luna, just because the timing into Conda can feel nicer. Your Manta Conda, both of them farm for almost the same items, except instead of Mask of Madness, Morphling does go for the Vlads. They'll go with the Pangolier instead, so just opting to pick that up before Nothing Say can kind of try to gun or ban it. And it's a very stable mid. It doesn't lose out a lot of matchups. There's some quirky picks, though, for G2IG that work into that. Again, we just saw Zeus dominate Pangolier last time. I wouldn't mind a Nothing to Say Zeus. No Kunkka option. I mean, I do recall Nothing to Say playing quite a fair bit of Zeus. Could be nice.
It could be. We'll have to wait out these bans first, though. Ember Spirit going to be removed by LGD Gaming. Intriguing that LGD did opt to choose the mid pickup instead of going for a POS 1 here.
10 seconds remaining.
G2IG, plenty of reserve time to think about these final ban outs. So he's still looking to ban out position 1, so they'll get rid of the Medusa, which we have been seeing quite a bit in the Chinese qualifier. Mostly from Mag Yellow, I think it was, and Team Bright, but nevertheless, G2IG respect banning it out against the LGD as well. One more position 1 ban out here. They have so far left that Morphling you mentioned, and they've also left the Void I mentioned.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see if they ban out
And there's
either
still the
of
Alchemist.
those. The Alchemist as well, even the Ursa, right? Ursa seems to be doing pretty well against Luna at the moment, so perhaps even the Ursa maybe in the heads of G2IG.
There's a lot of options. It's pretty difficult. And that's why I kind of understand LGD going for the Pango first, because it's a very straightforward set of mid bans, right? They will actually ban the Alk. They don't want to deal with Venge Alk lane, which is fair. You think about Centaur, he needs a lot of Ring of Protections to just last in lane. Alchemist Venge just negates that, and you get bursted down physically. It's very painful. So I appreciate it, but now it's like Faceless Void or Morphling, as you said, or Ursa. Really good options here for the side of LGD. For LGD, just taking care of Nothing to Say. For their Pango, again, like, most of the threats are taken care of. I don't see something like the OD coming out from G2IG, so probably not something you're going to need to ban. Zeus is still there, as mentioned. Quap is still there as well. For nothing to say. We've seen some DP pickups, but I don't really recall DP into Pango. They'll just take care of Void Spirit, so they just want to ensure nothing to say is not going to be as mobile and hard to pin down here in this game.
Ooh,
it's the Weaver pickup for LGD.
Interesting. Not something I was quite expecting, but the Weaver does make its appearance here for LGD. And I mean, to be absolutely fair to LGD Gaming, there isn't much lockdown for this hero as well, right? Like, you've got a Hoodwink, you've got a Techies, you've got a Centaur, but there's no real solid kind of ways of locking this guy down. Now there is, though. NTS is going to bring up the Slider, so that's one way of dealing with it. And the Slider obviously also very good in the mid lane against Setsu's Pangolier. So nothing to say, arguably, should have a pretty damn good time.
That he should. I like the drafts from both sides. I think they both have a lot going for themselves. There's some good tempo to play with. Decent team fight from both ends. I think the mid is the lane that might make or break this game. Like the tempo coming out from nothing to say. If it goes a little bit too fast for the Slardar, he's going to be all over the place. Going to make it easy to track Shiro. Going to make it easy to find these early kills and just run people down. Lots of chain control from G2IG. Mind you, it's not the hardest control, but it's still relatively quick stuns. Like 2 wide AoE stuns and Hoof Stomp and Slitherine Crush and Bushwhack. Now that's a pretty well-rounded for G2IG. Whereas for LGD, you've got what? Earth Spike, Magic Missile with a Shard, Spear onto 2 with a Shard as well, and Rolling Thunder. 2 of those need shards to have the same impact and control almost. And it can be a little bit rougher, but it doesn't mean you're out of play for LGD. Enough control to also find some movement out. The one thing that is interesting to see is that they are still going somewhat for the minus armor strat here on the side of LGD, right? Like Weaver plus Venge still does have a lot of minus armor with a Swarm up. So you can still play off of that, and that is still something that the Centaur won't necessarily enjoy. So I like the concepts of every lane coming out here from the side of G2IG and from the side of LGD. I think this is probably one of the best head-to-head drafts we've seen in a while in some of these games here, Mike.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think this should be a very good game number 1 here between these two teams, and hopefully a close series overall. Again, there's so much on the line here for these two. One of these teams going directly through to the grand final. The other will be knocked down to the lower bracket final, so much rather not end up in that position if you can avoid it. See, only one team gets to go to ESL 1 Birmingham through the Chinese qualifier. If you win this series, I mean, you're one step away. See how it all pans out. Game number 1.
That's a really nice set on Wise Venge. That actually looks like, it almost reminds me of like Skyrat's design. Skyrat Mage's design.
You don't
It's a
remember
cool
that one?
set. I actually do not.
Oh, okay.
I have kept the same Venge set since like 2015 or something.
I do like this.
It looks cool.
It does look cool. It is the whole Skyrath meme, and well, again, there was rumors on Reddit, wasn't there, about the Skyrath Venge Arcanas being up next or some crap like that, which, you know, I'm not a big fan of, Jonathan. I don't like either of these heroes, but doesn't matter. Why? Well, why are you so surprised? Well, what's wrong, John? Why do I have to like Venge or Skyrath?
Sure. Alright, so sure, Venge is kind of static gameplay. It's not the most intense, although sometimes swaps can be, but it's really not. JT, he does it every time, this madman. Jeez. Come on.
I love JT. JT's literally become one of my favorite players to cast at this stage. He's just always doing something silly. I do appreciate that. He's an entertainer, Jonathan.
That he is. Something really kicked into gear in the last half of last year here for him. The only thing I can think of is, again, his good old new status in life. Still clumped around these runes.
Nothing to say, we'll back off. Looks like there was a bit of a fight with X-Nova and PYW, but it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes. An even start for either team. We'll look at the mid lane. Of course, Setsu is going to be on the mid Pango against Nothing to Say on the mid Slaughter. And I think it should be fairly obvious, but as the levels do come up, it is going to be a pretty challenging lane, I think, for the Pango.
Yeah, it's not going to feel too fun. You've got so much chain control on Nothing to Say, or a good spread of damage on the melee-to-melee matchup. There is your ability for Setsu to play with, and there are ways for Setsu to just run away from the damage with a swash, but Nothing to Say should have really easy control in the lane. And level 3 is going to be the big spike for that one, so Setsu just has to watch out. You can always keep track of the bash strikes, of course, until he has the chain stun available, but it is going to be painful once that connects. From Nothing to Say. Should be a pretty fun time. Even with a harassment back from Setsu, of course, River regen once you have Guardian Sprint bonus does feel good for Nothing to Say. So not going to be completely shoved. Taking a look at the bot lane. Lots of damage being traded by the supports already. You've got Neo on the off lane Mars and PYW on the line up against X-Nova and Monet on the Techies Luna.
Oh,
pretty straightforward lane. Oh.
Yeah, Why You Smile was one hit away from dying on the Venge. Go on, John. What were you saying about the bottom lane?
Straightforward lane. You've got setup for Spear. You are very durable on the Mars. And Luna, again, we've seen this time and time again. She has to go pretty close to the creep wave. So you can always try to play with the God's Rebuke while farming and get some free harassment. The X factor will be X-Nova if he can manage to just keep this nice consistent harass with a sticky bomb out. And that is pretty good slow chip onto a lion. And it is fairly annoying for PYW considering the range X-Nova has for the right-click trades as well.
Of course, at that final lane, top lane, you are going to have Why You Smile and Shiro against Baboka and JT. Because Why You Smile, you did see him struggling just a little bit earlier on, as he was one hit away from dying, but does manage to survive. The Hoodwink Centaur lane, though, has proven to be quite powerful from the series we have watched. And even for Shiro with the Sakuchi, you've got to be very careful, because JT's constantly looking for a hoof stomp opportunity onto the Weaver. Even just a rogue bushwhack could really set up quite nicely here onto Shiro. And the Weaver isn't really quite tanky as a hero. So it's just, if you do land the initial stun, to have the follow-up there with JT, it is going to be very hard for Shiro to survive. Especially once JT has the level 2 double edge, I'd say.
It's not going to be that fun for Shiro. At the least, they have invested heavily on the sentries here from Y, so they've cleared out all the sentries in the lane. That could be a problem here for Shiro. Going to be free to farm for the most part until more resources are poured out. So far, laning phase-wise, looking pretty good for G2IG. All their cores having a great time in farm. Biggest difference has been mid. So like you said, Setsu not having that fun of a time. A 7 CS lead here for Nothing to Say. Pretty substantial for the mid lane matchup, and you don't tend to see Pangos in situations where he lags behind by a full creep wave like this.
Yeah, I should make it very clear as well. It's not Setsu's fault. Obviously, they got that ugly kind of last pick here from IG, or rather G2IG, and well, here we go. Nothing to Say. Really just continuing to apply the pressure onto Setsu. There's just not really much he can do. You know, you're not going to win against a mid-slider as a Pengali. The best you can do is hope to even out. I can respect Setsu at least surviving for now against Nothing to Say. Though again, as the levels do come up, it does become a lot more challenging. Just purely surviving even.
Yeah. Gonna have to get some relief with rotations. They are bringing Y in to try to contest some water rune refills, although you're in the firing line now.
Oh, Setsu's out of mana. Setsu was out of mana. Nothing to Say could have actually kept chasing. But I suppose with Why You Smile around the corner, probably wasn't worth it. Probably a little bit too risky. He's dominating the lane anyway. He doesn't need the kill. All this CS is going to mean so much more in the future. Setsu will have a bit of relief here with this bottle refill of the water rune, but something tells me it's not going to last too long. Just look at this, John. Half his HP is gone already.
Yep. Just like that. From the full bottle, empty bottle, half HP. Not going to be great. I mean, that move was necessary in the supports as well. It just doesn't do much, even just securing the water rune here for Setsu. And again, every lane for G2IG just going swimmingly. Top lane, you're getting some really good farm from JT. You're getting that free farm, basically, on Monet down bot, just able to keep his distance away from the chain stuns that can come out. You are finding just a rough time in trying to match that initial farm here for LGD. I mean, it's not that bad, but you are lagging pretty far behind, especially for Setsu. Like, that has been the worst lane overall here for LGD, and the recovery process for the Pango at least is straightforward. They have some good connections with a roll, so you just kind of need to wait out that level 6 and play it steady here.
still 0-0. No first blood being drawn yet, surprisingly enough, between these two teams. Landing stage wise, it does feel like you do have G2IG slowly pulling ahead. Obviously, the mid lane we've talked about enough, but even the side lanes. Monet is having a great old time on the Luna, just completely free farming here up against the Mars. New is not having a bad time either, mind you, but then you look at the top lane even. JT's also third in CS, not struggling whatsoever up against the Weaver. So happy days so far for G2IG. Meanwhile, Setsu's still being just abused here by Nothing to Say. Cannot catch a break. X-Nova even chasing PYW now. Though he is out of mana, but does have some one charges and will commit them. But will miss the sticky bomb. So won't be able to continue. Back to the mid lane, but Boka shows up, but Wyu Smile is going to chase him down. So he'll have to back his way out. There's Nothing to Say. He's still threatening the life of Setsu. X-Nova will show up. Setsu does cop the blast off damage. And now the stuns are incoming. Although PYW shows up to boot and Nothing to Say. He is the first one to go down. The support rotations from LGD, they do pay off.
That it does. But it's freeing up these side lanes again for the side of G2IG to just find that constant farm. It does feel like even that's what Nothing to Say wanted. Sure, he overcommits, he dies, feeds first blood, but the free farm you're gaining elsewhere is massive. Like, this Luna's just not being stopped. This Centaur is going to have really tight timings, nearly really clean CS from every single side of G2IG, and Nothing to Say looking for a chase.
Okay, we're trying to New. Sticky bomb will land. Nice spear pushback onto Nothing to Say, but eventually... Oh, that's a nice earth spike.
Ooh.
PYW again saving the day with the Lion. That's the second core PYW has saved already in this game, number 1. New, I'm sure, is going to be very thankful about that. Poor old NTS just still not able to find himself a kill.
No. I mean, outside of that laning pressure, just getting caught out by control here has been rather tough for the side of G2IG in terms of just finding more to build off, but I don't really feel like they're under pressure to play that quick anyway. Like, you do want some initial build-up on basically all of these heroes. You want something more substantial for Nothing to Say. He is going for the blink first into the Echo Saber, so he wants to be that initiation angle for the side of G2IG. JT just going for the usual Veil as well. They do manage to deny the Shield Rune, so that will hold Nothing to Say back once more from deeper dives. But even, even despite that death and that movement across the map for Nothing to Say, he still holds a big advantage over this Pango. Like, even with like a minute of space for Setsu, it's just not enough to compensate here.
Oh, top lane, a bit of a group up for Boka. Having a look around. Wyu Smile is going to force him back. Of all people, New's actually at the top of the net worth board here on the Mars. He's just been having an even freer time than everyone else apparently on this hero. Just no contest now down at the bottom lane, just completely alone. We'll have the Vladimir's offering very, very soon. Both sides kind of respecting each other enough to just stay away from each other. It just stacks happening in the dire triangle. Seems like both teams are just happy to farm. No one really getting too excited.
Yeah, I think that's understandable for these kinds of drafts. Like, maybe the launching point for the side of LGD will be like level 6 spikes with an offensive swap or just having Finger available for burst. That could open up more opportunities. Otherwise, you're happy to just build up here. Your Weaver is still working onto the Dragonlance for Shiro. Even with the Dragonlance, probably not that point where a Weaver will rotate. I think normally we see like a Javelin timing be what most Weavers before used to gun for into Maelstrom. Nowadays it's like a Diffusal. We'll have to see with Shiro. This farming pace, this kind of pace of game though, I would say is, again, marginally better for G2IG just because all of you farm really fast. You have really good AoE clear for camps on all of these heroes.
Power Rune's going to spawn up. Oh, that's a great bushwhack! Landing on 2, but it may not matter. They got Setsu out of there with the Rolling Thunder, and now Nothing to Say again. It's been baited into a bad fight. How unfortunate. The rotations from LGD are way too fast. They'll even get Baboka on the hoodwink. Geez, well, 1 second they're making the gank, and the next second LGD's got their whole squad in the mid lane.
Now, real quick response from LGD, and that kill onto Nothing to Say gave those supports the level 6 timer we were talking about. Then you suddenly see the offensive swap and figure. That was what they were waiting for. They managed to get the overconfident Nothing to Say a little bit too far forward and find some good returns on the side of LGD, allowing some much-needed catch-up here for our Pangolier, who, again, Setsu is still lagging a little bit far behind, but has recovered a bit. Net worth lead now shifts onto LGD very slightly. They are starting to siege up top here on the side of G2IG, but it's not necessarily the quickest shove. There's enough time to respond.
Nova, Copper stun. While you smile, they're going to still be chasers. Even Monet shows up now. Shiro being chased by the Luna. They will get a Why You Smile eventually. The Shiro able to Sakuchi his way out. Should be alright on the Weaver. They are not going to bother even trying to chase that man down. So the tier 1 top tower is going to drop. Then again, Yu is just going to focus on the bottom tier 1 tower. Has a pretty big creep wave for it, but X-Nova is going to show up and defend.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The question is, do G2IG want to rotate and defend this bottom tier 1?
There's some massive heroes from the side of LGD. Don't think you're quite set up for a strong team fight just yet, although Nothing to Say does have his blink coming in now. But he might just go for the... No, not going to go for the stack. So does want to make an instant play with a blink. And the Invis rune as well has some good angles to play now with these items picked up. Of course, there was a ward that spots him and the item, but they will go for the smoke. See if they find a clean target here. They've got enough burst with this initiation on hand.
They are heading down towards the bottom lane though. Nobody really hanging around that area from LGD. We'll head directly east. Still nobody around that area. I think they were hoping to perhaps find Shiro, but Shiro going to be just fine in that dire jungle. Now a bit of a counter smoke from LGD. They'll head towards the west of the map. Up towards the Radiant Triangle they'll go. Lines have been drawn towards the top tier 1 tower, so they may want to go for a gank and move right into that top tier 1. Or instead they'll just hang around the mid lane. Hoping somebody would show on the creep wave, but nobody does. LGD is still hanging around that river area. Monet is in the Radiant Triangle, so if they did head there, they probably would find themselves a very nice target. But he eventually will leave, and it seems like G2IG, or rather LGD, will probably go for the top tier 1. But they do look very... Well, now they split up. I'm not sure what they're trying to do here, John.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, a little bit lost when the smoke doesn't quite pan out. They don't have cross-river vision all too lined up here on the side of LGD. And just figured someone would try to come into them on that area in the top jungle, but no one does, so they just go back to farm. A rather slow game today. Probably her slowest game so far, but between these two teams, you know exactly what happens, although Nothing to Say.
That's a very nice spear from New.
Jeez.
Yeah, they knew. And Nothing to Say will die another time.
Wait. Why is Nothing to Say the one stealing wisdom runes here?
That's a good question.
Why is it your mid?
That is a very good question.
Alright, I mean, sure, he finds it. That's not worth your mid, but he makes it work somehow. Yeah. I mean, it's space from Nothing to Say, right? Like, he already has his blink. He's trying to go Ecto Saber. He can still join these fights without that next item. They just want some free room for JT to really build up and Monet to really build up as well. You've got the blink on JT, the Veil on its way into the Shivas for him, and that's when it should really get going. Honestly, the double blink should be it, but again, LGD are also dodging out, so it's an arms race, Mike. It's all about getting that investment into the cores and seeing who comes out on top in the Dota 2 stock market.
Oh, Monet is currently, I mean, he's going to the moon here, John. He's top net worth on the Luna. They're not really able to keep up too much here. Shiro is trying his absolute best on the Weaver. We'll have the Desolator soon, but has not gone for any kind of farming items, so chances are the Luna will just continue to take off when it comes to the net worth department. I mean, it is going to be a rather passive game, though, if this keeps up. That both teams just going to accept the farm game, it seems.
Pretty much. Would you call this a bull market or a bear market in the game right now?
Well, it depends what team you're referring to, John. Which team would you like me to comment on?
I don't know, whichever you feel like. What would you call this state? Bull or bearish?
I actually don't know. It is quite, nothing's happening. It's like a weekend, isn't it?
That it is.
It's just a weekend. The market's closed right now, John. Nothing's happened.
Well, at least Roshan begins for the side of G2IG, but the side of LGD already smoked up, and the right spot to try to contest as well. But the mines will also spot them, so do they fully commit? Who knows?
I mean, LGD, they're coming. Roshan's still healthy enough for them to make it in time. New cannot afford to hesitate, though. Will run into X-Nova and Maboka, so they found both supports in a very nice arena. Roshan still happening, but Setsu, oh, he hits a wall. He hits a wall. He doesn't roll right into the pit. Doesn't really matter. Mane, he will pick up the Aegis, but doesn't get the TP away. The spear from New landing right on the edge. That'll be the secondary life of Mane, going right down the toilet. New with a double kill. That's pretty bad news if you're G2IG.
Yeah, you banked everything on that return from Roshan. Now you get nothing for your efforts. Secondary life is gone to waste. You couldn't find any trades in exchange. A quick retreat leaves their big core behind. And LGD back in the game. Their stocks are rising.
Oh.
Look at Mew. He's popping off, although.
Well, they got Shiro there for a moment. Problem is JT could not quite finish off the job because he was stunned by PYW. So now the chase is on for the Lion, but the Lion even blinking away. We'll make it out for now. Nothing to say. I believe may have spotted him there for a second, but no. JT still on the chase. PYW, another stun out. Plenty of space being created. He'll have to blink back up in 1 second. And he does pop it back the other way now, going west towards the Twin Gate. But nothing to say, we'll get him. Earth Spike though. PYW. What a menace.
He made them work for that one. They managed to find a space to just casually shove in top with New. And this Mars is certainly investing in something good here. Going up on top once more. And the side of G2IG, it's with these kinds of games, it's just a intention coil just waiting to be sprung. And it springs the wrong way for G2IG. LGD, 2k up, are set to just keep this momentum up. They've got a ton of damage coming in with Setsu and his full diffusal up. Interesting to see him going for the Manta here as well on the Pango. Just looking for a way to remove Corrosive Haze, I suppose, from being a menace onto him and get some dodge potential up against, I suppose, the Bushwhack from Baboka. So a little bit off the norm for the Pango, but it's good stats, good damage anyway. And again, allows you to kind of scout around, clear out the mines as well. I suppose that's one big benefit here for Setsu.
Big group up here from G2IG. The mid lane they go. Is this going to be a smoke rotation we're looking at? I mean, perhaps. Hoping for Setsu perhaps in the mid lane. Setsu going to use the swashbuckle, but not towards the low ground, so we'll be alright. I thought they might go for a smoke, but they're just remaining grouped up as 5 around the Radiant Triangle.
Yeah, I think they're maybe expecting that aggressive move from LGD instead and setting up the punish, but again, nothing happening just yet. 3-7, 3k lead from LGD once more, but the side of G2IG aren't really out of it. I mean, most of the core-to-core head network comparisons are pretty within range of each other. The only big difference, I suppose, is Say is lagging behind. And that kind of stems from the random Wisdom Rune and the 2 deaths he had on mid. So you've managed to catapult back into the game for Setsu and take the lead. It is a little bit more painful for sure, but it's like you mentioned as well, Mike. No farming item for the Weaver. Wants to farm heroes. We'll see if they start building up some Deso stacks, but for now, they have good vision from the side of G2IG to spot top, and they just play elsewhere and keep this farm game up. It's 20 minutes. I couldn't even tell.
I mean, it is high quality Dota at the very least. It is still entertaining even if there's no kills. Not so much for the F10K betters though right now. Obviously, John, they're probably not too happy the way this game has gone. LGD. They will go for the Radiant Tormentor. This is kind of the thing as well we see so often. You get one Tormentor, you go for the other one. And you already saw pings coming out towards the Dire Tormentor now, so while you Smile already getting prepped to be able to take the other one. Rest of G2IG just chill. They're just happy to play the farm game.
Yeah. Oh.
Baboka?
Same spot.
The same spot.
Has nothing to say, alright.
Yep.
Okay.
Gets called out, he's down.
That's cool. A freebie. PYW will be happy with another finger stack. He's not going to ask any questions. 3 stacks already on the line. Very efficient with the fingers here. They get the best free shard you could ask for, or one of the best free shards, Magic Missile upgrade. So now you have 2 stuns coming out with the Venge. Feels pretty nice to just expand that area control. And they will maybe get started on that secondary. The bug is starting to drop that armor at the very least, so it shouldn't be too hard to melt it now. And yeah, just a few hits from Shiro will get the job done by himself. And now you get the line shard for free. Huh. Back-to-back support shards. I've never seen such a thing happen.
It's good when the game works as intended for once. It was PYW. Finally going to have that broken mana drain shard available. Oh no, they found the Luna. Monet at least has a BKB, will be able to run, but the problem is Shiro will just chase him down with the Sakuchi. X-Nova's going to show up to try and slow them down, and that's going to be enough. So Monet will survive to see another day. But that is his 9-second BKB charge going right down the toilet.
It's a big tool to take away here for LGD. They're going to be feeling pretty glad. Makes it slightly more uncomfy for Monet to commit. Of course, 8 seconds is still pretty long. But that is one big important charge off the table. And they are still setting up down bot. They can siege quite fast against Shiro. He's got the damage with the Deso. Mind you, it's a 0-charge Deso now at 22 minutes, which we've seen our Weavers kind of struggle to build early Deso charges. Just by nature of the game, they tend to just dodge each other out. Still, early siege begins from LGD. Entire team is there to back them up. And G2IG will just have to give it away. I mean, without the Stampede, it's not going to be the safest thing to try to defend. And they just let it go. Cut their losses.
Absolutely. Do they keep going high ground, LGD? Are they feeling confident enough for that? Maybe just a T3 tower in the back. I mean, Shiro just got his BKB off the courier, so it looks like he wants to try. They have a slight 4K advantage going their way, and they're feeling it right now. So Shiro will get right to work into that bottom T3 tower. TPs are eventually going to be incoming from G2IG. Monet does not look like he's quite ready to fight, but they are going to jump in with JT, trying to go after New, but New will just turn right back around with a spear. Nothing to say, trying to go after the supports on the backside, going after PYW. We'll find one, we'll chase another now in the form of YU Smile and G2IG. They might be able to go for this fight. It's looking pretty good for him. X-Nova even finding Setsu in the back. They'll lose 3 by the looks of it. Setsu trying to get away, is not going to make it out. So the high ground defense not panning out for LGD, but that is going to be a pretty big swing back the way of G2IG.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice by LG to actually force the high ground. We don't see a lot of teams do that without Aegis or a pickoff. I think that's the first time we've seen the team just run high ground without any of that beforehand, and they do get punished. You're seeing why teams are a lot more cautious for the high ground siege. And G2IG, they're clearly back in the game. Some really big pickups. You finally get that activity you want. A really great use of the Eclipse out for Monet. The Fortify looked a little bit shaky, as it wasn't really clearing out the creeps. Popped extra early as well, while the creep wave was pretty far out. But LGD just couldn't follow through. The control coming in on such a tight spot is just way too much. Again, it's the Hoof Stomp. It's the Slytherin Crush on top of that. It's just way too much back-to-back chain stuns with the bashes as well and the bushwhack. It's a lot to be scared of. LGD though, do regroup, do smoke up, want to go on that hunt. Some good pings as to where the side of G2IG should be, but they've already teleported out.
I mean, X-Nova did, and then he realizes, wait a minute, bro, shut up. Get back over there, boy. LGD. They're going into the Roshan pit. They'll be the ones to have first dibs over this, but there is going to be a nice scan from G2IG. They are very well aware. We'll have a smoke-on-smoke scenario. Wards placed through the top lane. Here we go. Who initiates first? JT looking to move in. He's going to get some vision with his Shiver's Guard. Roshan less than half HP. Say, having a look around in the corner, not going to find anything quite yet. Oh, meanwhile, Baboka comes in from the east. He gets just blown up though, but nothing to say. Might just find PYW, so it's a 1-for-1 on the supports, and now JT! He finds a two-man stun. New is gone. So is Why You Smile. The buyback's being committed immediately, but they are still falling apart. LGD need to get the hell out of there. It is not the fight. And these buybacks sadly look like they may have gone to waste, because G2IG now, they will have dibs on Roshan.
That they will. Already down to half HP as well for G2IG. Gonna have themselves a good time here. So much damage flying out from Nothing to Say. The AoE control just kicks in. These supports, man, it's not like they're gonna have debuff immunity anytime soon, if at all. So you just managed to blow them up so quickly. And it looked a little bit rough for Baboka to just get caught out, but it doesn't matter. The core of your team is in the right spot. And the angle, again, being found, dodging out that ward in front of the pit, just gave a clean angle for G2IG. Take the 5k lead themselves, 9-9 now. Siege onto the tier 2. And with the Aegis on G2IG side, high ground is a possibility if they decided to take that risk. And it looks like they'll just play it safe. Just shove it in with illusions. Look for another pick off with a smoke first. They've got a couple of wards watching lane, but nothing in the triangle to really figure out, but should have a rough idea as to where they're trying to recover here.
Can they find Shiro? They're going to have to take Why You Smile first. Shiro's going to be okay to back off. But at this point, like G2IG now just smothering LGD. LGD really losing the advantage they had earlier on just from that one high ground attempt. Even Setsu now losing a courier with the Shiver's Guard recipe on it. A real damn shame. Not going to have that for another 2.5 minutes, and it feels like G2IG, they could just take these final outer towers, and maybe they could even think about high ground now with the Aegis up.
Yeah, they have a lot of coverage just for that high ground. They have the damage for it as well, just with Monet. Luna high ground is not to be underestimated at any point. And again, just cutting creep waves, playing it safe, setting up for each lane to get shoved in.
Baboka, misses the bushwhack. Setsu's alright, gets the Rolling Thunder off. I suppose you do waste Rolling Thunder, but you also commit Stampede. A little bit of a shame there for Baboka, it was right on the edge. Doesn't matter though, G2IG still get the mid-tier 2 tower. In fact, JT's found himself a target. It's going to be New on the Mars. He does need a little bit of help though. New going to blink TP away. Looks like he will be fine.
Yep. Manages to bail out in the nick of time. I don't think you're missing out on the high ground opportunity here anyway for G2IG. As, again, like they popped Stampede. It's a little bit risky to go high. And just play it safe. Farm up. Again, they have really good forward wards here from the side of G2IG. Easy enough to find a pickoff. Like, this vision they have in that mid lane is massive.
Oh, that's a nice bushwhack.
There we are.
Yeah, Setsu this time around will get caught by Baboka. A very nice observer ward in that tree line. Just scouts out Setsu in that same area. This time, though, they will catch him. He's down for about a minute. G2IG certainly could think about pressuring tier 3s.
Alright, they've got the room. Still 2 minutes on that Aegis in comparison. So a lot of time here for Monet to just stand up front. And I don't know where you're going to get the damage to actually kill off any of these front lines that jump in. Like, Nothing to Say and JT are just so tanky.
Oh, New gets caught. A nice swap from Why You Smile. The bottom tier 3 tower still going to be under siege anyway. 20 seconds without the Pango is going to make it very hard to defend.
It's an issue for LGD. Like, Nothing to Say and JT can just dive the high ground, attempt to kill, and just not be punished. Like, the damage is just lacking from the side of LGD. Maybe you can finger one down, but everyone down at once, it's going to take a few good rolls out here from Setsu.
There's a spear onto the Luna. See if they can get through the first life. Arena is down. Monet will lose the Aegis. They've got to protect Monet. G2IG, they'll jump in. JT, he'll get hexed up immediately. Monet, he'll pop the BKB into the Eclipse, but it's really hitting nobody. Nothing to say, trying to rush forward. Will find nothing himself, but now he's swapped in. Why you smile? Does at least set up onto one, but no, the cheese is going to keep him alive. New's in trouble. They're diving basically the fountain at this stage. They will look to retreat, as apparently nobody from G2IG will die.
Jeez.
Not yet anyway. The chase is still continuing, but everyone's out. Nobody goes down. They'll get away with the bottom racks, and they can always come back another day.
Yeah, just no deaths. That's it. Just Aegis taken away for all of that. Look at that. So much damage, yet no one dying. It's a beautiful sight. 11-9, G2IG. They're actually playing a little bit crazy. Again, nothing to say, and JT are just diving in, knowing that it's so hard to kill them off. They did have to pop cheese there, but still a very calculated risks. Nova almost dies to the Tormentor, was perfectly fine. He gets his short now as well. So you have some really good just chain disables. 2 stuns with wide AoE. The taser on one of your cores as well. Either the Centaur or that Slardar as he jumps in. Just so much protection to cover these dives. G2IGR starting to really pull ahead. 12k up. Side of LGD, they need more damage. And Shiro is trying to go for more of that damage. Trying to go for the Daedalus right now on that Weaver. That is one way to mitigate it. And the Weaver can start to hit like a truck with some of those crits. Would really want his level 20 talent as well. But we are still a ways off from that spike here for Shiro. You also have still that Shiva's being built up here by Setsu. Needs the Ags on top of that for the Pangolier, I want to say. Like the additional swashes with the diffusals.
PYW gonna get sniped here by Baboka. Down for 65. No buyback available on the Lion. They're even looking at Setsu top lane. JT is watching the Pango. Will jump in immediately. That's already half his HP gone. Setsu will go into the Rolling Thunder to try and protect himself. Will be alright to get away, but now with the Rolling Thunder down and the Lion down, they could go high ground again.
Only the coverage of something like Aegis missing, but frankly, it just doesn't feel like they need it. Unless Monet, again, just gets focused down severely, but it's got the damage to just take care of these objectives so damn fast.
Oh, NTS is in. JT set up perfectly. YU Smile already gone. You dropping so down low on the Mars, trying to back towards the fountain, but he is gone. This is becoming a much harder defense as the bodies drop. And only one Rax is left standing. They'll go for it right now. Nothing in the way of stopping this. In fact, jump in again from JT onto the Weaver. There'll be no follow-up. They are just going for the Mega Creeps. JT, oh, nice arena drop by New, but where's the follow-up? Damn it, it's just not going to come out. New is gone, so is Setsu. Shiro's not looking too healthy. He'll time-lapse away, but it's all over. GG is called. G2IG. I mean, it was looking rocky for the first, say, 15-20 minutes of the game, but at the end, LGD, they make a very awkward high ground attempt through the bottom lane, and it really did cost them, because after that high ground attempt, they just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, I don't understand the high ground attempt there. Like, no Aegis, no pick-off. They still opt to push. Again, the fortify timings were a little bit off for G2IG, but they still overextended their welcome on LGD, and that's when it started to swing back the way of G2IG. Not that they were ever out. Again, the kill board was favorable for LGD for quite a lot of the early game, but the net worth lead was negligible, if any at all. The side of G2IG was still able to farm up really well, and then you run into this damage wall that we've seen with a lot of lineups in the Chinese qualifiers. You know, you just don't have a way of dealing with 2 strength cores up front with Blinks just diving your high ground with no care in the world. Your Weaver was just not set up for that. The lane for Shiro just didn't feel like it was going that well. Like, he went for the fast Desolator, and again, we've seen Weavers do that, but they don't find the early kills. And that means when you go into the jungle, it's not as fast in comparison to the Maelstrom build. You can't keep up with Luna farm, and then your damage just drops off because you missed that timing. So, I did understand why the high ground push happened. Desolator means you have to push, but that was just a little bit too hasty from LGD.
Well, with that, Jonathan, of course, we are going to have to head off to a short break, and we'll see what LGD can do about game number 2 here up against G2IG. We'll see you all again very soon.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sound. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft very soon here between LGD and, of course, G2IG. And it is an LP Dota and Genix Fire. John, game number 1. It felt like it was going pretty well for LGD up until that high ground attempt. And then suddenly things went very, very downhill. Game 2, what in particular do you think you'd like to see differently here from LGD to give themselves a good chance at forcing this to a game number 3?
I think you want a better hero that can sort of scale up in the same way there for Shiro. He really lacked damage towards the end. This Weaver buildup that we've been seeing specifically in China for the Desolator, it does have a very specific use case, again, and we saw it in the last game. It was really the siege. It was very fast sieging onto the objectives. Tier 2 didn't take too much time. Tier 3 would have been found if they didn't rush into it. But after that timing, if you're not finding kills with a hero, it can fall flat. Like, the damage doesn't feel great. Your farming pace isn't amazing in comparison to the Maelstrom. I think more common Weaver buildups have been like Falcon Blade or even Urn. Even on Safeling Weavers, that's been popping up. But it does allow you, like, again, that pacing to just look for pickoffs and just get some easy kills and farm up that way instead. And the Desolator theoretically should have functioned that way, but no kills were coming out. Not out of LGD trying, to be fair. Like, they were trying to hunt. The mines were making it tough as well. So I think just kind of better decision-making onto the high ground, because honestly, we have not seen a team just brazenly walk into the high ground like that. I appreciate the idea from LGD. Again, they felt they were under pressure because they weren't finding those kills. There were 0 Desolator charges on Shiro. So I can get why they wanted to just clear that objective while they were strong. It came at a massive cost. So I think just reconsidering their end game plan there, instead of being pigeonholed into this tempo build, I think the draft could have scaled as well if they went for like a slower game. I mean, we knew it was going to be a slow game just from the laning phase with how both sides were playing. So they could have approached the game in a different way, kind of just anticipate that and also build up for like a later point in the game instead of high ground rush.
Yeah, it is pretty wild as well, because you have two teams playing a very conservative game up until that moment, right? Like, I can't believe of all times that we're not going to see a team going for Roshan before high ground. It's a game like this between LGD and G2IG where there was like maybe 6 kills by that point. It's very surprising of them to get that aggressive out of nowhere. But well, anyway, John, we do have a new draft upon us for game number 2. See what LGD and G2IG are intending to change up here for the secondary draft. I mean, honestly, LGD played that first draft really well. I don't think there was too many issues from the drafting end of things. It really did go back to that one moment.
Yeah, it just boiled down to really that high ground siege without the pickoff or Roshan. I mean, there were some other weird things as well, right? Like G2IG, nothing to say, was going so ham that he stole the Wisdom Rune in exchange for his life. The second Wisdom Rune, which, like, okay, fine. When Baboka does it, it's like, all right, he's a support. He died in the same spot, it's nothing to say, but nothing to say to do it first. That was just kind of funny. I think both teams, or G2IG in particular, are feeling fairly confident, as again, you can always kind of tell the tone with G2IG with how JT starts the game, and if he's spamming those stickers, he's in the mood. So I think they're just in a very good headspace right now as well, which does actually play a part. I want to say that's one of the undefined things in Dota 2 that does dictate matchups. Just how good are you feeling, and that kind of affects how you perform. G2IG do start with the Magnus, so guess who's going to have another fun time here? It's JT. He's going to have fun.
Oh, absolutely. And this is the one hero I don't think you ever want to give this guy. And he has got it. So LGD, I mean, they must be feeling confident enough to hand this hero over, knowing how comfortable he is going to be when he's playing this mag. LGD Gaming, they will go back for the Phoenix for themselves, which is, it seems like a very popular position 5, especially in the Chinese region. We do tend to see this popping up quite often. Will make its appearance once again. And we have seen it being very effective, especially with those Sunray heals that it can provide. Just so much healing. Usually able to turn the fight with that. So we'll see what LGD can kind of follow up with here with this Phoenix pickup. Though again, I do get shocked when teams give away this mag to G2IG. It never seems like a very good idea.
It certainly doesn't. And there's always a little bit of flex. I mean, nothing can say it can always run at mid if you need something more lane dominant on the off lane, but it doesn't feel like Magnus has a lot of rough matchups. The only one I can really think of that's rough for Magnus is like a Lina, which, to be fair, we have seen safe lane Lina a couple of times. I don't know if that's an idea LGD will want to dip into. I'm also surprised when you pick up the first phase Magnus that the response isn't an instant Rubik. I feel like that's been the best response to the Magnus so far. I mean, I get why the Phoenix is prioritized, but I suppose they didn't ban the Rubik on G2IG either, so there is room for that. Instead, they go with the Lion, which is also somewhat of a response to Magnus. So you do have that instant Hex to stop the skewer backs when he does blink in. And PYW, he was having a fantastic time on the Lion anyway, so I don't mind that for LGD. He did do a lot of work in the last game.
5 seconds remaining.
You do still have the Hoodwink available if you want to go down the Hoodwink route again. Hoodwink has been extremely popular as a support. No Chen, no Ench, no Venge, so Hoodwink does seem kind of nice. They'll go for the Techies. That has also been another very popular support being picked up here by multiple teams. Obviously, you also have the option for the Snapfire against the Phoenix, but really the Phoenix Egg has not seemingly been the big deal with this hero. So I don't think the Snapfire support needs to come out against this Phoenix. I think I'd rather see something like the Hoodwink, which has proven to be extremely just strong as of late.
Yeah, I would argue that this is also a really good Rubik game now for G2IG. You've got a Rubik Magnus lane that could come in. Easy setup for Shockwave into a lift, into Skewer back if you want to play aggressive in the lane. You've got good spells to steal, particularly the Lion. Nice, especially Mana Drain, but of course Hex is the big one to watch out for. I wouldn't mind a Rubik. They'll go with a Snap instead, so they just want an answer to the Egg, which is fine. I think this is a better scenario for the Snapfire compared to when we saw it earlier in the day, because you actually do have like area control to maximize kisses. There is an RP that you can kind of bank on here to get more bang for your buck. Outside of, I think the last time we saw it was like a DK snap, and it was only Dragon Tail that was their hard stun, so you could only burst one hero down. You have more play here for G2IG this time round.
Oh, there you go. LGD Gaming. Into the Faceless Void. So we have not seen the Void yet this series, but it does make its appearance. Kind of went over this last series around, but the Void has, again, been a very popular carry pickup for a lot of teams throughout multiple qualifiers, so not too surprising to see LGD Gaming prioritizing it for themselves. Now, what's the follow-up? You need a mid lane, you need an off lane here for LGD.
There's a couple of good options. I can see something like the Kunkka being stolen away from Nothing to Say. Works pretty nicely with LGD's draft in terms of durability. They'll go with a Primal Beast instead, so there is flex here. You could run it on you on the off lane. You can still give it to Setsu on mid, depending on a matchup. It is fairly lane dominant. I like the partnership of the Primal Beast with the Lion or Phoenix. Both of them feel great. The Lion's a little bit more stable for the Primal Beast. And you have this one tempo setting hero now on LGD that will look for openings. Like, Primal Beast does not like to sit back and farm, especially once you have at least the Veil up. You're pretty happy in the Primal Beast, so it is nice. And it also protects Egg in a very nice way. Like, if you can't come in to stun the Primal Beast on Pulverize, you do get some decent AoE stunts to just stop the attacks on the Egg without having to expend Chrono. So that is a fairly nice thing here for the Primal Beast.
Absolutely. G2IG thinking heavily about this fourth pick. They also just need a mid and safe lane right now. I have been liking the Ursa a lot. Every time we have seen the Ursa popping up, it has felt very, very good. Not sure if it's quite the hero that G2IG are looking at right now, but I wouldn't mind seeing it popping up here for them this game.
Dire team ban.
They're going to go back for the Luna, though. Which, a lot of teams pick up Void against the Luna. It's kind of intriguing the G2IG go the other way.
I don't think it's a matchup that's, like, directly favorable for either side. I think it's basically down to playstyle. Like, yeah, Faces Void with Chrono will wreck you, but when that's down, Luna has really good just presence. Like, if Faces Void tries to run down Luna, sure, you may stun lock her. The glaives from her active W, from her, well, active glaives, actually, is enough to actually sustain her through. It's almost like a gyrocopter with side gunner, except probably worse in terms of the hit rate. So it's not the worst thing in the Luna for the Luna as well. I think it's an okay matchup. It does give you really good push on G2IG, which is something LGD lacks in their draft. Like, their push potential is not great. No one that naturally sieges, their cores aren't particularly great at just twacking away on a tower, and the Luna can capitalize on that. Just one team fight that wins out for them, and they can just run down the objective. So I like what G2IG are doing here for Monet. I am very curious about what they want on mid, though. Meepo is banned along with Kunkka from LGD, so they're anticipating there's room for the JT Meepo and the Flex Magnus mid. A mid matchup's banned out as well by G2IG, and they will pick up the Ember. You get the Ember Magnus in the end. I'm surprised that was left unbanned by LGD.
That's a fair point. That's something I didn't really think about here, but the Ember Mag is now upon us, and of course, nothing to say. Generally does have a very good time when it comes to the Ember.
10 seconds remaining.
This time around, you will have the opportunity to kind of counter pick here from LGD's end for this mid matchup.
I would say Storm seems nice. Hard control from G2IG is lacking. Like, you're basically relying on RP as your fastest stun to keep down with Storm. Mind you, we've seen games like that, and it can be rough for the team that's trying to catch the Storm. I wouldn't mind it for G2IG. I think the Storm Ember matchup is still pretty decent. We've seen it be pretty 50-50 with a slight lean towards Storm Spirit, especially by the level 3 mark. But again, it's not completely unplayable for Embers, although again, it's just easier for the Storm. There's also the Void Spirit that has been banned in some Ember picks, so some teams still seem to believe that Void Spirit has a place and can still fit into the matchup. There's a Quap that's, well, no, Quap's been banned out. Is there a DK? Looks like no, DK's banned. I'm just completely blind now, Mike. Yeah, I would say Storm is the most stable bet. Maybe, again, some Reach. You kind of want some more damage in the Chrono as well, outside of just Egg and Finger. So you could go with like a Zeus. Zeus into Ember is also pretty alright for Zeus. They're taking their time.
They are.
Yeah, Zeus.
Wow.
I mean,
well,
it's
here
great.
we go.
Mid matchup is nice. Damage in Chrono. It's not the easiest here to jump in the back line until you get 6 and nothing say it, but then it's going to have a target patent on its back. So it's a good back and forth. Again, I think the drafts are rather even. You have this really good wombo combo on both ends. RP Kisses here for the side of G2IG, and the Magnus Empower onto Ember are pretty nice. But LGD, they've got the Chrono Egg. They've got this really strong offlane for New. We've seen him perform with the Primal Beast before. And then they have this nice matchup of Zeus versus Ember. I think this one, again, goes either way. I wouldn't be surprised if both sides sit back and farm a little bit more, but I do expect LGD to have more play. Like, with a Zeus, you really don't want to just sit back and farm. You kind of do want to find some Wrath of God kills with the burst damage you have. So I would expect if any of these teams would play fast, it would be LGD at very least. Like, you have to be active in Primal Beast and Zeus here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it should be an entertaining game number 2 again. It should be a lot of fun to watch here between these two. LGD, of course, looking to try and force us to a game 3 against G2IG. They still do have the safety net of the lower bracket if they cannot pull off this game 2 victory, but you'd rather not end up there if you can avoid it. It's not a very nice place. See what LGD can get done. Of course, this is the first, that game 1 that we saw was the first game they've dropped throughout these qualifiers so far. So it is the first taste of defeat for LGD in the last couple days. See if they can get a bit of revenge after that game. Yes, go on, John.
mean, G2IG also hasn't taken loss, right? And they're still undefeated, so they're feeling great. They're on top of the world right now, as you know. We'll probably see JT again dropping some stickers in the middle.
Yes.
Some sprays. Love to. He's just, I don't know. Whenever I think of JT just going crazy, and I just think of him laughing at his desk, I just end up laughing as well. He's such an expressive man, that guy.
He certainly is. So you appreciate that. I keep going on about JT, but he has been very, very good as of late. Very entertaining to watch. Definitely he's turning into a bit of a fan favorite, I would argue. Definitely for me, at least. Here we go. Immediate smoke up on both sides. Wants to be placed in the mid lane, of course. No wards here for nothing to say. Baboka will take care of it. In fact, they do go for the more defensive ward, I'd argue, just placing it by that little high ground spot in the mid-river. Level 1 team fight, perhaps? I mean, G2IG, they are hanging around that dire triangle thinking about it. We had a very passive style of game in game number 1. It was a very few kills for the first 15-20 minutes. I wonder if we're going to... I mean, obviously, you kind of already said it, but OGD, like, you're not really looking for that style of game, especially past the laning stage. You are looking to get a lot more aggressive. Whether that happens, though, we'll have to wait and see. Because they could also just sit back and relax like last time.
Yeah, it's not going to feel as good as the last game, I don't think. Like, there is much more, not necessarily a timer, but some pressure to play fast. Neo. Just playing tag a little bit. Doesn't manage to take the steal. Going to be a 2-for-2 trade. No backup for him to try to just run down here. Not quite in the position for PYW to line for the double stun. Can take a look at that mid lane coming out here, of course. Setsu on the Zeus up against Nothing to Say on the Ember. And this is a pretty neat way of just counteracting the Ember matchup. Zeus can just play with the Arc Lightning. Of course, in this lane, Nothing to Say has the option to just put more emphasis on the Sleight Fist. Maybe go for the 0-3-2 build that we tend to see. The Flame Guard is still relatively annoying for Setsu, but it is something he can melt with relative ease. So lane shoving for Nothing to Say is not going to be as consistent. Setsu, though, we'll have to watch when he is within striking range. Still fairly squishy on the Zeus. Something that the Ember can enjoy here on certain occasions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it shouldn't be too bad of a laning stage, I don't think, for Nothing to Say, but we'll see how he does deal with Setsu on this Zeus. See, the Zeus should have somewhat of an advantage. That top lane, Manet and X-Nova against New and PYW. A lot of harassment being traded back and forth here between PYW and X-Nova. A lot of kill potential here between the OGD duo as well, don't forget. I mean, between you and, of course, the Lion, a couple stuns, you've suddenly got a kill onto one of these heroes on G2IG. We are also having a look at the bottom lane, where you are seeing JT and Baboka against Shiro and Why You Smile. Which seems to be going pretty well for JT, not too bad for Shiro Iron.
Yeah, this one can start to get a little bit scary. You have a lot of ways of just being aggressive and still go for the cookie.
Yeah, Why You Smile, it's going to be alright. He has the Fire Spirits, the attack slow is a bit too much for JT and Baboka. So as long as he's got the Agristai Fire Spirits, he should be okay. But certainly a lot of kill potential here as well.
Nice snipe by Shiro, just taking away an early Wraith Band here. Or the Wraith Band build up before JT. So just less stats to play with. I think the threat is really just going to be Skewer Cookie into Shockwave Cookie into Skewer. That is going to be the big threat, but even killing off the Faceless Void, you miss this opportunity at level 1 to 2. It gets a little bit harder by level 3 to 4, even 5, right? Like, lower cooldown on Time Walk means more opportunities to just back away and play the farm game, which Shiro is going to gun for. You're not looking for the offense here too hard on the Void at all. Mid lane has been going relatively back and forth. There's some creeps for Setsu to clear out, to even out, and it is, again, pretty much dead even. Just one CS ahead for Nothing to Say. But he is applying that pressure on that Ember, going for the 0-2-2 so far, and for our Zeus, Setsu is limited by his mana pool, unfortunately. It is a lot easier and cheaper for Nothing to Say to harass back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Setsu certainly is starting to take over quite nicely here on that mid Zeus. Meanwhile, top lane, bit of a jump in on X-Nova, and he is gone. New able to secure the kill here with the trample and the onslaught. And of course, it's off the back of the Hex and Earth Spike of PYW. And that is the strength of the combination. As long as PYW can set up with one of those abilities, it is a pretty damn simple kill.
That it is. Tekis is really squishy and very susceptible to the damage coming out here from New. New also durable enough to just stand in lane and not mind the right-click harassment from X-Nova and Monet. Has the value point in that uproar, so you can just get a burst of armor and damage as well for the rundown. And he is a hero that you can leave alone. This is allowing this opening for PYW now to just scout around, try to ensure the water runes go Setsu's way. We'll at least be able to find one. Same movement out from Baboka to ensure that they find the other here on the side of G2IG. Keeping that mid lane even, but again, slight leads being built up by Nothing to Say.
New is feeling very confident here, just jumping in for a two-man trample. He didn't even have his support around him. He was just going in by himself against two heroes, and he came out on top as well. Pretty rough.
Yeah, that is the threat of the Primal Beast for sure. It's a lot of damage, and again, it's a laner that can be left solo. The value point in that uproar with the extra armor does enable a lot of movement as well. They get the gate usage out here. They're trying to find a little bit more with Y, but X-Nova does spot it out early, so they do get to pull back into the defensive position. A little bit of a shove, but not the quickest shove anyway on this wave here for the side of G2IG.
You still very aggressively posturing here. Monet and X-Nova not feeling too safe. Why are you Smile going to reveal himself on that Phoenix? It's going to be Roshan coming in from the Twin Gates as well. While we're at it, as we are going to have a quick pause here from Why You Smile. It's a lot of pressure at this top lane. Like 5 minutes in. Sure, you're probably not going to find a kill onto X-Nova or Monet because they are looking to retreat. But there is a siege creep coming in the next creep wave. It's kind of, if they want this tier 1 top tower, they could probably go for it. It might cost you a bit of committal here with the Phoenix having to stick around. But they really could continue to just stick around here and just force it with the siege creep if they so wish.
That they can. They've got the opening on hand here for the side of LGD. You are leaving Shiro rather vulnerable down bot. Baboka is hanging around the area. I mean, it is a level 4 Faces Void, so it's a little bit tougher. And I suppose that's what gives Y the confidence to just leave. It's also fairly hard to shove the Faces Void out of that lane. You're not ready yet for a rotation on Nothing to Say. Although level 6 is fast approaching here for our Ember. Off the back of just probably a couple more creeps and you're happy to go here and start to make some plays around the map. 1-0 for LGD so far. Monet is going to be held back in the farm. This is some cause of concern for the Luna, but again, it catches up relatively quick once it has the Morbid Mask to AFK farm the jungle. As long as there's protection there and the Luna's not ganked up, should be able to have farm parity with a Faceless Void rather early. So, just needs to weather the storm that LGD is trying to toss out here. They are, again, playing a tense game. There's a lot of back and forth in the lanes, but no full committals yet. Levels still have to be found. It's really the mid, and it's down to Setsu and trying to play around with the timing of Thunder God's Wrath. It's a little bit of a weird comparison, like in comparison to Butterfly Effect's Zeus game. Not as dominating here for Setsu for sure. The Ember matchup ending up a little bit more even here for the Zeus. So there's not going to be like the quick phylactery timing here at the very least. So single target potential isn't as high for LGD. Whether or not Setsu even wants to go for that build, also up in the air. Could opt for like the old Zeus build of like Aether Lens to maybe like a conservative Ags more focused on global presence and spread out damage, teamfight control, rather than just single target burst with a phylactery. Could be one route if they feel that pressure here on LGD. But that pressure is certainly on. Like we talked about in the draft, You want to play fast and hard with a Primal Beast. You want to start finding some Thunder Gods rat kills set up for yourself across the map here. And that's what's leading to this clump up top for the side of LGD.
Yeah. Well, the pause does continue here. Shiro and Setsu not quite reconnecting yet. Wonder if they're at all concerned about Shiro down in this bottom lane. Like, Why You Smile may feel the need to return back to that bottom lane very, very soon. I mean, Shiro obviously has Time Walk available, but once they know, or they do know now, that there are 3 heroes up top, they might start to really nail in the pressure here against Shiro. Very impressive as well. Nothing to say. Like, the fact that he's found so much CS against Zeus is going to be a little bit concerning here for LGD. So nothing to say. You would have kind of hoped to see him struggling a little bit more here up against Setsu, but it really hasn't been the case. He's still sitting at the top of the CS board. A pretty good game here on the Ember, and the Mage Slayer is not going to take that long if this keeps up.
No, and that's going to be a pretty worrisome thing for Setsu. The spell damage reduction is pretty massive. Honestly, Mage Slayer is probably going to get nerfed down by the next patch for sure. So that's something that everyone should aim to just maximize while it's there. Yeah, Zeus is probably one of the worst hit by a Mage Slayer timing. I think this mid lane matchup just boiled down to mana economy. Right? Like, the fact that they're not able to fully rotate on LGD and just deny 2 water runes, like grab one for your Zeus and deny the other, has ensured that you've always got the top up for nothing to say. And when that happens, the mana economy for the Zeus is just worse than the Embers. Like, spell spamming Arc Lightning to get equivalent harassment to the Sleight of Fist with the bonus damage just doesn't feel great. And you just burn through a lot faster. So, yeah, man, that's the one big thing. The fact that they were able to just get equal water runes kind of sets up for this. And it just doesn't feel as good for Setsu without that shutout on that resource here.
I'm not sure what Shiro is trying to say here to the side of G2IG. Something's going on though, it seems. The Setsu still not reconnecting quite yet. We're only 5 minutes in. There's 1 kill has occurred thus far on the side of LGD. That's about it.
Yep. I mean, with these two, it just feels like they understand each other so well that you're not going to find too many openings early on. You can try to posture, try to trade, but going for the committal just doesn't present itself with how well both teams play. So you end up in a little bit of a slow kill scenario, but not for lack of trying. Just, yeah, it stems from a great understanding of each other here. For sure. We do have Setsu back, and we are ready.
Thankfully. Let's get this game underway once again.
Thanks, BG.
Seems like Why You Smile is indeed leaving the top lane, by the way. He's not going to stick around. So they won't commit for the top tier 1 tower yet. They're just going to leave that be. No real need to anyway. New is having too good of a time here on the Primal Beast. Mind you, New had a great time last game around on the Mars as well. Like, he was top of the net worth board for quite a while. Continuing the trend here on the Primal Beast in game number 2. Obviously, it didn't really translate to a win during game 1, but I wouldn't really say that game 1 was his fault anyway. So, see if it pays off this game. I think New's been doing a fantastic job.
That he has. Again, it's an offlaner that can be left alone, just frees up these support movements, kind of for both sides. Although there is more of a kill threat if New figures out that Monet is alone, but so far, just going to be focused on that farm. Regen rune being found by nothing to say, although it's denied off by Y. Nice little snipe.
Certainly. PYW and X-Nova going at it. PYW just going to wave him goodbye as he does run away with the boundary rune. He did swipe away from X-Nova.
Never refuse gold given.
Nothing to say was roaming around for a little bit. Just get himself a banner in while he's around that area. Not going to try and go for any kind of kill attempts in the side lanes yet here on the Ember. Still very early. Shiro's still farming pretty well here on the Void. I mean, JT and Baboka are slowing him down just a little bit because Why You Smile has been pretty pretty non-existent down to the bot lane as of late. Just been roaming across the map doing other things, but now we'll set the creep equilibrium by pulling the lane over again.
Trying to just get any small advantage they can take. I think for the side of G2IG, and it's kind of to be expected, this lineup is playing safe, although up top...
Thunder God's Wrath has been committed. Nobody dying though, X-Nova barely able to survive. Does salve himself up, and he's going to make it for another day. So that's your first Thunder God's Wrath kind of being committed and just ending up in nothing.
Pulverize got cancelled off with that Lucent Beam here from Monet, and that just cuts off that last bit of damage they needed. Just regents up with the salves, and New, without that Pulverize for a little while, could be a target, but doesn't have the mana to really
the
go
onslaught
again.
as well. New going to be in a lot of danger though. A nice Earth Spike going to stop two of them in their tracks, but it may not matter because New is not being left alone here by Nothing to Say, and the Ember eventually is going to have his way with it. Nothing to Say, able to find the top net worth hero on the board. That is going to feel very good here for G2IG. However, Nothing to Say, quite low on mana, needs to run the old-fashioned way back towards his fountain. In fact, the race is on for the Arcane Rune down to the bottom side of the river, but of course that is going to go the way of Setsu.
It's going to feel great on a Zeus, of course, spell spamming hero. Should have the opportunity to just shove in mid consistently, clear out some camps, get that build up. He is going for the phylactery, so he's not going off the mark from what we've seen from our Zeus today, from Butterfly Effect. Do love that build. Is a ton of damage. Gonna be a world of hurt once that's up and running on Setsu. Manages to even find a D-ward. So, starting to clear out some of that information that G2IG has set up for themselves. They have a lot of good wards actually watching this bot jungle. So just taking away some control here. Still, 1-to-1 game. Farm pace for G2IG is still up there. Actually, all the cores are farming equally efficiently on the map. So no one really building that much of a lead. And blink time is going to be key for JT. Does have the double Wraith Bands ready as well, just for a little bit more additional damage. Stacks are blocked off here for the side of LGD. Good wards being dropped down, just to block from X-Nova. So they're not going to be able to try to race up the economy on the large camp, but the Ancients are still there. Just one double stack. Not the worst thing in the world.
A bit of a chase here, X-Nova. Going to get caught out by PYW, and New is going to show up as well. So looking for a nice easy kill. However, NTS thought about chasing down the line, but decides better off. Seeing the Primal Beast, it's probably not worth his time and trouble. Decides to get back into the mid lane and keep that farm going. X-Nova just going to go down for free here in that Radiant Triangle.
Yep. Not the biggest kill to bleed out. Again, he does his job. He blocks one camp, although it is cleared out, and scouts some stacks. So if they want to contest off the back of a fight, they can. Likelihood is just going to be here waiting a little bit more. Nothing to say. Hunting a little bit, but again, just not fully committing. Just play the farm game, buy space out for JT and Monet. The arms race for New and Setsu is building up though. And that Primal Beast not too far off the mark for the timing into his Veil already flying out. The Eternal Shroud next for him as well. So just looking for that durability up front. The damage he's pumping out now with the Trample is going to be massive with Veil of Discord. So you will have to respect that. And softens up the targets as well across the map for Setsu. So a double bonus there for the Veil build.
Absolutely. And you still remaining top of the net worth board on the Primal Beast. Not getting too active though, just staying around the top area. Setsu and PYW will in fact run up towards him. Monet is still hanging around, does reveal himself by going for a Lucent Beam onto New, and he might pay for that very, very soon. Setsu and PYW running into X-Nova first instead, but a nice cookie from Baboka can allow them to get away. There's Nothing to Say now, going to TP in. Get a double chains off onto PYW and New into the kisses. The Lion dropping very, very low. Will get taken down by Nothing to Say, and he popped the haste rune to boot. That's a lot of damage from Setsu flying in onto the Ember, but it won't really matter. It's Nothing to Say. Will be perfectly fine to walk his way out. So overall, a lot of fighting for just the Lion kill, but G2IG probably pretty happy with the fact that they didn't lose anything in that engagement.
Yeah, and you give the kill over to Nothing to Say. That finishes up the Mage Slayer ult. Oh.
Well, tips up for Setsu. He was playing around on the edge there. I mean, nothing to say. I believe actually... Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a goddamn minute. Setsu. Can he get his way out? No, he cannot. Bit of revenge here from G2IG.
Yeah. JT shows off that blink with some great timed punishment to ensure that they do trade mids, keeping it even still 3-3. And again, like, that movement I still think overall is pretty alright for G2IG. Sure, you lose, nothing to say, but he already bought out the Mage Slayer. Now you have the great answer to this Zeus. 40% reduction in spell damage is kind of ridiculous. And it's just gonna hurt so badly. At the least with Veil, it will only feel like 20% reduction. So it's not gonna be as bad if you're just going for plays nearby Neo. Still, invading the jungle a bit. Just poking so far.
They are. Who's gonna show up now? Still looking at why you smile. Nothing to say. Considering it, decides better of it. We'll retreat again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The thing is, this kind of game does feel like it favors G2IG, right? Like, you've got a Luna who's just going to be able to flash farm the jungle. I mean, for now, the Void is keeping up quite nicely, and I suppose with the Maelstrom, he should be okay to keep some kind of farm parity, but I do kind of worry about this Luna just getting out of control much earlier.
Yeah, it's the Luna going out of control, and it's the Zeus damage scaling down. Again, the Mage Slayer timing is going to feel pretty atrocious for the Zeus, trying to go for the burst play here. So, I think that's the one counterpoint that will hold the side of LGD back. The side of IG, you're also getting a lot of free space out for JT to play with Empower. He's basically just farming all of bot by himself. Orchid buildup not going to take too long for him to finish up. That's going to be additional control for them to play off the back of. So, there's a lot of things going on for both sides. Like, you finally reach level 6 now on LGD supports. So you've got the Finger, you've got the Egg ready to go on Y as well. That can tie in really nicely with some opportunistic Chronos if you so wish, or even just Pulverize. And a well-timed Pulverize with no stun, it can feel pretty good in trying to defend the Egg. And you've got the additional burst with PIW to back up Setsu now. So, both sides having some tools. More tools for LGD, as their timing, again, is a little bit earlier here. Start to group around that mid on a little bit of a hunt, but they can try for the siege. They'll go for the smoke play instead. New PYW will look for something.
They'll head down towards the bottom lane. There are 3 heroes here from G2IG. In fact, they've gone for an RP. They have found Shiro. Shiro still alive though. Gets a time walk, and now the 3-man Chrono. Gonna lock them all down. And well, they are just gonna get deleted, of course. It's Monet even showing up at the last second, regretting his choice as G2, or rather LGD, clean them up. G2IG getting completely annihilated. I mean, Shiro, it was wishful thinking to try. Nothing to say? Oh! Nothing to say!
Huh.
A full team wipe?
Yeah, they don't have vision there, buddy. They just ran forward while you were farming, unfortunately. LGD, I mean, that was probably the best setup you could have asked for. G2IG just trying to jump faces for it. Mind you, it is a big target to go for. It is something you want to keep down. But the chain control was there, but you know, because your Snapfire has to come in for the cookie, you don't have the Kisses damage flying in. You didn't have your Luna there in time to help clean up. And nothing to say, was also a little bit off the mark in the timing. None of it panning out. Great egg position coming out here from Y, tying into that Chrono. And the combination's clear as day. You're in dangerous territory with early damage from Shiro. Full Mjolnir already up at 16 minutes in. Yeah, his output is just insane right now. In the next Chrono, he could probably solo burst some of these supports himself without too much assistance now. And G2IG, all of a sudden, 3k behind. Still have room to catch up, still have room to scale up on their heroes, but they need to be cautious about clumping out. Mind you, they don't need to worry about Chrono now, so they could go for a more confident play. They will find that bot tier 1. But the defensive wards here from LGD is spotting the forward movement and doesn't enable too much here. I'll get the D ward at the very least, but They know where nothing to say is at the moment, and that cuts down G2IG's confidence to invade. So, just off to farming areas once more. LGD, I mean, you've hit those spikes. The Shiva's not too far off. For New, already has the Eternal Shroud to cop through some of the damage. You do have that big spike on JT with the Orchid. Now, if that entire fight just took place like 2 minutes later with the Orchid up, would have been a very different story for Shiro. Fortunately, again, they hedged their bet and they lose that bet.
Oh, G2IG just sitting back now. The 2k advantage still standing here for LGD. LGD just gonna still sit back and relax. I mean, this Void is well and truly starting to get out of control now with the Mjolnir up. BKB to be farmed up next. Mid lane, a bit of a group up now from LGD. Just looking at nothing to say on the Ember. Like top lane, who have they got? Shiro is going to go on to JT, but the RP is committed. Shiro! Oh, Shiro just gets taken down with the Orchid setup. Nothing to say, however, has been lost in the mid lane.
It's a bigger find for the side of G2IG for sure. Finally finding some punishment onto that Faceless Void. Nothing to say, falling is setting back this Ember quite a fair bit. Bottom network core now, 2k behind Setsu off the back of these deaths. Is just trying to get the BKB to sustain in the front. But really good target to find for G2IG. They are scouted out.
Monet is also gone. That's a pretty big problem. Like, they just lost their mid Ember and their position 1 Luna here. It's not the greatest of news for G2IG.
That it isn't. I mean, again, you found a Faceless Void, you feel great, but your Luna gets slowed down as well. It does feel like this game is now kind of hinging on JT being the top network core, being the one setting these plays up, having the most stable game right now. And the side of LGD, well, they're in control. They're taking over the top jungle. They've got a really nice durable front line with New, and he is pretty much at the Shiva's 400 gold away. Damage output coming out onto Shiro is massive, going for the BKB now for protection from the Orchid. So the chain stunning is not going to be as clear cut now for G2IG. That's a scary timing to hit once that's up in Shiro. That same move from JT just doesn't pan out the same way. RP stun will still be good, but nothing will go beyond that. G2IG, oh, find one.
JT gonna find why you smile. JT still having a fantastic time on the map here. Top of the net worth board is this Magnus. G2IG. It's still a very close game, only 2k advantage for LGD, but win probability is telling a very different story though. 71% for LGD. That is a much big difference. It really does go back to the fact that they have a Faceless Void who just infinitely scales with Chrono.
I mean, it simplifies the game. You also have that threat with RP to an extent here for JT. So both sides do have really good teamfight scaling. I think the added factor for LGD is definitely the egg on top of Chrono. Like that is really dangerous. Just because you can just block the path onto the egg with a Chrono, or just drop the Chrono on top of the egg, and then you just have like really free team fight that goes through spell immunity at every single stage of the game twice over with Chrono and egg if you time it right. So yeah, I mean, you're kind of fine scaling into late game for G2IG, but you will have to again respect the combination from LGD. G2IG for their part, just going into multiple BKBs. Again, Setsu also working onto one into the Hex afterwards for more control to try to pin down. Nothing to say consistently. Side of G2IG. I think the one factor that we just haven't seen connect too well is the play with Mortimer's Kisses. Right? Like, it has to be a really strong effort from JT and Baboka to like go for RP into Kisses in these wider team fights. Which is easier said than done. because, you know, they needed the additional control with the cookie. Baboka has to show up for that up front rather than at back. And that just means you lack Kisses damage. Find a Tormentor for the electric reactive taser upgrade on X-Nova. So just a little bit more utility for the jump in there on JT. They want to apply it onto him. Or even probably just nothing to say for some further reach on the disarm. Pretty useful to have. And the game holds steady again. 10-6, 2K lead, LGD. Happy enough to just play the farm game as G2IG is. I don't know. I don't think either side has that massive of an advantage. Again, for reasons specified, you also have play for G2IG. It's just down to how you approach these fights. And so far, that's where LGD has looked a lot cleaner this game.
Here we go again. G2IG, 4-man smoke up, running right towards LGD in that Radiant jungle. They'll scan out the Roshan pit. Roshan is currently unoccupied. LGD, they've grouped up with the smoke. They've got a BKB on Shiro available. The team's right by each other. Ward's being placed here from the dire end of things as they do pop the Thunder God's Wrath to get the vision, but nothing to say. He already found two targets. Both supports were caught out. Yu in the meantime takes down X-Nova. They do lose PYW. Shiro, though, he gets nothing to say, and a Chrono just holds down the Ember. That'll be the Ember gone. They want more. LGD on the chase for G2IG. G2IG does not want to borrow this any longer. Yu, though, going to be able to get the Pulverize onto JT, taking down another. They've even spotted out Baboka and Monet. The chase continues. Monet is the bigger target, so that's the one they'll really chase down. He's a fast boy. Shiro trying to keep up, trying to get some time locks on him. It seems like they might have to let him go. He's just way too quick.
I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that G2IG did opt to back off after that initial trade for that fight. Like, it was very split up. You already had to commit Chrono and Egg there in LGD. You still had this tool in RP. They will lose Baboka on the mid as they go for the siege here and maybe find more. No.
Nothing to say, just gotta go ahead and pick up the haste rune. Yu still having a look around here, trying to chase down the Ember. Ultimately, that's going to be about it. They do retreat. LGD definitely not wanting to put themselves in a scenario where they potentially throw another game. They will retreat and just play a very conservative game. Surprisingly enough, they did not go for the Roshan. I thought that'd be the objective they do go for straight after that fight, but they leave it.
Yeah, they go on a little bit of a merry chase. I think that just takes away a lot of time. Respawns are short on G2IG. So, and they're back and running. They know that RP is still ready, Eclipse is still ready, Kisses are still ready. None of that flew out in the last fight, which is why, again, it was a little bit surprising G2IG go for the full back after seeing that full committal out from LGD. It felt like there was an opportunity for JT and Monet this time to connect and just get a decent RP onto 2 and then just go for the burst play afterwards. What would have been nice, but they felt like the position wasn't good. Which is sound judgment as well. Just a missed opportunity. Might be able to snipe 2 here, though.
Maybe. Why you small is spotted. JT going to pick one off. Going to be the Phoenix going down. Yu, he's going to be alright to just TP away by the Roshan pit. So, oh, PYW even showing up now. PYW. A buyback committed. Why you smile? He's going to move in. The Chrono's out. Nothing to say getting caught. And nothing to say he is just down. LGD. Really just surprising even us. JT, though, skewer back onto Yu. Eclipse will be popped. The egg will be committed as well. Just too much havoc. RP committed from JT. It's on the void. Can they find Shiro? They can. They can find Shiro as Setsu still trying to run himself, and the Zeus does go down. Yu is the only one left, though. Yu is doing so much damage. In fact, hold on, the Zeus is still alive. Setsu, I thought he went down to a Lucent Beam, but apparently not. He does make it. Yu, he finds a triple. At this Primal Beast, he is such a huge problem. So the fight still works in the favor of LGD.
And it does, but it's not the cleanest fight out for LGD either. And they're using the Chrono solely as control for the Ember. and allowing the rest of G2IG to figure a way back in. This time they understand that there is an opening, and it still cost them on G2IG, but you find some trades. You slow down Shiro, you get that kill, you drag Monet onto the top of the net worth board now, off the back of those pickoffs, and he can start to go further with his itemization, going for that Conda buildup that we tend to see on the Luna, which is pretty devastating in a prolonged fight. They did have to commit a buyback earlier on here on LGD, but they should have the opportunity to start onto Rush. Mind you, the mines will give that information out. G2IG, they are grouping up for that team fight. Like, they do not want to give this for free. RP still down for 30 seconds though, so a little bit of a risk, but LGD are also playing quite cautiously. Want to play with a vision here.
They certainly do. No Chrono for 30, no RP for 25. G2IG, they'll smoke around. LGD still hanging by the tree line. Nothing to say, will break the smoke. Setsu immediately trying to run JT, unable to catch him with the skewer, but does force the BKB of Setsu. Problem is nothing to say.
Nothing to say.
He has been caught out on the Ember. Just going a little bit too deep. We'll pay for it once again. G2IG, they will leave as LGD. They will be the first ones to make their way into the Roshan pit, it seems. Though I say that they have not done so yet. They'll deal with the creep wave and some lunar illusions first. I think this should be a pretty free Roshan their way.
Yeah, that's the opening you were looking for. Again, great usage of the ward that they had forward. Just take their time, bait the side of G2IG in with the mines being popped, and now have that secondary life to play off the backup. 5k lead still standing for LGD. G2IG, you can't count them out. Even 5k lead at this point isn't the worst thing in playability. It is really painful for nothing to say. But the Ember has had a little bit of a struggle past the laning phase here with how targeted he has been by the side of LGD. Some good items still set to come out here from the side of G2IG as well. You are going for the Manta on JT to just have some self-dispel on top of the BKB. Just wants to have some... Oh, actually JT.
JT will go for the solo pick off on his own, and well, that'll be about it. Obviously cannot follow up for any more. We'll just try to leave the area, and does.
That's actually a meaningful kill. 562 gold going to JT. Understanding that you're not going to look for a big RP opportunity into Aegis. It's a tough fight with 2 lives and Faceless Void. So you just go for the pickoffs in that time being. And, you know, start that build up into the Manta for some Dispel here on JT. More stats to play with as a universal type as well. You've got some protection coming in, full pipe from Baboka. So, really important pickup to mitigate that damage coming in here from Setsu. Even some of the damage coming in from the Mjolnir as well, where he bounces on the charge, on the Chain Lightning coming through. So, more ways to just survive through the onslaught for the side of G2IG. And again, for G2IG, even at a 4k disadvantage, it is still a playable state. It's all down to how you take these fights. You cannot allow LGD to constantly find this value chrono onto Nothing to Say. Granted, it's a one-man chrono. It does provide an opening, but Nothing to Say is your disruptive hero that catches the backline. The Ember has to be the one to pick off these softer targets, take that control away, stop the egg, or force the egg out earlier than you'd want it to. Just not being able to play that way here for Nothing to Say.
LGD now looking a little bit more confident. We'll look to head through the bottom lane. The bottom T2 tower is looking rather tasty for them. I mean, he's still top of the net worth board, but just needs so much more farm. Now an Aghanim separate build up on New. He's gonna have that the uproar stacks coming out. Nothing to Say, going to be spotted here by G2, or excuse me, rather LGD. They are actually going to go jump in onto the Primal Beast, but he does get away. Ends up on the low ground somehow, and will make it out. PYW just gets the Kanda.
God, this item's just so funny.
It's a very silly item. That old Kanda.
It's the funniest item in the game. It really is. It's it always gets me giggling. A decent pick-off. Again, you can't scoff at 465 gold here. that is an important kill to find. G2IG just wants to capitalize with that smoke. See if they find one. Like, we've seen JT, he's willing to just get these one-man RPs and disengage. Just want the pickoffs, want to catch up here in G2IG.
They're still roaming through the Radiant jungle. They're not going to find too much because LGD, they are grouped up in that middle lane. LGD even looking towards that mid-tier 2 tower. Shiro thinking about a chrono and nothing to say, and you can see how jittery NTS is feeling. It's consistently been chronoed here by Shiro throughout this game number 2. We are going to have a quick pause out from JT. Looks like there's some lag complaints being made. He'll go for a quick reconnection. But yeah, I mean, Shiro has been very good at just aiming the Ember every single time with that chrono, even if it only means a one-man chrono. Just securing the Ember kill and leaving it at that. It has worked out pretty much every single time he's done that. And NTS, again, just not looking comfortable at all. Every time he sees the Void, you can kind of sense that he does not want to be around him.
Yeah, just has to play it really safe. Again, he needs to be able to disrupt the backline here on the Ember. He's just not able to do so. Right? Like, even missing out on just spamming Sleight of Fist on the Zeus and, you know, just getting that Mage Slayer debuff on him in the middle of the fights, it's not happening because he's just dying. So, he needs to play on the edge. He at least used the BKB as well, but really just dodging out this Faceless Void is the big part, which is easier said than done. You have the unpause going. Mid-tier 2 still set to fall. Age is still up for a full minute, so a lot of space here for LGD. They will play it cautiously. Creep wave is not there, has been cut off, and they get scanned out from nothing to say. So he does get to back away. I mean, this is great time for G2IG, right? Like, they're wasting Aegis. They haven't lost tower yet, although it is still set to happen. Only a 2k advantage for LGD. You're not getting as much. And that's basically mostly the farm difference for nothing to say, honestly. Everything else is not too far off the mark here for the side of G2IG.
No, it certainly is not.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Baboka will get rid of Setsu's courier, but PYW is now on the chase. He's going to be able to get their Hex off and gets the Earth Spike as well. So, poor old Baboka. Going to try and buy a little bit of time, but they'll drop the sentry through the Glimmer Cape. That'll be Baboka going down to boot. And LGD still only holding a 3k advantage, but feels much wider than that. I mean, all the net worth right now on G2IG is simply on Monet. Still not at a stage where he can feel confident enough to be that big carry. I mean, maybe once the Satanic's available, you can kind of switch it back the other way, but for now, still very far off that. Now nothing to say, getting himself a free shards off this Tormentor. And LGD, they are going to finally pressure this mid-tier 2 tower again.
Yeah, they've got the room. Yeah, Aegis expires, but again, it doesn't really feel necessary here for the side of LGD. Maybe not into the high ground. Have to show some respect for JT and a big RP opportunity, of course. So they will play it safe this time around in comparison to last time. And just back away. 3k lead still stands. Again, not the most substantial, but G2IG not really able to play outside either. Although the scaling damage on Monet is starting to kick in. Like, with him power up, he does basically double damage every single time. So that is very nice to see. Just need the opportunity to find the opportunity to just spam the Lucent Beams from a mile away and try to pop Eclipse on the RP. Which again, LGD aren't giving those openings. For LGD's end, they are going into still the side of Vice here lined up for Setsu. He does have a Parasma, which is also a very funny item with right clicks. With the Lightning Hands, it can quite hurt, along with a Manta, of course. New, just trying to go for the refresh. Already has the Ags, so even more damage in the middle with some great options as well.
Baboka's going to run right into Setsu here, but does get the cookie to the low ground and just TPs away. Thunder God's Wrath was committed just in case he was sticking around, but that was not the case. LGD. Maybe it's a matter of just waiting for this next Roshan now. Still 55 seconds left till we are going to find out when that is going to respawn. LGG, just keeping all the other lanes pushed out. There is still one outer tower that is going to be down at the bottom lane. But again, it does seem like all their attention is going to be focused on the Roshan pit. LGD looking for an early Roshan if possible. Obviously, a later Roshan would probably favor G2IG as they're the ones that need a bit more time. Both teams buy the twin gates as well. Like, you could try to rotate through the twin gates to force a fight here against G2IG. YU Smile going to make it very obvious he's in the Roshan pit now as well because the mines do explode. There's a smoke out. They're going to rush right towards that pit just in case Roshan is going to be an early respawn. And it is.
It is.
24 seconds. LGD get lucky.
This is a big moment. They can't allow this to go for free on G2IG. They have to land this RP on JT. Even just onto one. Like, if you catch Shiro and chain stun him, that is a huge opener for you to find on G2IG. Tons of pressure to just make their way down. LGD's position, though, again, pretty secure. They've got another good laning ward to watch the further part if smoke breaks. Have to be cautious in the approach.
Roshan's happening. It's happening quick, too. They don't have much of a choice. They have to go now or they have to probably retreat. Roshan still dropping. Yu will scout out with the shivers. Nothing to say. Kiss is going to come out. Shira's already picked up the Aegis and Roshan is gone. G2IG still hanging around thinking about a fight. JT, he will get one with the Horn Toss skewer back onto the Primal Beast, but he's such a tanky target. Chrono committed as well. Shiro just going to go right after JT. Will take down one, but Boca will be the second. The Roshan fight, it does pan out for LGD. They'll get the Roshan, they'll get the team fight they wanted. And now they can just think about high ground as well. I mean, it's very, very hard to expect G2IG to defend high ground the way things are going.
It's a difficult prospect. They need JT. At the very least, he has the buyback to threaten with the RP. We're also at the point where Monet is actually queuing up the Divine with Satanic. So he knows he needs damage. They just need to try to burst someone down. Divine Conda is pretty funny. If you can, just spam your spells. But it's been tough. They find one.
They certainly do. Setsu's a big one, though. Setsu is going to drop. PYW now could be in a bit of danger as well. It's nothing to say. Thinking about sticking around, does move back in after the line, does take the kill, looking for a TP play out, but New's got the pulverize. He's got remnants available though, nothing to say, he could still play around. A lot of heroes moving his way. He will remnant towards the south, keep running. Keep in mind, you don't have a TP, so he's gonna... Oh, New jumps right on top.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, boy.
Hex is out. No remnants available here for NTS. He's still buying a lot of space and time. But he is indeed going to die. Mind you, all this fighting does mean they are not going to go high ground on LGD's end.
Yeah, that's time for this Divine Rapier for Nune to build up. So that's actually really important. They also managed to stall for JT to respawn, who I would argue is a little bit more important than nothing to say in this game. RP is just such a big part of what IG needs to get some control in these team fights. So it's a worthwhile trade. They even find a tier 1 tower in exchange. And they equalize in that word. Like that's the funny bit. Like again, the lead of LGD has not been massive. It equalizes towards G2IG. Your 3 cores are still having great farm, but Boca is managing to find a little bit more. He has the Ags on the snap. He's got the spit out for some long range disable if need be, or a delivery service for JT if needed as well. I'm wondering if you do go all in on Monet. Again, he's holding out for that full Divine. I think you get the Divine, you feel pretty good just standing back, spamming Lucent Beam. Heck, even just using Eclipse with a Spell Amp is nice. They scout out here, but JT is fairly hard to find, although... Shiro? No.
Still, feels like such a close game anyway. Like, the win probability hasn't moved. It's still at 72%. Like, just... This thing is not really budged. It's just sticking around the same area. The net worth lead is only by 1k for LGD. It's just nothing. Monet, he's very close to having enough gold for this Divine Rapier as well. Like, do you Do you just buy it outright? Does he just not say for buyback gold, just go all in?
I don't know if it's that dire of a situation like right now for G2IG. I think they're just, again, a little bit behind in information. The laning wards we've seen around this Roche pit have been superior from LGD. The hesitation to run up as well from G2IG, because of that lack of info, has been causing issues. I don't think it's necessary to... No, he is buying out. He is keeping it locked until necessary, so he is playing smart without having to drop it. But no buyback now. Is risky here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What have they got? PYW and X-Nova currently chasing each other. So New is going to join in, so X-Nova going right to the Shadow Realm. LGD, though, they're again having to back off and address the top lane. They're not really able to really utilize this Aegis at all. It's going to expire in 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Divine Rapier pickup is out. Monet, he's got it. Divine plus Kanda. Here we go.
He kept it locked for a while, but does decide to just go all in. You know, he decides to be brave. And I'm keen to see how much damage that is. 25% spell amp, plus damage for the Kanda. It sounds pretty funny.
Well, hopefully we'll
not
get...
for the enemy.
I mean, not for the enemy, but for Monet's going to have a great old time. That's alright. You know, you see, it's been a bit of a boring game for Monet. You know, not much has happened for the poor bloke.
Yeah, you can see again how much respect they have for the high ground hold, and just how well G2IG are playing that stall game. They are, again, just managing to stall. 4K lead stands for LGD, but again, it's not enough for you to feel full confidence to go up. They will try for the smoke. This is where things can get dangerous. They are just hugging their high ground on G2IG, so nothing should be found. Maybe JT, well, he sneaks around here. He doesn't have buyback either, buying out that full refresh.
Oh, this could be big.
Be cautious, they need that RP.
5-man smoke up. JT going to break the smoke. Will blink away immediately. Thunder God's Wrath will give the vision. New jumping in preemptively. Won't find anything himself. The LGD's going to be pretty cautious themselves, John. They don't really have many buybacks available here. And one bad team fight could turn this game on its head. LGD again going to retreat, just not feeling safe. This counter smoke now from G2IG. Running right down through the bottom lane. JT's going to see New, but he's too tanky. You'd rather somebody else first. Tormentor's going to show up. LGD will have dibs over that dire Tormentor, as LGD looks like they are going to retreat and just head towards the other side of the map. Just keep those lanes pushed out as much as humanly possible. Don't let LGD get too close to the high ground. I mean, LGD, just playing it safely, may just wait for the next Roshan at this stage. May not be worth doing it otherwise.
Yeah, and again, for G2IG, I feel like they've got the setup for the next Roches better. And again, it's really hard to get that forward vision right now. Look at the vision game from LGD in comparison to G2IG. Full overwatch of the bot lane.
Yeah.
Right, very good coverage to protect themselves on Roshan. It is going to be a nighttime spawn. They are heading up, but G2IG are in the area. Smoke out from LGD. This is scary for G2IG. One bad step, they could lose a Divine, and that could just be game over.
No, it does. Monet's already queued up a secondary Divine as well. He really is going all in, by the looks of it. JT gets caught out. New is out with the Pulverize. He's got the Magnus locked down. JT still in danger. Does get the BKB off, but now the Chrono is committed. JT slowly dropping, does finally go down. Shiro now time forward, but he's been hexed up immediately. Shiro could be in danger. Blast off this Lambert. No, it's not enough. Monet in massive trouble, is down to boot. Divine on the deck, and this game is looking over. 3 heroes without buyback here on G2IG. Divine Rapier on Shiro. It's looking pretty impossible to come back from this one.
That it is. Can't just... It's all about the position game. And when it comes down to info, you always have Thundergod's Rat. Gonna try to chase for more. They're not tapping out just yet on G2IG, but they have to find a way to dig through Shiro. They need this Divine back. Like, it is just not playable. And JT, he needs something. He needs to just not get picked off. The BKB's just not gonna cut it. Maybe a Lincoln's, maybe heck, an Aeon Disc felt necessary. Buyback's finally there. Half a minute till the rest of the team's up, but Tier 4's just melt.
And they're trying to creep skip the mid lane the best they possibly can, but there is a full creep wave just on the mid barracks right now. Monet's brought back, but there's not too much he can do at the moment as well. Nothing to say, gonna show up, but immediately deleted. Not having the game he would have hoped on the Ember. That's the secondary Tier 4 tower down. Nothing to say now, gonna buy back, looking for the supports once again, but the Hex is out on from PYW, and nothing to say, immediately dying back. However, LGD? They're paying respect. The Ancient exposed, but they will retreat.
And backdoor's up.
That is
Nothing
true.
to say does it. He stalls for enough time. So they get to go back into the game. 2 buybacks expended, 1 dieback gone. No Divine on Monet, Divine on for Shiro. It's scary times. But this is where you have to shine on G2IG. It's got to be this double RP on JT. It's all in on that 1 target control. He needs to make it work. Into the mines could be a nice way to come back into this game.
Still a lot of damage here with this Khan Lucent Beam. Even without the Divine Rapier, and you lost almost half his HP from that 1 Lucent Beam. New. Jump in, a lot of mines around the Ancient. He will heal up just a little bit. As Shiro gonna get RP'd here by JT. He got his BKB off there, so no skewer to come out. Second RP now out. JT, he's got Shiro locked down. Shiro's gone.
They got it back.
The Divine is on the deck. G2IG. They are trying to fight back here. They are not giving up yet. Divine is back Monet's way. But hell, he's almost got enough for another one. LGD. Gotta be careful. I mean, the Ancient is exposed, but this could go very bad very quickly if they're not too wary. Shiro, he's gonna go onto the Ancient. He's had enough of this game. They are trying. X-Nova, he's gonna go down. Buyback immediately is now JT with a horn to skewer back play onto Shiro, but he's alright. Back onto the Ancient they go. They are just trying to focus this one down. The Chrono is out. The Luna being thrown right into the Chrono. Ancient is gone. LGD, they will be able to take game number 2. Even with the Divine going back the other way, it won't matter. G2IG, a nice attempt to try and fight back here up against LGD, but it does not pan out in their favor. We are going to a game 3.
That was quite the back and forth between both teams. LGD, the big part of what gave them all these fights really was just the vision. Every single time it was a dire side Roche, they would have those wards in the lane. The D ward on like the 2nd or 3rd Roche fight, Sentry was just out of range. And they were hesitant to come in there on G2IG. And that info was just too much from LGD. That and Thunder God's Rat giving so much information, even with a smoke up. It's just not enough. You will still be spotted on the map. Vision will just appear. So LGD playing their draft really well this time around, hitting their timings. The hesitation from G2IG costing them. Like again, there was an opportunity on the bot Roche fight where, yes, they did lose Nothing to Say, but Nothing to Say forced out the Egg and Chrono, and they don't turn around and try to make that happen for them when they're all kind of clumping up for the chase. It does cost the side of G2IG. You have to take that bravery and take those opportunities. Like at the end, Shiro, I mean, he goes all in on the Divine. Very brave move. Just a brave move too late here for G2IG.
It absolutely was. Props to LGD. They've taken game number 2 here, forcing to a game 3 in this upper bracket final. And, well, we do have to head off to a short break, but right after that break, we'll be back with game 3 here between these two teams to see who will proceed to the grand final of this close qualifier. We'll see you then.
Running it back, 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 running it back. Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Bomb locked in, never take a loss in the sport. Buck top 10, giving work all around the clock. I know they watching. Got it out of the mud, ain't had no options. Oh yeah, let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us, and now they dealing with identity crisis. I know. Sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body, cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand.
When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. From a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back.
Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max. And then they promote cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's something nasty, nothing's getting passed up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Pop will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. From a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, From the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this. This my designer flow. Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen. They already know I'ma flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing. I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy. I'm 0 degrees. Way too cold.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it in that Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into it, I'm way too cold.
Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to our third game and the final game of the night between LGD Gaming and the side of G2IG to decide who does make it through to the grand final of the close qualifiers. And it is MLP Dota and JohnX5. Jonathan, welcome back. So we have one more game on tonight. This series has proven to be pretty damn entertaining between these two teams. It has been a very close affair. How the hell are you doing, sir?
Doing great. I'm happy that this is our last series of the night. A lot of back and forth between both of these teams. A lot of adaptations across the two games. We see LGD playing a lot more cautiously, not piercing high ground until they are very sure that they can after the mistake in game one. And it does pay off. This time G2IG were a little bit more hesitant in trying to get that jump as well, in terms of trying to, find themselves an opening. So it's a little bit harder for them to play the game, and it did feel like they missed out on some opportunities because of that. It does hold them back a fair bit on the side of G2IG. They did get brave at the end with the Divine pickup, but by then it was too late. The Vision game as well from LGD was very hard to play into. Like, just these forward wards that LGD maintained and the Thunder God's Wrath just made it so hard to look for that jump in from G2IG.
Absolutely did. Fantastic plays again here from LGD Gaming, giving us an opportunity for this final game between these two teams. I wonder what this draft is going to provide for us. Of course, looks like we're having an issue with the lobby, so we'll have to try and get that resolved here. But what surprised me is we've had two games where we haven't had any Meepo bans against JT. He hasn't decided to pick it up himself, just decides to play other heroes instead. I thought maybe we'd see it coming up because he has been favoring that hero quite a lot, and every time he does play it does seem to be quite a dominant experience for G2YG. Props to LGD as well. Like, these guys, this organization rebuilding their roster just always somehow seems to make it look fantastic. Just no matter who they pick up, they just join this org and somehow everyone just starts playing amazingly well. So props to them for always being able to rebuild a really strong team. And yeah, but going back to my point, that the draft, like, no Meepo yet throughout this series.
Yeah, maybe they don't understand just how to play style of LGD is. They can act against that Meepo pretty well. I feel like a coordinated team can punish a Mega Meepo quite well, quite easily enough. It is a manageable thing on like a very coordinated team to just throw their damage in. So that could be one thing holding them back. We shall see if that is something that G2IG will want to lean into now. I think JT has had his time with the Magnus, but again, last game was a tough game for JT and nothing to say. I think these two players just didn't have the game they were looking for. Every time JT would jump in, he would get controlled first. He only had the BKB for defense. He really needed something more, like either Lincoln's or a full-on Aeon disc even, just to actually get that RP control, because that was their only key for team fight here on the side of G2IG. I wouldn't mind the Magnus again if it's not going to be the Meepo. Like, the Magnus, Centaur, or Mars again for JT, I think fits the bill still for how G2IG are going. I'm wondering if either team will start to play maybe faster in lane, emphasize some lane pickoffs instead. Not that they weren't trying, but it felt a little bit more conservative, not looking to go for trades. They wanted clean kills on both sides, and that just led to a very static laning phase that did end up favoring, well, all of the cores, really. They were finding good farm. Marginally better for G2IG, if I'm recalling right, at the early parts of the game, but you were also still finding that great farm on LGD anyway. So I don't know, I feel like the first two games were very similar in terms of like early game, even into the mid game to an extent. So I'm kind of keen to see if game 3 will change. I think that's going to be where the interest lies.
I mean, I'd like to see a much more assertive game, or at least aggressive game here going into this third game, because for the first 20 minutes of both games, it has been quite silent, hasn't it? Both teams just more than happy to stick to their side of the map and just secure farm. I mean, chances are we'd probably see something similar happening in this third game, but it'd be nice to see both teams just kind of running at each other to see who is indeed the better team going into the grand final. But we shall see. As again, we are still waiting for one of the players here to rejoin the lobby so we can get this draft underway. As per usual, it takes a long time for some apparent reason, but nevertheless, we can continue to just sit around and speculate until game number 3 does begin.
Yep, just just speculate, I guess. I don't know what more to speculate on. I feel like we've covered a lot of points already. Maybe LGD get to go back into Venge Alk, bring that strat back, try to run down the lane with that. That's the one thing that I guess has been untapped. I would not want to see a Wind Ranger for anyone. I will just let that out there. No more Wind Ranger, please. It has not felt good.
I actually saw that in it was being run in Western Europe as well, in the closed qualifiers today. So I don't know. A lot of teams seem to believe POS 1 Wind Ranger is a thing now. So you tell me, John. You tell me. What's this all about?
I think the Wind Ranger POS 1 really just works in very specific matchups. Again, like the big one I think of is the Centaur, because it stops him from like going for hoof stomp double edge, forces him to go retaliate, which just feels awful for Centaur now. Beyond that, like, I really don't know why you'd take the Wind Ranger, honestly. At least, again, in the games we've seen reasons why not to pick the Wind Ranger. And we also see now, Mike, the draft is on hand.
Amazing.
We are actually in game. They ban out the Chen and Doom on G2IG. LGD take care of the Inch. We'll see what else is on their mind. Maybe they want to ban the Magnus out, although it felt like they had a good handle on that last time. There's the Venge. There's the Meepo, if that's for consideration. Enchantress there as well. Your usual first phase bans. Hasn't really changed too much.
Well, they certainly have not.
Radiant
LGD, they'll get rid of the techies this time around, so no techies this game.
Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
The Prophet, of course, also going to be removed here by G2IG. One more ban from their end of things.
10 seconds remaining. LGD Gaming.
They'll get rid of the Phoenix as well, just in case. One more ban before we can see some opening picks.
10 seconds remaining.
Depends on their priority now. We usually see that Venge here. If not Venge, then one of the offlaners. I suppose Mars, Doom are already banned out. Mars, Magnus, perhaps. Hoodwink, no one seems to be banning, despite its popularity, so would expect that slight tree. Yeah, they take over Cottle instead, and they go straight into the Timber Saw for New. This is New's specialty on the offlane. They do start with one of his favorite heroes. Rather interesting to pick it in the first phase. Granted, you're probably not going to be able to pick it up after, considering that New is a prolific Timbersaw player, and I believe it has been consistently banned by G2IG. G2IG, for their part, well, they see that Timbersaw off early. Go for the Lion. One of the more annoying lanes for a Timbersaw to go into. Like, it is very viable for the Lion now to go for the 1-1 tree build. And just mana drain. Timbersaw with no mana is a very sad boy, which makes him have to go for reactive armor, which kind of sucks, because Timbersaw is at his best right now when you do get to max out Chain and Whirling Death, and kind of go for Veil Kaya, Veil Shiva's Kaya sort of build up. So you don't want that passive Timbersaw just sitting in lane anymore. We'll see if G2IG will be able to apply that pressure with the Lion, or what kind of build it'll go. I say I expect a 1-1 tree, but could just end up being the typical 3-1-1 here.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Couple more bans to come before we can see the drafts continue. I do appreciate LGD Gaming going back for that comfort new pick in the Timber. He has not been able to play this series, so good to see it popping up as LGD Gaming banning both now the Void and the Luna. So not wanting to see either one in the game. Both those carriers again have been extremely popular in this this new patch, but not for this game 3. They are both gone. G2IG continuing their trend of banning our supports.
5 seconds remaining.
If they're concerned about something like the Winter Wyvern, if they're really concerned about big supports with saves, that's the big one that we've seen be a really good back pocket pick. Just does a lot of work. Really good teamfight provided. Really good range in lane to harass as well. So I wouldn't mind something if they are going along that same line of thought. I'm wondering what sort of safe laners they're looking for now with the Void Luna band, as you mentioned there. There's the option for, I suppose, Troll is there, Morphling's there. Spectre is still available as well, and Lina Pause 1 is a possibility, although maybe a little bit rarer on that. G2IG do open with Avenge now on this phase. So Lion Venge support duo, stable stuns, good saves. Swap is pretty nice. And you do have some combinations. Again, no Luna, but any right-click core does like having Avenge with them down the line as the Vengeance Aura starts to get leveled up. So I don't mind this too much. Just very stable. Not revealing too much in G2IG. Keeping their draft much more open this time.
OGD Gaming, back to them. They still need to pick up some support of their own.
LGD Gaming's turn.
Into the Tiny they go. So this is a hero that does pop up here and there. Still has a lot of impact with the avalanche tosses to fly out. Still kind of fits its role here in Dota 2. OGD. They have picked it into Avenge, so you do have the swap saves if you do have an awkward toss out, but OGD will also go for the Winter Wyvern, which has also been making an appearance as of late, and I do like the Wyvern. I think it has proven to be quite strong in this new patch.
Yeah, it does do a lot of work, and again, if they were looking to keep the support bands, Winter Wyvern was going to be like that back pocket pick that does a ton of work. Lots of reach, lots of damage, good teamfight potential, and a pocket save on hand. There is possibilities for flex on these two heroes for LGD, but I don't think they're going to go too crazy with that. Should just be straightforward. Winter Wyvern 5, Tiny 4 here. Maybe flex on Tiny mid if the matchup works, but I don't really see a direct reason to have to run it. Although, Tiny Timbersaw can be mildly awkward. Double melee can be punished. We'll go for the Primal Beast on G2IG's end, so this should be early activity out now for JT. And I like that. Again, JT's Magnus is usually spectacular, but just felt a little bit slower last time, harder game. Primal Beast is a very good front line, much tankier, and really good hold on the low cooldown. Should provide some early activity. Into the Morphling as well, and this is where things get fun. You have some good forms here for the Morphling. Into the Winter Wyvern's good, Tiny's good, Timbersaw's good. So you have a lot of flexibility in the middle of these team fights here for the good old Morph.
Absolutely, it does feel like a nice game here for the Morphling. OGD Gaming. How will they respond? They still lack a position 1 and a mid lane. I'll continue to dive into the reserve time for this pickup. I mean, the Morphling probably arguably one of the harder carries to deal with, especially because you do already have your support duo selected. Yeah, it does feel like a relatively free morph game so far. Still going into the reserve time here, LGD Gaming.
LGD Gaming's turn.
Oh, they'll go for an OD pickup, which is something we haven't had the pleasure of seeing much.
That is a good answer for the Morphling. You can isolate it. You've got a save from the Pulverize as well of the Primal Beast on hand. You can just burst it down with Santis as well. It's not the highest mana pool hero. None of these heroes are the highest mana pool heroes in the world. Except maybe the Line with some items, but even then, he's not going to get more int. So you have a lot of differential here to play with the OD. I like this pick. I think it's been banned out in a lot of matchups towards the last picks, but they've got the room. There's not many lanes the OD loses out on. You can ban out for that now. They will take care of that Storm, which is fairly annoying, although I wouldn't consider it the worst lane in the world for the OD, but certainly still something that they don't quite have the hard hold for. Just planning out for these wider engagements down the line. The side of G2IG likely looking for safe lane bans. What's left in the pool? The Alchemist is taken away, so none of that for Shiro. There is the option for, say, Troll. That's one of the last meta heroes. Maybe something like Ursa. Ursa can actually be alright here. Not the most kiting to be done, but swaps and stuns are still fairly annoying. Swap in particular is probably the one piece of control Ursa hates, just because his stat resist doesn't really do anything against that, so would be mildly annoying to have to pick an Ursa up. Maybe room for Slark here or a Spectre as well. Yeah, and they take out the Clink. So you have those heroes on hand for LGD. They will have to pick first, but yeah, they're not really pocketing anything. There's not much flex. I mean, you could theoretically swap Timbersaw and out World Devourer's lanes, but you're probably not going to do that.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, one more ban to go. LGD Gaming.
5 seconds.
Still looking for another mid-ban outfit, nothing to say. Of course, NTS had a pretty bad game last time around. On the Emma Spirit, it just did not pay off, as they'll ban out the Meepo just in case G2IG wanted to flex. LGD Gaming, one more pick for themselves. They are still lacking their own carry.
Seconds remaining.
The 12 seconds reserve time left after this initial time does run out as well. Like, not really too much time to think about it here for LGD.
Outside of the heroes mentioned, there's a Dusa they could go for. They'll go for the DK instead.
Okay.
So, safe lane DK mid OD, more than likely the outcome here, which is fine. And we've seen DK basically just try to gun for the Ags anyway, after like Mage Slayer Manta, which is pretty close to just a carry build. So it does work out. You've got the damage coming in from your OD anyhow. And I think that works out. It's a hard hero to shove out from lane, even if you're going up against a Primal Beast. Should feel fairly happy, although Primal Beast doesn't care for your armor. Most of his damage is going to be magical early on. That is something to be cautious about in DK, but again, he's extra tanky. They've got long-range poke with Winter Wyvern in that lane. Very good defensive lane to play with for LGD. G2IG have to find that solution. Likely just looking for that mid for nothing to say. Up against OD, I mean, it's a nuisance. I don't see a lot of heroes that can feel good against the OD left in the pool. Zeus, I mean, I was thinking of the Zeus. It does work in the sense that you can just sit back and spam, but if OD walks up and just astrals you, it doesn't feel great. You can jump away. The OD's likely not going to kill you, but you will not feel good about losing a bit of your mana pool as well. So it's still a really good time for Setsu overall on the mid. But the one big thing for G2IG is you have some good global presence once more with nothing to say Zeus. There's the line with Burst. There's the Primal Beast who's going to be active early for JT. They can play off the back of that Wrath of God very nicely here. Kind of the same tone as what LGD did. And of course you can kind of use that Wrath of God to just scout. So they have a lot that they can play around with on G2IG. For LGD, it's a stable sort of lineup. Like, you have this off lane for New, which is a specialty of his in Timbersaw. You have some good activity from PYW. Blink timing is going to be key on PYW and Shiro if they are looking to play active. Maybe just PYW considering the safe lane DK. And I'm keen to see what Setsu builds. I think that's the one unknown. We haven't seen too much OD in our games that we casted ourselves. I'm wondering if it's still like a Meteor Hammer build mid to apply pressure, or if you actually go for something funny like the Phylactery. I don't know if that's really good on OD. I can see the Parasma being good though, and I'm probably going to go for the Witchblade item first, so you have the natural build up there.
Yeah, I hope we don't have to say anything like a Meteor Hammer. I'm pretty sure that item build is kind of dead for the OD, but we'll see what Setsu wants to do. We're going to have a smoke on smoke already, because both sides are going to rush for the mid wards that they want to place down. Of course, nothing to say getting his chance now on the Zeus, which this hero has not lost every time we've watched it. The Zeus has fought really damn good every time we have had the pleasure of witnessing it through the close qualifiers, so I don't know, maybe the Zeus is one of the stronger mids that we're looking at here for this new patch. I tell you, John, it has fought extremely potent.
I think it's down to a couple of things, right? Like, Zeus is really nice, mainly because there's so much magic damage amp nowadays. Magic damage scales pretty nicely. The counterpoint is normally that Mage Slayer, but it didn't quite line up in timings there for nothing to say. And again, he couldn't apply Mage Slayer debuff as often as he'd like. So it's kind of both ways. I think it's hard to say it's the best mid, but it's a very stable mid when you are in the clear. Like, if you look at LGD's lineup, you don't have to worry about an Ember Sleight of Fist spam to get Mage Slayer debuff on you, you can just hang in the back, relatively safe, unless Shiro commits that jump onto the Zeus, as he's probably the best natural Mage Slayer builder. There's a quirky Mage Slayer build for Why You Smile, but a Pause 5 Winter Wyvern's likely not going to find that for him.
A bit of a fight already breaking out. Monet is taking a bit of damage, but does Strength Morph and just walks out of there. Still a 2-for-2 trade. JT able to secure both the boundary runes up top, along with Nothing to Say. Start off with the mid lane as per usual, where you're going to have Nothing to Say against the OD of Setsu. Why You Smile still sticking around down at this bottom, but he should be able to get out. He's getting out. He's fine. He'll go through the twin gates. So back into the mid lane. Setsu versus Nothing to Say. I mean, the Zeus pickup against the OD, arguably a pretty good choice here for G2YG. Do you think it pays off here, Jonathan? In fact, is bottom lane tri-laning? Is that what's happening? I think they are.
They want that first blood.
However, I mean, Why You Smile's still here. Why You Smile's going to come back in. A bit of a bait from LGD, because Boboka's the one to give first blood away.
Yeah, both of them want that first blood. I like that identification on G2IG to just bully a Timbersaw at its first 2 levels. That's when it's definitely at its weakest. But LGD, again, they didn't fully back there with Y, still hung around instead of going through the gate, and finds the punishment. So, clean up, first blood goes away. They're still keeping that tri-lane. Well, no, I was just missaw. They are just breaking into their lanes now and hold steady. This lane for Monet is pretty alright outside of that tri-lane scenario. You can just shift around on the morph. You are far away enough from that Timbersaw that you should be able to farm, and there's nothing to just burn you through here. So it is manageable enough. Xnova just going for the pull to try to have the creep wave positioned and try to make them meet again as PYW is trying for a pull.
Well, let's get away with it for now. Xnova.
They're both going to get the double wave, I think. Looks like.
It does seem like that. Xnova, though, is taking a lot of harassment here from New. New is not making it very easy. Shiro. Now losing his courier in the meantime. But PYW has got a double wave. He's well and truly gone with it. New's done a fantastic job of not kind of allowing the same thing, though. New now losing his own courier to Xnova, so courier's just going down left, right, and center. But it seems as though LGD got away with what they wanted.
That they do, but G2IG again managed to equalize it to an extent. Monet is just going to be able to feed off this creep wave. Next wave is coming in, and it is also pulled away by Xnova. So you should have some decent equilibrium coming out, but some free XP for these two EXP Hunter heroes is always nice. The mid lane, which we didn't really get to talk about because of that action, I would say this is, again, pretty good for Zeus, but it's also pretty awful to have Astral Imprisonment spammed onto you. Like, he's down to 366 mana total, which is kind of a double-edged sword. Like, every refill on the bottle does feel better, percentage-wise, but your spell spam capability is not as high, and Satsu's going to be winning out every time he steals that mana, so it's going to be rough going in that sense. Overall, wave clear is much easier for Nothing to Say, though, and it does take levels for the Astral Imprisonment spam to really start to feel awful, so it should be manageable for the time being for the Zeus. I think level 4 or 5 is when you should start to concern yourself with the OD, but even then, if you get a rotation out here, and you do have great supports for that on G2IG, it's a relatively easy hero early on to pin down.
Setsu actually going to have a TP coming in from PYW. Nothing to Say, going to cop the avalanche into the toss now. Nothing to Say. Still going to be able to heavily jump out. Will TP back towards the tier 1 tower. So, will remain in the laning phase. Obviously, does have to use all his bottle charges to be able to stay within. As Setsu, again, going to get very aggressive with the Arcane Bolts. Going to force a rotation now from the supports of G2IG. Just to ensure Nothing to Say does not end up dropping. But even with the Zeus vs OD matchup, it is proving to be very hard for NTS.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's finding the farm, but the pressure is mounting on LGD, which is really what you want to see. This OD needs that fast start into Power Treads, Witchblade, likely to build up here for Setsu. Should be able to find that. Very well protected as well with 2 good wards watching in the lane, but you also have some great wards. Double wards actually watching here from G2IG as well. Last lane, we haven't peeked at Boboka, starting to get jumped a little bit.
Well, that he is. Boboka. He's alright. He's going to make it.
Yeah. but a very stable lane for Shiro. Again, it's a DK lane. No matter what you're up against, you're likely just going to survive. You've got the Winter Wyvern at the back to poke as well. They have done a great job of just feeding pretty much a lot of solo EXP onto Shiro. Hits 4 early, about to hit 5 in comparison to JT. Y just hanging in, pulling every single time, and just fixing that lane equilibrium. Does lead to a fairly good time here for that DK. And not lagging behind farm. Farm distribution across every core is rather even. Slightly better overall in distribution here for G2IG, but not by much. And that lead for Setsu, it's a marginal lead in terms of CS. So, early days here. Outside of First Blood, again, just posturing, getting resources on the map.
Mid lane, nothing to say again, going to be jumped here on the Zeus. He does have help around, in fact a double Earth Spike from Baboka, going to keep him alive. PYW is the one to go down to the Tiny. Nothing to say, will make his way out and will ensure the Lion does also retreat successfully. That is another attempt at taking the life of the Zeus, but it does backfire this time on LGD.
Yeah, great flank out from Baboka. Was set to walk there way early. Again, the wards from LGD this time not watching that area up north. Is just watching the right side instead. And that does cause issues. Bottle the rune picked up by Natse as well. So it can be fully topped up for this engagement. Still, if Setsu just gets a 1v1, it's actually pretty happy days for the OD overall. Level 6 is ready with the Sanities. Zeus maybe not the best target for that mana difference multiplier, but you have the threat if you find a power rune on 8 minutes to get that rotation going as well. X-Nova?
In pretty big danger. New should have no problems taking this man out, and won't. Hands up from New, just waves him goodbye. Nothing X-Nova could have done to survive through that, I don't think. So 1-2 so far. 6.5 minutes in. 7-minute Wisdom Rune's about to respawn, or rather, about to spawn. Seems like both sides will be able to just go for their respective runes. Nobody trying to steal one away from the other. No Nature's Prophet to worry about either, which is nice. Slight net worth lead for LGD, but nothing to write home about.
Yeah, everything's holding steady.
I keep looking at this mid Zeus because he just feels like he has to be so careful. There's just been so many support rotations from LGD this game already.
That there has. I think they understand just how important it is to shut down that Zeus timing into phylactery. That's when it can become unmanageable. Why though? Not going to be fully targeted. They get the D ward on the sentry and again just keep it as safe as possible for Nothing to Say. Like they really want this man to have as good of a game as possible. Still, you're just poking. All of this emphasis on mid, it's not too bad for the side lanes either of G2IG. And JT is able to hold his own. You are also able to hold your own on Monet, but you are getting more efficiency out from the side of LGD. The farm of all three of their cores slightly ahead. Oh,
Arcane Rune still picked up by Nothing to Say. He's going to have a great time with this. Setsu getting caught in the middle of this team fight. They will at least find X-Nova. PYW try and intervene. Nothing to Say still wanting the kill on Setsu. They will get it with Baboka. And now they can turn onto PYW. Nothing the Tiny can do but die. Triple kill for Baboka. God. The Lion of all people gets the triple kill.
He's a happy man.
Oh, sure is.
Very happy man. And I love what he's doing. You know, he has the Trank boots. He's also going for the Windlace. Just wants more move speed. Love doing this. I love seeing this online. It just feels so good to have that mobility early on. He also does go for the 1-1-2 build, likely 1-1-3 by the time he's 5. So he is just topping up his Zeus. Like, this is the ultimate support right there. That's peak support performance, Mike. Although, Nothing to Say has to be cautious with the creeps. He's not the healthiest.
Absolutely not. Baboka just keeping up all the stacks here for Nothing to Say, ensuring he is going to have himself a much better game. Real shame as well, because you would have had such a good timing on the phylactery had Nothing to Say picked up every kill. These damn supports always getting in the way. Very upsetting.
Ah, come on.
Especially these
Lion players. It's not Baboka's fault he's too good. It's not Baboka's fault he's too good. You know?
It's always the Lion enjoys, I find. Always trying to find
shut up. Ah, look at this. Look at this guy trying to act all high and mighty. I mean, I'm sure Baboka apologized a million times, okay? He's doing his standard sports stuff. Typing in chat saying, I am deeply apologetic for finding that kill. I hope I will set up all the kills for you afterwards.
Oh.
I pray for your forgiveness.
Die triangle. While you smile does rotate. Xnova just runs right in. Like the Chad he is. Into Setsu. He'll tank the gank for the team. Meanwhile, New does make his appearance as well. But will need to back off. Won't be able to find anything. But I think LGD very well realized they need to take these stacks. So they have been scouted out now by G2YG. Thankfully for LGD, they have not been given back the way of the Zeus here. So LGD able to hand those over to Newen. Well, now the net worth graph completely switches. All 3 cores from LGD at the top of the graph.
I mean, it's been up there for a while, actually. For most part of the game, despite that the set of kills and trades, it has been better for LGD in terms of farm efficiency. Just for a bit. It's been a little bit rougher for G2IG with the rotations on mid. But again, it's not that huge of a margin. It's rather equal across the board, with only really JT maybe marginally behind, with Monet slightly behind as well. I think it's just down to timings now. You're inching closer towards when when LGD start to get really comfy. Like Shiro is working onto the mage slayers you'd expect. You have the Blink and Veil being lined up for New. Not being pressured down bot. And it's that Timber timing that can be scary. Right? Like, you get the Veil, you get the Blink, you've got high skill points on your 2 nukes. You can burst a lot of heroes down. You've got that Witchblade up on Setsu. So he might want to go hunting here as well.
Top lane though. Shiro. Oh, he's going to go try and go through the twin gates. Are they going to stop him? Oh, he cancels himself. Alrighty. I mean, I guess he may as well have, because Xnova had the magic missile whenever he needed it. Oh. Shiro should go down. So will YU Smile. New trying to move in and trying to salvage the scenario a little bit, but no, he is probably in trouble to boot. He will retreat after finding nothing to say, but it is going to be a 3-for-1 trade. Certainly in the favor of G2IG.
That works out. LGD just a little bit slow on the response and a little bit too far forward. Like that positioning for Setsu, right smack in the middle of everyone TPing onto the outpost instead of the tier 1 tower. Does allow that opportunity to just be caught out. Not able to drop the Santies as well on these lower mana pool heroes. And they pull ahead nicely now on G2IG. Now the lead is a little bit more defined. Monet sneaking ahead on that morph. With that top objective gone as well, a little bit more map space for G2IG to start to invade. Maybe plant some of those forward wards. Side of LGD, I mean, there is some pressure to play tempo. You do have a safe lane DK who does want to get value from Dragon Form. Right, he needs to siege onto towers. Bot tier 1 is down to half HP. Could be a safe target to clump around for, but their attention gets taken away. And while Shiro's trying to connect down there. So, again, great read, G2IG. Phylactery for Zeus does feel great for nothing to say. Smoke out on LGD still with New and Y. No Winter's Curse quite yet, but again, the burst play is ready on you. He's got the Blink to just gap close here.
That he does. Smoke is out here from LGD. Monet would be a primary target on the Morphling. He is heading away from LGD at the moment. Xnova will narrowly avoid the smoke rotation to boot. Though eventually it does feel like Xnova will probably get caught. Like he will run right into New. They'll look to secure the kill. Nothing to say though. Is going to be around to help out, but there's no way Xnova's staying alive.
Sets.
Yeah, that was a bit of overkill here from Setsu coming in with the Sanity's Eclipse to boot.
I don't think it's overkill. Now he wanted that kill. You see, like, you're complaining about the Lions, and you have this OD who just drops Sanities for a support that's already dead. What do you have to say about that, huh? No comment?
No comment, Jonathan. No comment from me.
There you go. Still important for Setsu to find anyway. Like, the OD, it's not the best flash farmer. Does need some kills. Wants to go for what seems to be the Hurricane Pike into a Blink Ags. And start rolling from there. They are getting that push we were talking about with Shiro down bot. So they start to connect, but there is movement here. G2IG will not give that for free.
Now heading down bot, Xnova again in danger. Will try to buy himself a little bit of time to allow his team to connect, but they are going to find him. Monet now, what's Astral up? Oh, that's a nice Earth Spike! Connecting onto A great curse out, but it's on the Primal Beast, who is just taking not enough damage. Setsu is going to get destroyed here by Monet. They're onto the Winter Wyvern. They want Wayu Smile as well. They might just have him. With Monet in the Timbersaw form, it's not going to be too hard to get it. X-Nova even tipping his carriers. Monet's onto a triple kill. And this is becoming very problematic now for LGD Gaming. I mean, Monet feels like he's pretty much out of control at this point.
And that he is. Free ride into the Manta timing. Already had the Vlads very early on as well. And then it's that key phylactery timing that we keep seeing on the Morph, which is hilarious once it gets into the Conda. It really is. It's just disgusting that thing works the way it does with Morphling. It was made for Morphling, really. I guess to compensate for the shotgun dying. I think the issues for LGD, again, it kind of boils back to what Setsu did to kill off that Venge. So he comes into that fight without the Sanities. They're grouped up in a really tight spot. If he could just hang back further, right, instead of having to go up, play with the Arcane Orb and Astral, and just drop the Sanities when they're all kind of low. Mana pools aren't that great on the side of G2IG. And none of these heroes are the highest in scalers, except for the Zeus. They would have been softened up for the follow-up there. But again, he opts for that pick-off instead, and it just bites them. G2IG are still ready to go, sieging on mid. Will find it with no defense, and are still ready to run forward.
JT, who's the target? Setsu, no, that's a big one. Curse is out again. Setsu, I don't think can survive this and will not. You never really feel good just like cursing JT. You saw him that last curse, he just took no damage. He just didn't care. It's very problematic here now for LGD. He's just getting from bad to worse. G2IG now thinking about Roshan will head towards the pit. Meanwhile, JT just taking down YU Smile. No problem here for the Primal. This game has become extremely one-sided.
That it has. G2IG, this is the kind of performance we've seen from them throughout the closed qualifiers in their previous matches. Kicks back into gear here. Great use of the Thunder God's Wrath to provide that vision for JT to keep that chase going. And yeah, JT is just not the target. Shiva's guard up, so much armor, won't melt to any right clicks here. But they have no options on LGD. Like, they are counter-fighting into the side of G2IG. It's very snap reaction moments, not really planned out movement here, just trying to salvage a losing scenario. They need to be on scenarios where they're winning. They need to be the ones setting up, you know, just jumping in with New, with the stacks up, trying to melt heroes, getting the follow-through from Setsu. Like, theoretically, you have two tanky heroes yourselves here on LGD with that DK and with the Timbersaw. They've just been caught out one by one so far. Just not what you want to see for LGD. 7k lead for G2IG, ready to siege on top, or at the very least apply some slight pressure here. The rest of the team is not backing Monet up, so not a full committal yet. This timing from Setsu, it doesn't feel great. Again, he's going for the Hurricane Pike. He's focusing on trying to play around the Arcane Orb, which does feel like the way that the game wants you to play right now. I mean, remember the time when you used to have double Astral Imprisonment? Like, the emphasis is definitely on Arcane Orb, which it feels so awkward because it's based on mana pool, and you still rely on Astral to build that up as they catch BYW.
They do. BYW immediately destroyed. G2IG just not slowing down. Lines being drawn out, showing exactly what part of the map they own. It just feels as though LGD cannot really get past their own tier 2 towers at the moment. Monet's going to get started on the top tier 2 tower. Another Thunder God's Wrath is going to give vision of everyone of LGD and exactly where they are on the map. Pretty much force them to just run back to the base because they just never feel safe. There goes your top tier 2 tower. And I mean, they're not going to pressure high ground yet because there's no need to. They're only 90 minutes into the game, but with a safe lane DK and a mid OD and things going this badly, it's getting harder and harder to imagine LGD finding a way back into this one.
It's hard to find the angles for the fights. Like, they have to get a really good Chris off from Y. He's trying to save up for the Blink to find that angle in. I think this also just stems back to how sort of awkward OD is. Right? I don't take issue with DK. It is really good tempo, but to rely on OD for your scaling damage is just moderately awkward. Because again, they changed a lot of his spells since the old Arcane Orb stealing int and Astral just doing damage. Now it's just you're relying on Astral, but you don't have the Astral charges. So it's kind of like a really bad Slark, where to maximize your damage, you kind of need like 2 usages of the Astral Imprisonment. But it's not the spammiest thing in the world. I don't know, it's weird. Like, OD does do a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but the process to maximize that damage is less than ideal right now. His kit just feels mildly disjointed. It's a strange one.
Looks like he's gonna have to die. Avalanche stolen by Monet as well. Monet, obviously, one of the better Morphling players, I would say, from the Chinese region. We are getting to see his expertise on the hero right here, right now. Another pick off here onto the Tiny. Bottom tier 2 tower gonna drop extremely easily. No defense to come.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I suppose a Tormentor. I mean, the 20-minute mark, why the hell not? G2IG basically have dibs on both Tormentors. There's no way that LGD are going to try and take the other one.
No, definitely not. I was having a bit of a giggle because Viboka wanted to fill up Nothing to Say, just stood a little bit further, didn't want to move. So he's just forced to suck to form a Y. I don't know if that was what Nothing to Say wanted to make a Y shape in the triangle, but he does. He gets what he wants. He's the boss.
Very good.
Viboka's just there to top you up.
On you, just chained right into JT. JT happy to set up with a Pulverize. But Boka, though, misses the Earth Spike. A little bit awkward. But Rock Throw will connect from JT. Of all things, and they'll drain the mana of Newt, though he will be able to Soul Ring to get away with the chains, but JT's not giving up. Has a blink, has the onslaught. JT almost feels like he's messing around here with Newt. Spaboka in the meantime kills off Why You Smile. JT's still chasing down the Timbersaw. Eventually we'll have him. And really he's just playing with his food. Just having a bit of fun.
He is. Viboka, again, topping up in the gas station that is Lion right now. All unleaded coming out here. They will find Shiro Ex Nova.
Oh, he's got so many barriers in this game these days. Just nobody's dealing any damage to these supports anymore. Shiro will also get caught out. This is your position 1 DK about to fall. Though PYW does make a jump in. Sanities is out, at least finding the Aegis of Monet. But that's just the one life. PYW will melt. They do at least save Shiro's life. But at what point does this game turn back the other way?
It's really down to the OD and this blink timing for Y. Like, OD is going to be the bulk of your damage until you get the full Ags and Shiro, and then DK can start applying a little bit more as well. But you're not set up yet on Setsu. It's just, again, OD is just sort of weird as a right clicker. If he misses his tempo, his recovery is just really awkward. So, recovery process there is going to be slow. Bottom network core as well for Setsu. You have to get these big curses. You need that blink on Y. See if they find that timing. Blink up on Shiro does help mildly, but the follow through just doesn't feel clean. I mean, Santhes is nice. It's also a massive cooldown for what it is. So it does have a lot of downtime here for that huge burst that can still kill off the morphs, as we've seen. But Monet, a very calculated fight to take. He had like, what, 5 seconds left on Aegis. So, not really a big care there. Smoke out from LGD. Could try to leverage this fresh blink on Shiro. Maybe gun for that big angle on the curse. They need something here on LGD. They do not have forward vision though. It is G2IG this time with superior information on the map. And again with the Thunder God's Wrath to scout out. So, not going to be the easiest time for LGD to flank here.
No, it's not, but they're going to have to give it a crack. I mean, all they see is a Zeus illusion, though. They'll see the Tormentor being taken, and Monet gets himself a free shard, so now they'll know where the location of G2IG is, but it seems as though they're going to just commit the smoke for the sake of being able to relocate back into their triangle and get a bit of farm going for themselves. So, obviously they're not going to be able to make it through to the Radiant Tormentor to actually get a fight going. Might all just be about the next Roshan attempt, really, for LGD, just trying to counter that Roshan fight. So G2IG will just cap the area. And LGD, I do feel like it's extremely important for them to try for that next Roshan attempt, but it's just... It doesn't really feel like they've got much of a chance of winning the fight, you know? Even these 5-man curses are just doing nothing.
They are. It needs to be on the right target. Just can't be on JT. You would be pretty happy with something like probably the Zeus Winter's Curse. Like, nothing to say, could be a softer target to go for, but his itemization has a lot of stat padding. Is quite tanky at 2.6k HP and 14 armor. So even he's not going to be something that melts.
They do get Baboka. You know, that's some gold going New's way. Baboka actually did have a mega kill streak going, so about 900 gold going towards the Timbersaw is never going to hurt. But top lane, Why You Smile gets one shot by Monet with the adaptive strike. Not a very nice feeling at all.
No. Technically 2-shot with the waveform damage as well, I suppose.
Oh, I see it, Jonathan. I see it.
Yeah. Have to be technical.
PYW's gone. Oh, Rock Throw's going to land as well. New. They don't have Pulverize at least, so New can chain away and try for the TP, but the pole with the onslaught? No.
Ooh. Okay.
Kind of close.
Miss us out. Not too bad. Hit and run. You're pretty happy. It's not the biggest kill anymore, considering the net worth difference. You're not getting as much here for G2IG, but you are suppressing LGD. 19 to 8, 17k up for G2IG. Roche a minute and a half away. Setsu.
Again, on the line, rather on the OD in trouble. Will Astral himself. Baboka just mana draining everyone in the middle of all this. There you go. Setsu is gone. New cannot even deal with Baboka because of that. The immunity during the mana drain. Why You Smile will die. New still in danger. Monet will go down. Is there any more? Shiro. It really is just time to call it, right? If you are LGD.
Yeah. Pretty
Ultra
much.
kill for Monet.
I don't see the recovery. Props to Baboka for the high-end line gameplay. That's all you do, legitimately. I love seeing it because it makes me laugh because this is all I do. It's like, oh yeah, that's gameplay. Yep, get that finger kill. Yep, get blamed for stealing kill by the caster. That's exactly it. That's line gameplay right there. High ground under siege. I mean, they still have curse, but it's like you said. Like, what does that do at this point? Where's the damage coming in from LGD? It's just not there. This DK safe just doesn't have someone to back him up with output. Setsu is not ready, and with the BKBs up, it's not even flying out from Arcane Orb anymore. So your window on the OD is kind of gone for now. He is going for the Ags. I don't know if that means anything, really. Like, the Ag saves you from dying, but okay. Like, you'll still end up dying. I'm pretty sure. He doesn't have, like, the blink out to try to use that Ags proc into Astral Imprisonment Blink. Why is there a light collector just on the floor?
Nothing to say, dropped it. I don't know why he dropped it there, but he did. Maybe trying to give LGD a bit of a bright side to this game, you know? A bit of light. I know, it's a terrible pun, Jonathan. I was trying to find something to make a joke out of, you know? Anyway, Roshan's happening. Just insult to injury, right? Like, just start dropping your neutral items instead of sending him back to the fountain. Because you can.
Yes. It's like, okay. I don't know. I don't know.
NTS is upset after that last game. Johnny did not have a very good time. You saw what happened to him last game.
I suppose so. Yeah, he just got solar target Chrono. They'll target down Y. Nothing to say. Steals it. There you go. Anything to say about that kill steal, Mike?
That's a secure, Jonathan. He's secured.
All right.
You leave him be.
All right. So what is this lie and discrimination I'm sensing here, Mike?
Why? What do you mean? What's the problem, John?
You complained when Baboka, quote-unquote, kill-steal 3 kills on the mid and laning phase.
He did. And nothing to say.
And you don't consider this. You don't consider this.
Well, no, NTS is taking it back, John. You know, he's owed a few kills here.
Poor judgment of character. No one's calling you for jury duty here, Mike. Thanks for outing yourself as they will siege high ground. Mid-rack set to fall.
Well,
Where's the play? Mew.
this is the play, John. You will just die and hope his team calls it. Yeah.
Oh, he's not dead.
He's in the cold embrace for now. Monet, the mid-rack's not going to last very long. Of course, you have to go through 2 lives of the Morphling. It's not going to be a very easy time for LGD, but they've got to give it a crack. Astral out from Setsu, more rock throws coming in from JT. Jump in from Shiro, he's going to try and go on the Venge. Meanwhile, they do get the Aegis, so the first life of the Morphling is gone. But now, can you deal with him a second time is the question. It's Maboka staying behind. Where has this Morphling gone? Still wrapping around the long way around. Gets astraled up by Setsu. Setsu about to die. Does eventually go down to X-Nova of all people. Meanwhile, Maboka still being chased by Shiro on the Dragon Knight. Will be able to get away as LGD is still just getting destroyed in this fight. And GG is called. They have seen enough. LGD, they will be able to proceed to the grand final of the closed qualifier. Excuse me, rather G2IG will proceed. LGD, they will be getting knocked down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and a spectacular showing from G2IG. This is the G2IG we've seen in a lot of series. This is the kind of team that ends a series in 40 minutes. That's the G2IG we saw for that last game. LGD had some ideas in the draft, like going for the safe lane DK, going for the mid OD. It had some really clear timings that they had to play around. There were some clear power spikes that they had to utilize here on the side of LGD, and they just couldn't get that going. The lane start was a little bit slower. The mid lane for Setsu was the real hurting point. Like, the instant response every single time from G2IG made it impossible for Setsu to build up and start to find some early ganks, or early success in the ganks, and the rotations afterwards also fell flat. Once this OD's behind, it does not catch up. Again, OD's kit is weird right now, so when you're behind it, it doesn't scale well without items, I want to say. It needs a lot to get going, and they just never meet it. LGD just not hitting the timings, not being able to play around, heck, not even hitting that blink timing on Y to kind of try to angle in for the curse, and it falls flat. G2IG looking amazing here in the closed qualifiers, and going into the grand finals, no matter who they face, it's not going to be an easy time, considering it's going to be a slugfest of a best of 5 there.
Absolutely, and for LGD, they aren't out of it yet. They do get knocked down to the lower bracket final. We do not know who their competitors are yet. It is either going to be Azure Ray or Team Bright, which they both are still playing on the other stream right now, so you can go ahead and tune into there to see who exactly is going to be playing up against LGD tomorrow in the lower bracket final. Apart from that though, Jonathan, we do have to go because we are going to be back for the Chinese finals tomorrow. So it is MLP Dota, it is John Xfire, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you all again tomorrow for some more great Chinese Dota action. We'll see you then.
Strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my world, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I
killing every face.